For 11 years, this peaceful skeleton raised an orphan girl into a powerful hero. But the empire she swore to protect betrayed her, ordering a brutal execution just because she grew too strong. She barely managed to drag her broken body back home before bleeding to death in the arms of her master. That was a fatal mistake. The emperor had no idea this skeleton was a legendary general guarding a mountain of 1,000,000 demon corpses. This is the epic tale of a grieving teacher who raised the dead to burn the world down, and it all starts right here. We're starting on the outskirts of the empire in Chitan Village, a place so quiet you can already hear the plot thickening. Just a nice, peaceful view of the back mountain. Nothing suspicious about a jagged peak under a starry sky at all, right? Wait, is that a talking skeleton just chilling in the dirt? And of course, a random kid is wandering around in the middle of the night to find it. The kid looks absolutely stunned, but not for the reason you'd think. Most people would be screaming, but this girl looks like she just found a new toy. The skeleton is just as confused as we are. Imagine being a literal undead and having a toddler stare you down without blinking. And then she just grabs its face. This kid has zero survival instincts, just squishing a skull like it's a stress ball. She's shouting that it's a talking skeleton. Yeah, no kidding, Sherlock. She looks way too hyped about encountering a restless spirit. She is literally stretching the skeleton's face like it's made of rubber. The disrespect is real. This dude has been guarding a mountain, and now he's a plaything. The skeleton finally has enough and tells her to back off. He's seen plenty of lost kids, but none of them ever tried to rearrange his jawbone. He tries to act tough, but it's hard when you're being lectured by someone who hasn't even hit a growth spurt yet. He asks if she wasn't taught to run away from non-human things. He's actually trying to be a responsible monster, which is kind of wholesome. But this kid is built different. She says she was taught not to judge by appearances, which is a great lesson until you're face to face with the undead. The skeleton takes a second to reminisce. He was just minding his own business, lost in old memories, until this little weirdo showed up. She notices the massive, notched sword behind him and asks if he's a knight. To be fair, that thing is way too big to be just for decoration. He explains he's a messenger for the emperor, currently guarding this mountain and a demonic sword. Also, he insists he's not a mister, which is a big hint. The girl's eyes light up. To her, Emperor's messenger sounds like an endgame boss, so she immediately assumes he's a powerhouse. The skeleton starts flexing, talking about how you can't be just anyone to carry the Emperor's words. He's really leaning into the hype now. He casually mentions he knows high-class magic like necromancy, while summoning a little purple ghost. Okay, maybe he actually is a big deal. The girl is sold. She drops to her knees and begs him to take her as a student so she can become strong. The skeleton is caught completely off guard. He went from being a scary monster to a potential tutor in less than 5 minutes. He starts laughing to himself, thinking about how boring his life has been. Is he actually considering this? Psych. He tells her it's too much trouble and shuts her down. She actually asks if this isn't the part where he takes her as a student. She's definitely seen this anime before. She starts throwing a full-blown tantrum, calling him a cheapskate and an unsympathetic bag of bones. The audacity of this child is completely off the charts. The skeleton just stands there looking done with life. He repeats that he can let the insults slide, but he is definitely not a mister. The sun rises, marking a brand new day and a brand new headache for our skeletal friend. The kid is still there, screaming at the top of her lungs. This is some peak dedication to the craft of being annoying. He wakes up wondering why she's still here. Don't most kids have parents who would be worried by now? She's even found a stick to practice with, insisting she's not leaving until she learns swordsmanship. He tries the "I'm a scary monster" card again, saying people will think he's a child snatcher. He's really running out of excuses. The girl just looks away and tells him not to worry about that. Something tells me a sad backstory is loading up. Yep, there it is. Her house was burned down and her parents died in the fire. Standard protagonist origin story unlocked. Her mom told her she had to become strong to survive on her own. It's hard to say no to an orphan with a tragic past. She stands there with her little stick, full of resolve. She's got that main character look in her eyes. She asks if he gets it now. She's really trying to guilt trip a pile of bones, and honestly, it's working. For a second, the skeleton sees a vision of a powerful warrior in her place. He sees her potential, and it is absolutely massive. He lets out a long sigh. You can tell he's already regretting the decision he's about to make. Fine, he'll teach her the sword. The girl is absolutely thrilled, probably thinking she's about to get a training montage. He clarifies that he's doing this because it's unbecoming of a heroine to refuse a child. Wait, heroine? The kid is shocked to find out he's a she. Bro, we all thought it was a dude this whole time. That reveal caught every single one of us lacking. The girl is over the moon, cheering and thanking her new master. The skeleton is just sitting there, probably wondering how she's going to survive basic training. Training begins immediately, and it is not pretty. The girl is swinging her stick around while her master watches, looking like she's facing a great trial. The skeleton watches her run laps, looking down at the village. She's decided to teach this child how to stand on her own 2 feet. She views this as her atonement for failing to deliver her message. This skeleton has some deep-seated guilt she's working through. The training is intense. She's actually hitting the kid with a wooden sword, making sure she learns the hard way how to block. But it's not all pain. They spend their nights resting together under the big tree, building a bond that's actually pretty sweet. She even teaches her how to handle summoned monsters. That's a pretty scary-looking demon for a kid to be fighting. Sometimes she slacks off and just lays in the dirt. Even heroes need a nap, I guess. The skeleton is not having it. She's like that one gym teacher who won't let you sit down for a single second. She tries to spook her to keep her on her toes, but the kid is way past being scared of a skeleton now. They even prank some travelers together. Look at the pure evil on that kid's face. She's a natural. The poor travelers just faint on the spot. I mean, wouldn't you if a skeleton and a feral child jumped out of the bushes? More quiet moments under the tree. This mountain has become their own little world, away from everything else. She reaches out and grabs her master's skeletal hand. It's a small gesture, but it shows how much she trusts her. They just sit there in silence. It's the calm before the storm, and we all know the storm is coming eventually. Fast forward, and the girl is getting seriously fast. Her sword swings are starting to create actual wind pressure. Look at that form. She's not just a kid with a stick anymore, she's turning into a legitimate threat. The training montage reaches its peak. She's clashing swords with her master, and she's actually holding her own. They're both smiling during the fight. This is what a peak master-student relationship looks like. 11 years later, the world has changed, and so has our little village girl. The skeleton is still the same though. She's out here hunting rabbits for dinner, calling out for the kid. An adult voice responds. We only see a glimpse of her face, but she sounds calm and confident now. She emerges from the lake, and wow, she is definitely not a kid anymore. She looks like a high-level adventurer who's ready to solo a dungeon. They sit down to eat, but the atmosphere is heavy. She says she has something serious to tell her master. The skeleton pauses, sensing the shift in mood. You can tell she knows what's coming next. She tries to play it cool, asking why she's being so serious all of a sudden while she pokes the fire. The girl explains that her old village recently disappeared completely. It's not just her home anymore, everything is being wiped out. The Empire has abandoned the fringe villages because of a monster increase. They've basically left these people to die. She says everyone's giving up. Hope is draining out of the world, and she can't just sit by and watch it happen. She's finally gotten strong enough to make a difference. She's basically telling her master she's leaving to be the hero the world needs. The skeleton is stunned. She sees the same resolve in her student that she saw in an old friend from 20 years ago. She realizes she's been training her for this exact moment for 11 years. It was always going to end like this. She thinks back to her old friend who also wanted to be a hero. People sneered at him, but he didn't care. He believed you don't need qualifications to save people. That line hits hard. She's already a hero in her heart. The skeleton officially identifies herself as Benrira, the sole successor of the Northern School of Hunting. This is a formal parting. She presents her student with a beautiful dagger. This isn't just a weapon, it's a symbol of her graduation. She hopes that she will only ever draw her sword with good intentions. It's a heavy burden, but the kid is ready for it. She tells her to go save the world and then come back. It's a promise they're making to each other. She vows to always be here, waiting for her. This is getting way too emotional for a story about a skeleton. The hero heads off into the distance, waving goodbye with the dagger held high. Good luck, kid. You're gonna need it. The years start to pass by again. The skeleton waits faithfully, counting the days and seasons. She wonders how long it will be. 5 years? 10? She knows it takes a long time to save an entire empire. She just has to protect this place until she returns. She's determined to keep her end of the promise. We see her running through different lands, her cloak billowing in the wind. She's clearly out there doing the work. Back at the mountain, her sword stays planted in the ground. It's a lonely existence, but she's used to it. Waiting isn't frightening to her anymore because she has a reason for it now. A fleeting bond that changed everything. One night, a dark figure approaches. The footsteps are heavy and uneven. Someone is finally back. A voice calls out to the mister. The skeleton immediately corrects her. It's been years, and she's still not a mister. But then she sees her. The hero is covered in blood and leaning against a tree, looking absolutely wrecked. She tries to smile, saying it's been a long time, but she looks like she's on her last legs. Her face is scarred and bruised. Whatever happened out there was way worse than just fighting monsters. The skeleton is in total shock. She didn't expect her beloved student to return in this condition. The hero starts laughing hysterically, saying it was a great adventure. It's the kind of laugh that sounds more like a cry for help. She talks about how vast the empire was and all the things she saw. She's trying to hold on to the good parts. She helped people with the skills her master taught her. She really did become the hero she wanted to be. But then the betrayal happened. The emperor saw her as an eyesore and ordered her to be killed. Absolute classic villain move. She collapses forward, and the skeleton catches her. She's lost so much blood she can barely stay upright. She apologizes for being dizzy, still calling her master a mister. That's how you know she's really hurt. She clings to her, asking if she was lonely while she was gone. My heart can't take this. She wants to hear her master's story now, but her hands are covered in blood as she grips her cloak. The two of them look so small on that massive mountain. It's a tragic reunion for the master and student. The skeleton's eyes start to glow. Something inside her just snapped, and it's not just her bones. A deep purple fire ignites in her sockets. You do not mess with this lady's student and expect to walk away. At the base of the mountain, the Empire's knights are complaining. They're actually annoyed they had to climb up to finish her off. They're laughing about how she should have just died quietly. These guys have no idea what they just walked into. One of the knights spots something. He's confused, wondering if there's actually someone living up here. The skeleton is standing there, radiating pure menace. She asks them if they still see this place as just a mountain. The ground starts to shake and glow with a terrifying purple light. The true nature of this place is about to be revealed. The mountain isn't made of rock. It's a pile of millions of demon corpses that she's been guarding for a century. The knight starts screaming as the ground literally comes alive beneath their feet. It's a buffet for the undead. 20 years ago, she discovered the remnants of the Demon King's army here. She didn't just find them, she ended them. She describes in brutal detail how she dismembered them and piled them up. This messenger is a straight-up war criminal when she's angry. The forest grew over the corpses, hiding the horror. She stayed to make sure no one ever exploited this much death. But now, she doesn't care about guarding it anymore. She's going to use every single one of those bodies. She summons a massive army of skeletons and demons. It's not just a few ghosts anymore, it's a legion. The knight captain tries to keep his men together, claiming a single necromancer can only control a few undead. He's shouting about how it doesn't matter how many corpses there are. He's really trying to cope right now. It's almost sad. Then he looks up and sees the endless sea of skulls. Yeah, that limit clearly doesn't apply to this lady. The knight is frozen in terror as the shadows close in. There's no escape from an army that doesn't breathe. The skeleton messenger is leading the charge on an undead horse. She looks like the literal god of death right now. The knight whispers, asking who in the world she is. He's about to find out exactly who he insulted. A massive scythe swing clears the entire area in a burst of pink energy. These knights are being deleted from existence. She asks who she is, her voice probably sounding like grinding stones and nightmares at this point. She stands tall with her giant, glowing sword. This is the true form of the Emperor's messenger. She is the mouth of the Emperor, the voice of the first ruler. She's out here to enforce the original laws. The ground shatters under the weight of her power. The entire mountain is shaking from her rage. She tells the people of the Empire to heed the words of the messenger. She's not just talking to the knights anymore. She's talking to the whole world. Back in the village, people are looking out their windows in fear. They can see the sky turning red and lightning striking the peaks. The storm is massive, swirling around the back mountain like a hurricane of death. If the Empire strays from the will of the first Emperor, there is only one solution. She permits the nobles and loyal subjects to correct the Empire, and by correct, she means burn it all down. Her army of glowing purple demons stands ready. This is the start of a full-scale revolution led by a skeleton. She looks like a queen sitting on a throne of demon skulls. The Empire messed with the wrong student. She demands they pay the price for their tyranny. This is a wrap for the current regime. The messenger has spoken. Someone is running for their life, feet pounding against the grass. You can practically hear the heavy breathing. They look back and see their village is already a barbecue. Smoke, fire, and a red sky, definitely not the vacation they planned. A hand reaches out as if they can stop the inevitable. He's screaming about his village. Yeah, it's toast, buddy. Time to move. He starts to shout that they survived, and then he gets absolutely deleted by a massive red slash. Famous last words, honestly. The southern outskirts are crawling with undead. It's like a zombie apocalypse, but with way more pink neon and skeletal horses. The knight in charge isn't taking any chances. He's ordering every standby squad to assemble before they all end up on the menu. He pulls out a weird, glowing purple orb labeled roasted potato. I don't know what kind of cafeteria this empire runs, but that looks lethal. Boom. The orb goes off, and it's a massive explosion of fire and debris. One way to clear a path, I guess. The smoke clears, but things just got weirder. Flying purple manta ray monsters are soaring over the burning houses. The knights realize they're in over their heads. This isn't just one necromancer with a dusty book. This is high-tier war magic. Out of the mist, an army of skeletons starts marching with perfect rhythm. No skin, no fear, just vibes and violence. Look at that cavalry. Skeletal horses with glowing purple manes? That's some top-tier aesthetics for a necromancer. A single silhouette stands in the center of a red crater. The knights are screaming for everyone to get back, but it's probably too late. A new player enters the chat. He looks like your typical brooding swordsman who's had way too much coffee and zero sleep. He's moving so fast, the undead can't even register he's there. Just a quick flash and another skull hits the dirt. He screams his attack name, Wolffang technique. This guy is zipping through the army like he's playing Fruit Ninja with skeletons. He takes a breath, steam coming off his blade. Dude is trying way too hard to look cool, but I'll give it to him, it's working. He stands tall amidst the carnage. He's definitely the guy you call when the dead start walking. Meet Ashur Soma, an official knight of the Empire. He's got the muscle, the scars, and the "I'm done with this" attitude. A massive shadow looms over the village. It's a giant purple hand, and sitting right in the palm is our favorite skeleton master. Soma spots the master and realizes he's found the source of the headache. He's not even scared, just annoyed. The master is radiating pure, dark energy. She looks like a final boss waiting for the player to finish the tutorial. Soma calls her the necromancer. Yeah, the one who's about to make his life a living hell. The showdown is officially on. Master is standing right on the front lines. Soma thinks a caster should be hiding in the back, but this skeleton is built different. Soma draws his blade, sparks flying as it leaves the scabbard. He's ready to see if bone is tougher than steel. The undead army surges forward. Soma is surrounded by purple-buffed zombies, but he doesn't even blink. He unleashes another Wolffang technique, carving through the mob like a hot knife through butter. The master lunges forward, her skeletal face filling the screen. This isn't just a spellcast, it's a personal beatdown. The purple monsters are everywhere now. It's total chaos, and Soma is right in the eye of the storm. Master is actually impressed. Soma just pulled off a slash that targets the legs from an impossible angle. Master's eyes glow purple as she stares Soma down. She asks if it was him, looking for the person who hurt her student. A massive energy surge blasts through the town. The scale of this fight is getting way out of hand for a residential area. Close up on the skull. Those purple pupils are pure nightmare fuel. If looks could kill, Soma would be double dead. Soma grits his teeth and swings. He knows he's fighting a monster, but he's too stubborn to back down. The shockwaves from their clash are literally leveling the houses. RIP property values in Shodan Village. Master is moving with insane agility, leaping through the air with a dagger. Who knew a pile of bones could be so acrobatic? They clash mid-air, blades sparking against each other. Soma is struggling to keep up with the speed. Soma is focusing hard, trying to find an opening in the skeleton's defense, but Master doesn't have any organs to hit. Another high-speed exchange. They're moving so fast they're basically just blurs of gray and purple at this point. Master dodges a swing by centimeters. She's mocking Soma's technique without saying a single word. Soma lands and prepares for another dash. He's bleeding, but he's still got plenty of fight left in him. Master catches Soma with a nasty kick right to the leg. That's definitely going to leave a mark if his bone doesn't snap first. Soma screams about his leg. Yeah, it turns out getting kicked by a magically enhanced skeleton really hurts. Who would have guessed? Master doesn't give him a second to breathe. She's back on the offensive, clashing blades again. Master winds up for a heavy punch. She's not even using magic here, just pure, undead physical violence. She lands a solid hit on Soma's face. That's a lot of dental work right there. Master draws a purple-edged dagger. Things just went from painful to probably fatal real quick. Master slams Soma into the ground with the force of a falling piano. The pavement is practically crying at this point. A massive dust cloud erupts from the impact. Soma is definitely feeling the weight of his life choices right now. Master looks down at him with that blank, skeletal stare. It's the ultimate, stay down look. Master starts walking away, but then she stops. She hears Soma laughing, which is never a good sign in a fight. Soma calls her a monster bastard. He's bleeding from the mouth, but he's still got jokes. He asks what the hell the master is. Apparently, the last time he was pushed this far was against the Four Knights. Master gives him a simple answer. She's a revenant. It's basically a fancy word for too angry to stay dead. Soma is internally panicking. He realizes he needs to stall for more time, so he decides to keep provoking her. He scoffs at the revenant title, calling Master an idiot. Bold strategy. Let's see if it pays off. Soma really thinks he's the one in control here. Delusion is a hell of a drug. He claims they've killed so many, he wouldn't know who she means. This guy is a professional at being a jerk. A little info dump. Necromancy consumes a ton of stamina. The more undead you control, the heavier the toll. Soma is just waiting it out, thinking the master will eventually run out of juice. He's playing the long game. Master has heard enough. She reaches out and grabs Soma by the face. This is going to be a very uncomfortable conversation. She starts crushing Soma's head like a grape, demanding to know why he trampled Imperial citizens. Master is shaking with rage. The purple aura is flaring up again. She's taking this betrayal very personally. She mentions her child, the hero's child. She's talking about her student. Soma's grin is finally starting to fade. Master lifts him off the ground with one hand. Soma looks like a rag doll compared to the pure fury of a grieving teacher. Close up on Soma's face. He's starting to realize that maybe, just maybe, he messed up big time. Master slams him again for good measure. She's not even fighting anymore, she's just venting. Soma is pinned to the ground, struggling to breathe. The master is standing over him like a literal shadow of death. Another impact, and more debris flies everywhere. Chitan village is going to need a lot of contractors after this. Soma still tries to act tough, telling the master to keep whining. This guy's pride is bigger than the mountain. He claims it was all for the greater good and a necessary death. The classic villain's excuse for being a terrible person. Master looks down at him, her sockets bleeding dark energy. She calls him a ridiculous bastard. She's finally had enough. Soma says, "Not today," with a creepy grin. He's got an ace up his sleeve, and it's about to get flashy. A massive blue beam of light shoots up from the mountain. Master is caught off guard. She didn't see this coming. More blue energy starts crackling everywhere. It's like a giant sci-fi laser just targeted the village. The beams are surrounding the town. Whatever this is, it's big, and it's definitely not a friendly fireworks show. Deep underground, a huge mana battery is humming. All the circuits are stabilized and connected. Soma looks into the camera and says, "Mission complete. The trap has been sprung, and the master is right in the middle of it." He screams for them to activate the anti-undead barrier. This is a specifically designed counter to everything the master is doing. A massive dome of light erupts from the mountain, covering the entire area. It looks like a giant magical bug zapper. The barrier is fully formed. It's bright enough to be seen from the next kingdom over. The purple monsters start to panic. They can feel their energy being drained away by the holy-looking light. They start disintegrating into dust. The entire undead army is being deleted in real time. The knights start cheering. They think they've won because the skeletons are disappearing. Little do they know, Soma is gloating. He mentions the barrier was made by the legendary magician of the hero's party from 120 years ago. Master's hood is blown back, revealing messy hair. Even her magical form is starting to flake away under the light. Master replies calmly that she knows. She probably knew the person who built the thing. It's a small world when you're undead. A brief flashback to the legendary magician. She looks like she had some serious style back in the day. Soma is confused. Why isn't the master panicking? She's just sitting there like she's waiting for a bus. Master explains that armies don't matter. She can just raise another one. And she's already got the perfect recruits. She starts summoning the spirits of the citizens who were exploited by the Empire. This is a different kind of necromancy. They're joining her for the sake of vengeance. These aren't mindless monsters. They're angry souls with a grudge. She tells them to expect it, together with them. The master's eyes glow with a new intensity. The real war is only just beginning. You thought the barrier was the end? Nah, it just gave her a reason to upgrade. Round 2 is going to be legendary. Back in the day, nobody liked war, but everyone was stuck in it. We see a group of rugged-looking warriors who probably didn't have much of a choice. It was a time of stealing to survive, where death was just another Tuesday. Real grim stuff for anyone trying to have a normal life. They thought those dark days were over once this golden king took the throne. Look at all that confetti. It's pure hopium. But dreams shatter just like glass when reality sets back in. The peace didn't last, and the cracks in their world are literally breaking the frame. Now we're back to this lonely, desaturated landscape in the present. A lone figure stands on a cracked path, looking like they've lost everything. All that power, all that ability, and for what? It feels like it was all for nothing when you're the only one left standing among the ruins. The guy is having a full-on existential crisis. He doesn't know. He's forgotten the heart he used to carry into battle. He's just a tiny speck in a vast, gray world. The scale of his loneliness is pretty depressing, honestly. He asks himself who his past self fought for. He's questioning his entire history while wandering through the heavy mist. He wonders where he's supposed to go now that everyone else is gone. The era he knew is officially dead and buried. He asks where he should go, looking like a thin shadow stretching out forever into a white void. Talk about a mood. A bony hand slams a map down on a table. Our skeleton friend is looking for directions, but she's not exactly being subtle about it. The whole tavern is staring at the hooded figure. It's a classic stranger walks into a bar moment, except the stranger has no skin. The guy at the table isn't impressed. He tells her this is an adventurer's guild, not a neighborhood information center. The skeleton just wants to know the way so she can leave quietly. She's really not in the mood for small talk or tavern brawls. The big guy in the red cloth calls her shameless for just barging in like that. This dude is looking for a fight he's definitely not going to win. He tells the hooded figure they reek of blood. That's a pretty intense thing to say to someone who's literally a walking corpse. He mentions a grim rumor about a necromancer who overran Chitan village. The tension in the room is high enough to snap a sword. He's connecting the dots and realizing the monster from the rumors might be sitting right in front of him. The realization hits him like a freight train. He's looking directly at the person everyone is terrified of. He tries a sneaky surprise attack with a dagger, but of course it just gets blocked with a flash. He points a finger and shouts that they were talking about her. Way to state the obvious, buddy. The skeleton master is officially done with these brats. One eye is glowing pink and she's ready to clear the room. She's actually offended that they're picking a fight with her. She just wanted directions. She yells at them to see who they're picking a fight with. The font size alone tells you exactly how loud she is. She slams the floor, and the entire tavern floor just gives way. Everyone is going down to the basement the hard way. The rough guy is still standing among the smoke, looking a bit dusty but ready for more. He's tougher than he looks. He wonders if the skeleton read their presence. The master is just standing there among the rubble like she owns the place. He says since the surprise attack failed, it can't be helped. He's switching to plan B, which usually involves more violence. He orders his goons to kill her. They're lunging from all sides like it's a mosh pit at a rock concert. The skeleton just stands there calmly. She definitely said she just wanted directions, but nobody's listening. She tells them that from now on, this is all their fault. She raises a hand, and you know someone's about to get a skeletal slap. One of the goons jumps down with a shout for her to die. Spoilers, he's not the one who's gonna die today. The big guy swings a massive sword, but the skeleton just casually sidesteps it. She's making it look like child's play. The master is hitting them with these tiny pink energy blasts. It's like being peppered with magical buckshot. She lands a brutal hit on the first guy's face. That's a whole lot of magical... Nope, right there. Another guy comes in swinging, but the master is already behind him. Speed is definitely her strong suit. A huge flash of light as the skeleton parries another attack. The tavern is basically a construction zone now. She catches the blade of a smaller guy with her bare bone hand. The look of panic on that guy's face is priceless. She's got him by the neck now. The guy is sweating, realizing he just brought a knife to a deity fight. The master holds the guy up and then just drops him like yesterday's trash. Total disrespect from our skeletal friend. She turns around and starts walking away through the dust. She's got places to be and empires to topple. She stops and looks back at the rubble. Even a skeleton can have a flair for the dramatic. Close up on that skull. She's looking for the next person who wants to catch these hands. Two more guys are watching from the shadows, looking absolutely terrified. They've seen enough to know they're outclassed. Another explosion of white light. It's like a flashbang went off in the middle of the room. One guy gets kicked so hard he's doing backflips in the air. The master's footwork is honestly impressive for someone without muscles. The thugs are looking around, confused where she went. She's playing peekaboo, but with death. The master emerges from the smoke, looking even bigger and scarier than before. She's leaning into the monster aesthetic. The rough guy is looking around, confused. He's finally realizing that he's completely out of his league. He turns around and bam, the master is right there. The guy's heart probably just skipped a beat. The master uses her staff to block a swing. She's not even trying to hurt them anymore, just schooling them in combat. Close up on the rough guy's eyes. He's terrified. He knows he's about to be the after in a before and after photo. The master is narrating her own fight now. She says since they're all coming at her with piercing thrusts, she's about to show them how it's done. She moves through them like a ghost. They're swinging at air while she's already 3 steps ahead of their next move. She catches another guy off guard with a quick strike. This is basically a professional athlete playing against toddlers. She's literally teaching them how to fight while beating them up, explaining that the right side thrust is just a feint. She says the real one is this way, then lands a devastating blow right on the money. She's too good. She sends the guy flying into the wall with a single strike. That's definitely a broken rib or 10. The other adventurers are watching from the balcony, looking totally stunned. They can't believe what they're seeing. They're shouting that their captain got taken down in a single blow. Yeah, your leader just got folded like a lawn chair. The master stands in the middle of the smoke, looking like a total boss, asking who's next. The guys in the back are literally shaking. They don't want any of this smoke after seeing what happened to their captain. They ask who she is, the question on everyone's lips. This isn't just a skeleton, it's a legend. A new voice comes from the balcony, telling her to stop. It's the guildmaster, and he can give her what she wants. The adventurers are relieved to see their boss. He's the only one who might be able to handle this situation. Meet Tor Vinland, the master of Garm, the Empire's northernmost adventurers guild. He looks like he's seen some serious stuff. He's got that smug, friendly but dangerous grin. He suggests they move to another room to talk properly. We're in the guildmaster's office now, much quieter and significantly fewer flying bodies than the tavern floor. Tor says he's heard stories about a skeleton on the back mountain. He thought it was just a funny tale to surprise rookies. He mentions a request came in to confirm the truth of the story. Looks like the master's secret is officially out. He starts laughing, finding the whole situation amusing. He really doesn't seem threatened by the walking corpse in his office. Skeleton Master is not amused. She slams her hand on the desk, her eye glowing with a warning to get serious. She tells the guild master she's not in a relaxed situation. She wants to get down to business, and she wants it done fast. She knows Tor wants something from her. She's sharp. She knows he isn't just chatting for his health. Tor just closes his eyes and says what they ask is simple. This is where the real deal starts. He pulls out a pack of cigarettes. He explains that the guild belongs to the Empire but has been neglected for a long time. He lights up and talks about the villagers having to leave their homes just to survive. The Empire basically left them for dead. They spend every day in fear of monster attacks. He flicks his lighter, and you can see the weariness in his eyes. The master tells him if he didn't want to die, he should have resisted. She says if you do nothing, nothing happens. Savage but true. Tor looks down at his cigarette. He says it's not that they did nothing. He sounds defeated, like a man who's tried everything and failed. He says it's that they couldn't do anything. The weight of that statement is heavy. They were powerless against the system. He explains that the security of the lands fell to the people left behind. The guilds gathered to protect their own families. The master asks if he ever thought about forming a league of guilds to fight back. She's thinking on a massive scale. Tor says it's not that simple. It would mean war, and a lot of people would die. It's not just about courage anymore. He says they waited for someone to appear and save them. They were looking for a miracle while they struggled to survive. They survived desperately, just hoping for a glimmer of hope to arrive from anywhere. And then she appeared. He looks at a memory of a young woman with a sword and a familiar look. There she is, the hero. The girl from the beginning, grown up and ready to change the world. That warm hope raised them out of their despair, but it didn't last. He wonders where it all went wrong for her. Tor's eyes are cold now. He says what they really lacked was hatred. That's a dark turn for this conversation. He says it's fine if there's no tomorrow, and he's willing to die if it means he can kill them, because war is that kind of thing. The master leans forward and says she'd like to make a request. She's officially joining the fight. Tor says he'll provide 2 adventurers who can leave immediately. He's going all in on this new alliance. A close-up on Tor's eye. He doesn't care if the master is a demon or a devil, as long as she helps them take revenge. He says all of them will join her war. This is it. The resistance has officially found its heavy hitter. He apologizes for neglecting the village. It's a rare moment of actual respect between 2 very different beings. The master places 2 red tags on the table. She says it's been 150 years since she's taken a request. That's a long retirement. Tor picks them up and his eyes widen in disbelief. He can't believe what he's seeing. They're Ruby rank adventurers' ID tags. Those haven't existed since the Great War. This skeleton is a legendary veteran. Tor is completely speechless. He's realizing he's talking to someone straight out of the history books, asking who in the world she is. She tells him not to worry about it, that she's merely a hideous ghost from the past. She's staying humble, which makes her even more intimidating. She accepts the request. They're heading to the continent's largest and worst mountain range, where the snow never stops. She shouts for them to go. The master is running through the snow, looking more determined than ever to set things right. We see a map of Benrira's travel route. She's moving from the guild all the way back to Chatten Village. The hunt is officially on. We're 5 days deep into the journey across the continent's most freezing mountain range. The scenery is great if you like hypothermia. Harrier, the red-haired guide, is keeping a sharp eye out through his scope. They've been moving in total secret to avoid any Imperial guests. The squad is making decent time. It's Harrier, the dark-haired Dohaniryu, and our skeletal master walking like it's a casual Sunday stroll. The master seems impressed with their pace. For someone without lungs, she's keeping up remarkably well with the living. Wait, spoke too soon? There's a full-on Imperial camp set up right in the middle of the pass. The master is confused how these guys got ahead of them. These aren't just scouts, they look like they're settling in for a long stay. Dohaniryu explains that these aren't trackers. They're remnants returning from a raid on Chatan and other nearby villages. They're basically state-sponsored looters. A quick look at the map shows they're likely trying to head back to the capital but got stranded by the weather. They definitely weren't prepared for a blizzard. The master spots a lower path and asks what's down there. She's already calculating her next move, and it doesn't look friendly. The master is still struggling with the names of her new companions. Harrier has to remind her who's who, which is kind of hilarious. Dohaniryu points out that the path leads to some small private houses. If the knights follow that route, those people are in serious trouble. Harrier confirms the worst. These knights will definitely raid those homes for food and supplies. Under the new emperor, this kind of plunder has become a daily routine. The current reign is nothing but a hell of plunder for the common folk. Harrier's face says it all. He's seen way too much of this. The master has heard enough. If these guys plan on hurting more innocent people, she's going to make sure they never leave this mountain. Harrier looks absolutely stunned by the master's resolve. He's seeing a side of the skeleton that's way more terrifying than just a monster. The master just casually walks off toward the camp, leaving her 2 guides in the dust. She doesn't need a strategy when she is the strategy. The duo can only watch in silence. They wanted a hero, but they might have just unleashed a force of nature. Suddenly, a massive shockwave rips through the Imperial camp. The master isn't playing around. She's starting this fight with a bang. The knights scramble out of their tents, wondering what just hit them. One shouts about the commotion. Spoiler, it's your retirement plan being cancelled. The master emerges from the smoke, purple energy crackling around her. She looks like a nightmare that crawled out of the permafrost. Harrier is having a mid-fight epiphany while the master charges. He realizes he's watching a literal legend in action. The master slams into the first line of knights like a wrecking ball. She's moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for someone without muscles. She's sending fully armored men flying like they're made of paper. The sheer physical power of this woman is just absurd. Vibrant pink slashes fill the air as the master carves through the camp. She's a blur of violence and magic, and the knights can't even land a hit. One knight gets his helmet shattered by a direct blow. You can practically hear the oof from here. She screams, slaughtering strike, unleashing a heavy area of effect attack that clears out a whole squad in seconds. The knights on horseback try to regroup, but they're already panicking. One shouts that the enemy is just one person. Yeah, but that person is a very angry skeleton. The master takes out a rider and his horse in one clean sweep. She's showing zero mercy to these human butchers. She stands alone in the middle of the carnage, mocking them for thinking she's just one person. She's barely even warmed up yet. She asks if their eyes are just for decoration since they can't see the legion rising behind her. This is about to get much worse for the Empire. A massive horde of purple ghosts rises from the snow. It's an instant undead army, and they look hungry for vengeance. The undead swarm the remaining knights, dragging them down into the cold. It's a literal nightmare unfolding on the mountainside. Harrier and Dohaniryu are speechless. They realize the master was totally holding back during their first encounter at the guild. The knights' screams fill the air as they're torn apart by the spirits. This isn't a battle, it's an execution. Close up on the master's face. She looks totally disconnected from the violence, like she's just taking out the trash. Armored knights are being tossed around like ragdolls by the purple spirits. The Empire's elite look like rookies right now. The master rides a massive undead beast through the ruins of the camp. She truly is the ghost of Chatten Village. Harrier and Dohamuryu decide it's finally time to head down. They're basically just here for the cleanup at this point. Look at the size of those skeletal paws. That thing could trample a carriage without breaking a sweat. The master surveys the battlefield, saying the tide of the battle has turned and it'll be over soon. Talk about an understatement. The remaining knights are being crushed by the sheer weight of the undead army. There's nowhere left to run. One knight lets out an absolute soul-shattering scream as he's cornered. You can really feel the unlucky vibes here. The master jumps down to face a knight who's still trying to fight with a spear. Brave, but ultimately very dumb. The master is a blur of motion, closing the distance before the knight can even blink. She's moving so fast, she's basically teleporting. This lady's agility stat must be maxed out. She lands a brutal kick that sends the knight flying. She spots something interesting falling from the man's neck. The knight's helmet is shattered, and he's bleeding out. He's staring at the master with total disbelief. The master picks up a small pendant. It's a simple charm, probably given to the soldier by someone who loved him. Dohaniryu catches up and starts talking to the master. The mood has shifted from total war to something much more somber. The master holds the charm, realizing it was a daughter's wish for her father to return safely. War is messy like that. The master looks genuinely regretful, apologizing for her careless words. Even a skeleton can feel the weight of a broken family. Dohaniryu tells her there's no need to apologize. Everyone in their resistance has their own scars and reasons for fighting. One of the big guys from the guild mentions they are just human butchers now, burning the rest of their lives for revenge. Harrier tells the master not to lose herself to the idea of revenge, reminding her that everyone in this world has someone waiting for them. The master stands over the dying knight. The man is gasping for air, clutching his chest. The purple spirits stand silently behind their master. The rage has subsided, leaving only the grim reality of what happened. She whispers an apology. She's killing her own kind to save her student, and it's clearly taking a toll on her. The knight's final words are for his daughter, Michelle. He's calling out for her as he passes away. This is peak emotional damage. The master stands over the body in the falling snow. It's a quiet, heavy moment that makes you forget she's an undead monster. She turns to one of her summoned spirits. There's one last task to perform before they move on. The master dissipates the spirit with a single blow. She's done with the summoning for now. She stands with her back to the group. Harrier tells her good work, but the master doesn't feel like celebrating. Harrier and Dohaniryu tell her to go rest. They'll take care of the cleanup, which we all know means something unpleasant. The master just keeps looking away. She's lost in her own thoughts, probably thinking about her own daughter figure. Dohaniryu calls her a strange man. They watch as the master starts a massive fire to cremate the bodies. She says she doesn't need an army of undead from these people. She's giving them the respect the Empire never would. The pyre burns bright against the dark mountain sky. It's a grim beacon for anyone watching from afar. Harrier trails off, not knowing who she's doing that for. He can feel the sadness radiating off the master. Dohaniryu notices the master's expression. Even though she's a skull, she looks like she's carrying the weight of the entire world. The master stands right in front of the flames. It's a powerful image of someone literally and figuratively burning their past. A dark, shadowy voice starts whispering to her from her own shadow, saying she'll be forced to make countless choices. The master tells the voice to shut up. It's a purple-eyed demon spirit that seems to be hitched to her soul. The spirit just laughs. It asks if she thinks she's still alive. It's a classic devil-on-the-shoulder moment. It tells her to struggle and try to defy fate, but in the end, only despair will be waiting for her. The master just stands there, refusing to give the spirit any more of her time. She's a woman with a mission, fate be damned. New scene, a different part of the empire is already on fire. This looks like a much bigger conquest than a small village. Meet Lord Frey, a red-haired villain who looks like he genuinely enjoys arson. He says the screams are delicious. He's talking about playing soccer with a princess's head. This guy isn't just a villain, he's a full-blown psychopath. A knight asks if he wants to join the fun, but Frey says he's good. He's more interested in the bigger picture. He claims he's heartbroken because the kingdom fell so easily. He's looking for a real challenge, something with scale. He wonders if there's anyone who'll pick a fight with the Empire. He's basically bored of winning. Careful what you wish for, buddy. An Imperial herald arrives with a message about a massive undead army at the northern rampart. Finally, some good news for Frey. Frey starts laughing to himself. This is exactly what he wanted, a madman to challenge the Empire. He says a madman showed up right away. He looks like he just found his new favorite toy. He tells them to assemble the troops. He's not going to let this opportunity for a playdate pass him by. He's walking toward his army with a creepy, barefoot swagger, telling them all to go play. His massive legion of knights stands ready in the shadows. This is going to be a collision of two very different armies. Frey screams for them to go to war. His demonic face says it all. He's ready for a bloodbath, and he doesn't care who wins as long as it's fun. We're 2 weeks into this trek across the frozen wasteland. It's a lot of walking, a lot of snow, and absolutely zero cell service. Yu is finally starting to crack under the silence. He mentions the master hasn't said a single word for the last 14 days. Harrier just stares at the master, wondering how in the world a skeletal head just floats in the air like that. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Tor is putting the pieces together. He suspects the master is related to the warrior who recently died in the Spear Tower village. The timeline fits perfectly. The moment she was chased by knights and fled to that village overlaps exactly with the recent undead army incident. Tor recalls the fighting stance the master took earlier. It wasn't just random moves, it was a specific, refined style. It was the exact same stance as the hero. It's becoming clear that the master didn't just teach the student she learned from her, too. Back on the mountain, Harrier and Yu are having the heart-to-heart. They've decided the master isn't a bad person, just someone as desperate as they are. Tor is still writing his reports, playing the political game. He doesn't know why the master is heading north, but he's betting on her being the key to toppling the empire. He knows he needs local guides who can handle the terrain and keep up with the legend. Enter our duo, Harrier and Yu. Tor gives them their official assignments, Harrier as the shield warrior and Yu as the warrior vanguard. Tor is looking real smug about his plan. He's got a good feeling about this group, which usually means things are about to get complicated. Harrier isn't as confident as his boss, though. He's worried the master's actions are too unpredictable to rely on. Tor hands over the scrolls, basically sealing the deal. There's no turning back now. They're officially on the most dangerous road trip in history. He gives them a thumbs up and a smile, telling them he has a good feeling. Yeah, easy for you to say from your warm office, buddy. Harrier realizes they're approaching a specific landmark and asks the Undead Sea about that direction. The master stops and looks out over the horizon. She knows exactly where they are. She says yes, it's the Spear Tower village. Her voice is soft, filled with memories of a time when things were much simpler. Flashback time. We see a younger version of the hero, and she's got a paper bag over the master's head. Classic. She gives her a big thumbs up, proud of her handiwork. The master just stands there, looking like a very confused groceries delivery. They used to run through the streets of the village like this. Two weirdos just enjoying a sunny afternoon before the world went to hell. The hero does a peace sign while the innkeeper watches from the doorway. Life was good, loud, and full of color. They spent their days hanging out at the local tavern. The hero was basically the village's favorite little troublemaker. She even played darts with the locals, showing off that precision she'd eventually use on the battlefield. She hits the bullseye every single time. The crowd goes wild. This kid was a natural-born winner from day one. The tavern was always packed and full of life. It's a stark contrast to the quiet, frozen world the master is walking through now. The master, still in her baghead, was just happy to be part of her world. It was a simple, beautiful life. Present day. The tavern sign is broken and swinging in the wind. The silence is deafening. The targets are still on the wall, but they're dusty and forgotten. Nobody's played a game here in a long time. The inside is a total wreck. Tables are overturned, and the floor is covered in debris. It's the skeleton of a place that used to have a soul. Looking at this place is a total vibe killer. Seeing a spot that used to be so full of life turned into a ruin just hits different. The master walks through the empty room. Every step she takes is a reminder of what she's lost. She sits down at the bar, alone in the dark. She's just waiting, hoping for a ghost of the past to appear. She bangs her fist on the counter. Suddenly, a voice comes from the back, saying their inn closed a long time ago. It's the innkeeper. She's older now, scarred and looking just as tired as the rest of the world. She recognizes the master immediately. She's shocked to see her after all these years, asking how she knew. She never thought the baghead would actually return. The master holds up a glass. The innkeeper mentions she used to hear stories about the little kid who worked there as a teacher, the hero. She takes a massive chug from a bottle. She's clearly been through some things since the last time they spoke. She says the name of the booze is Dione. She's talking like a woman who's drunk more than her fair share of it. It's a cheap drink that means new beginnings, a bit ironic considering they're sitting in the ruins of a village. She reveals that the hero left this specific drink for her master before she headed out on her final journey. It was a message. The innkeeper explains that it's customary for adventurers to drink this together before starting a journey. It's a wish for safety. But it's been a long time since anyone bought a round of Dione. The optimism that used to fuel this village is long gone. She says there are no more adventurers left in this village, just ghosts and people waiting for the end. The master looks out over the burning world in her mind. She understands why people rose up, but knows their methods are only causing more pain. She thinks about the hero as a child. She knows she would have wanted a world that was a little brighter than the one they have now. She taps her fingers on the bar, talking to her student spirit. She mourns the choices she was forced to make, saying she wouldn't have wanted this. She looks at her old diary. She wanted her to have a life full of wonder, not one defined by blood and revenge. The innkeeper hands over some items the hero left behind. These are the last pieces of her student she has left. She says the hero asked her to pass it on, a final gift from a student to her master. It's enough to make even a skeleton feel something. She remembers her student reading about adventure, gathering colleagues and saving people, a fairy tale story about defeating evil. That was the dream she lived for. She wanted the legendary experience of the Red Jade adventurers. She hoped to have a fairy tale-like adventure like that one day. She looks so happy in the memory, unaware of the tragedy waiting for her. The master stares at the bar in silence, saying she wanted to leave with her. Her hand trembles on the counter. The word adventure feels like a cruel joke now. She realizes that revenge blinds everyone, even the wise. She's been making the same mistake, blinded by her own fury. She takes one last look at the tavern and thanks the innkeeper for the drink. She stands up and heads for the door. The innkeeper asks where she's going now. She's moving with a new sense of purpose. The innkeeper calls out, asking if she's starting a new beginning. The master doesn't answer. She just keeps walking into the snow. In her mind, she sees her student one last time. She wanted to leave the darkness behind and see the world with her master. Not for revenge, but for an adventure. She's finally honoring the dream her student actually had. We see the map of her route. She's heading deeper into the mountains, following the path her student laid out for her. The real journey starts now. Master finally steps out of the tavern, looking like she just finished a very long lunch break. Harrier and Moran have been waiting outside. The group decides to take the normal route from here on out. Harrier is already back to his favorite hobby, mocking Moran for being incompetent. Harrier notices something different about the skeleton today. He says her vibe has changed, and it's making him a little nervous. Back at the office, Guildmaster Tor is still clutching those scrolls. He's putting a lot of faith in this weird trio to bring down the Empire. Tor admits he has a good eye for people, but even he knows this is a massive gamble. He's counting on the unpredictable nature of our master to stir things up. Harrier and Moran try to keep up with the master as they head into the wild. They're about to get a crash course in Ancient Warrior 101. Time for a quick lore drop on the adventurer ranking system. There are 10 ranks, from the bottom to the literal superhumans at the top. The pyramid goes from Earth rank all the way up to Diamond rank. Most people never even get close to the upper tiers. The higher your rank, the more money you make. Standard RPG logic. Most adventurers plateau around rank 7, called Topaz, which is the wall of the higher tiers. If you manage to break past Topaz, you're officially a superhuman. At that point, you're basically a walking nuke that the Empire keeps a close eye on. Rank 8 and above, usually solo uncharted regions or become war maniacs on the front lines. They're the people who turn the tide of battles just by showing up. Generals in the Imperial Army are usually ranked in these upper tiers. They're the elite of the elite, and they don't play fair. A lower-tier adventurer handles goblins and basic pests. It's not glamorous work, but someone's got to do it. Harrier leads the way, explaining the grind to our master. He's taking his job as a guide very seriously for once. Middle-tier guys like Topaz handle the big stuff, like giants. This is where the real teamwork comes in. Miran lunges forward, showing off some of that Topaz-level speed. He might be a goofball, but he can definitely hold his own. Harrier looks back, making sure the master is paying attention to his lecture. He mentions the things that come lastly. He points toward the truly legendary threats, the things that require a diamond rank hero to even consider fighting. Higher tiers take on dragons and ancient beasts. These 3 creatures must have been high-level threats before someone turned them into rugs. Harrier asks if they're even listening. Master just stares back with those empty sockets, probably thinking about dinner. Harrier and Moran reveal they are both 5th-tier Topaz rank. For the current era, that's pretty impressive, but to the master, it probably sounds like being an intern. Master casually mentions she was a ruby rank back in her day. Moran and Harrier just stare, wondering if she's finally gone senile. Harrier tries to remember if he saw Ruby in a history book or a fairy tale. Moran is not buying it for a second. He looks at her like she just claimed to be the inventor of oxygen. Moran loses it and starts laughing hysterically. He tells her that Ruby rank only exists in bedtime stories and that she's a funny person. The laughter stops real quick when a giant purple demon foot slams into the ground right next to them. Master is done talking. Master asks about her undead army with a terrifying aura. The ground is shaking and the air just got a lot colder. Miran's face goes completely pale. He was just mocking a legend, and now he's realizing the legend can step on him like a bug. A massive, shadowy beast towers over the group. Master casually reminds them she can do this too. The guides are on the ground begging for mercy. They're screaming for her to put them away. The disrespect has been thoroughly addressed. Master dissipates the summons, leaving the two adventurers shaking. She calls them scaredy cats. She really loves rubbing it in. She tells them for a northerner, they've got the guts of a flea. Master is feeling smug now, and honestly, she earned it. She takes a moment to remember her old squad from 120 years ago. They were a real team, unlike these two Topaz amateurs. The memory of her and the young hero standing in the mist. That was her real adventure, before everything turned to ash. A close-up of the hero's smiling face. That's what Master is fighting for, the memory of a girl who just wanted a fairy tale. Master catches herself smiling. Well, as much as a skull can. She asks why they're specifically heading to the northern mountains. Harrier explains that the area is crawling with monsters. Master explains her new goal. She needs a human army because her undead are useless against the Empire's new barriers. She recalls the bearded guy, Ishur Soma, who vaporized her entire army with a single barrier. That moment clearly wounded her pride. She asks if it's really possible to stop an entire legion with just a barrier. Moran explains that it wasn't just any barrier. That barrier was crafted by a legendary wizard to stop undead waves. Its power is phenomenal, especially since it was used on the front lines of the Demon King's domain. Master realizes she needs living allies to bypass the anti-undead tech. Since she's useless on her own, she'll need a human army to overthrow the Empire. Her new plan, make the northern people her allies. She's going to turn the outcasts of the world into her personal strike force. Harrier thinks she's insane. The Northerners are famous for being fur-covered beasts who hate everyone. He asks if she means those insane fur-covered beasts. Master admits her original plan was just to take the Emperor's head and be done with it. A simple solution for a complex problem. But her disciple talked her out of it. She realized that just killing people isn't enough. She needs to rebuild the Empire properly. Moran looks at her with a new sense of respect. He's starting to realize the Master isn't just a vengeful ghost, she's a revolutionary. Master decides the topic is getting too heavy. She changes the subject and calls them out for being cowards who ran away from the Great Hunt. Harrier and Moran look like they just got hit with a bucket of ice water. She's calling out their deepest shame, and she's not being subtle about it. She says they have a long way to go, so she'll cut them some slack. Master is ready to start their training, and it looks like it's going to be brutal. Harrier is sweating bullets. He knows that whenever the Master starts acting nice, something terrible is about to happen. Master turns around, a dark purple aura beginning to flare up. She says there's so much to do ahead, so they should just go. She says that from now on, she'll carry out a little game. She summons a massive beast and tells the boys to run, giving them 10 seconds. Moran and Harrier are paralyzed with fear. They scream about not provoking her. Too late, the clock is ticking. Harrier takes off like a shot. He knows the Master isn't joking. Moran is still standing there, questioning his life choices. Master starts the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 1. Wait, did she just skip the middle? That's definitely cheating. Time's up. Master looms over them, looking absolutely terrifying. The game has officially begun, and the prize is survival. The monster lunges. Harrier is screaming for his life as he realizes the training montage just turned into a horror movie. Master watches the chaos with a cold, skeletal gaze. She's not being cruel. She's making sure they're strong enough to survive what's coming. She thinks about the little one, the hero, and everyone she lost. This is her way of honoring their memory, by not losing anyone else. She clutches her chest, saying that though they've vanished, she still keeps their memory there, a weight that bones shouldn't have to carry. She laughs at her clueless disciples as they flee for their lives. She never wanted students again, but here she is. She's personally training them so they don't become diseases among humans. Harsh, but that's Master's love for you. She says this time, she won't get lost. She watches them struggle against the monster, her resolve hardening with every second. She vows to protect them until the end, so she can continue to live on as herself. She's finally found a reason to exist in this new era. In the distance, a massive cloud of dust rises from the forest. Something big is moving, and it's heading their way. Master stares at the horizon, saying she won't be lonely, unaware that she's being watched by a very dangerous predator. A hand comes into focus, framing the distant battle in a finger circle. Someone is scouting them out from the peaks. It's Frey. The red-haired psycho villain has finally caught up. He says he's found her. The real trouble just arrived. The massive purple summon is absolutely rampaging through the forest. Harrier is running for his life, realizing his guide skills didn't prepare him for a kaiju fight. A massive shockwave rips through the clearing as the beast slams its fist down. Harrier barely dodges, but the impact sends dirt and debris flying everywhere. Harrier is having a total breakdown, screaming that he's really going to die. His survival instincts are telling him to find a new career path. My man really thought he was just going to be a mountain guide for a nice skeleton lady. Life comes at you fast when you're being hunted by a demon. The monster isn't letting up, stomping through the woods with enough force to cause mini earthquakes. Harrier is just a tiny speck in comparison. A giant foot crashes down right behind Harrier. He's panicking so hard he's probably forgotten how to breathe at this point. Harrier looks up and spots a new figure standing on a cliffside. A red-haired warrior is watching the chaos with a manic grin, and she looks way too happy about the destruction. The red-haired girl is casually standing next to the summon. It's clear she's the one pulling the strings behind this purple powerhouse. The skeleton master jumps onto the beast's back, trying to regain control. It's a high-stakes rodeo, and the master is looking to shut the show down. The master and the red-haired girl clash in a high-speed blur. Sparks fly as their blades meet for the first time in this snowy wasteland. The girl greets her, her face terrifyingly close. She's got those pitch-black eyes and jagged teeth that scream, "I haven't slept in 3 days and I love murder." The master stares right back, unimpressed by the creepy smile. It's a literal battle of the death glares. The master clenches her fist, ready to show this intruder why you don't mess with a ruby rank veteran. Master unleashes a tornado-style attack, spinning with insane force. The red-haired girl is caught right in the center of the magical whirlwind. She screams axis-crushing dragonbone smash, bringing the hammer down and creating a crater that probably changed the local geography. Miran is watching from a safe distance, looking absolutely stunned. He shouts for Mr. Skull, clearly not realizing the master is a lady. The master stands tall as the smoke clears. She asks why she was ambushed by someone she doesn't know, calling her rude. The red-haired girl laughs it off, looking relatively unscathed. She asks who the master is, her voice dripping with sadistic curiosity. She steps out of the smoke, posing with a massive, jagged blade. She says it's a pleasure to meet the Phantom of Speartop Village, and that her name is Frey. Oh great, another named villain with a cool title and a giant sword. This is exactly what the group needed during their mountain hike. She officially introduces herself as one of the Empire's 4 knights, Frey of War. Yeah, because Frey of Peace would have been way too boring for her. The master remembers the bearded man, Escher Soma, mentioning these elite knights before. Looks like the real heavy hitters are finally showing up. Frey is satisfied that her greeting was received. She says that means she can fight her now and tells her to be ready. She's way too excited for this. Frey lunges forward with incredible speed. She's not just strong, she's agile enough to dance around a skeletal master. A massive boom echoes through the mountains as their powers collide. The force is enough to send a shockwave through the surrounding forest. They're locked in a high-speed exchange, blades clashing so fast they're almost invisible. Frey is giggling like this is the best date she's ever been on. Master pulls off some mid-air acrobatics to dodge a lethal swipe. Being a skeleton really helps with that whole no lungs, unlimited stamina thing. Frey slams her sword down, creating another huge crater. This girl treats the environment like it's made of wet cardboard. Master counterattacks with a flurry of strikes. She's using her bizarre joint movements to hit Frey from angles that would break a normal human's arms. Master lands a solid kick, sending Frey skidding backward. Frey mutters that she's an incredibly weird bastard. Master clenches her jaw. Even with her skills, this knight is proving to be a serious handful. Frey comments that fighting the master is like fighting something that isn't even human. While Frey, looking at the skull, I'd say you're a regular detective. Master's joints are clicking and popping as she repositions. It's an unsettling sight even for a battle-hardened knight like Frey. Master lands a series of heavy punches, really testing the durability of Frey's armor. She's not holding back anything now. Frey swings her massive sword in a wide arc. The wind pressure alone is enough to uproot some of the smaller trees. The two fighters are deadlocked, neither one gaining the upper hand. The forest is being systematically dismantled as they move through it. Frey stomps her foot, anchoring herself to the ground. She's preparing for a finishing move that looks like it could split the mountain. Frey is already getting bored. She calls this a disappointment and says the fight itself is utterly dull. This girl's attention span for murder is shockingly short. She asks if Harrier and Miran are the reason the master is distracted. She offers to bury them right along with her just to clear up the schedule. The master's aura turns cold at the thought of them killing her. You can threaten her, but threatening her subordinates is a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Frey can feel the relentless effort behind it. She says the master is indeed a strong one, with that battle instinct and unnatural reach. Master creates a blinding flash of white light. It's the ultimate flashbang, and Frey is standing right at ground zero. The Master says her poor eyesight is her fatal flaw, and she's taking full advantage of the distraction. Frey is bleeding from her eyes, blinded by the magical light. She grunts in frustration. She finally looks like she's in real trouble. Master screams for Moran to give her the sword and run. She's not trying to win a fair fight anymore. She's trying to get her team out of there. A massive red explosion of smoke fills the entire mountain range. It's a smokescreen of epic proportions. Everyone is coughing and wheezing in the thick, pungent fog. This isn't just smoke, it's a biological hazard. The group escapes on the back of the giant summon, sailing over the treetops while the smoke clears behind them. Master explains the recipe. Packed Tehran chilies, soaked in blasting smoke, and powdered turtle shell. She jokes about giving them a written recipe. Master really just pepper sprayed a general of the Empire. This skeleton is the definition of work smarter, not harder. Muran is still worried. He says if that really is one of the 4 knights, not even an army would be enough. He knows they're just delaying the inevitable. The Master admits he's right. At this rate, she doesn't think she could stop that either. The reality of the power gap is starting to set in. They cross the boundary markers of the forest. The plan is to lose her in the deep mountains where tracking becomes impossible. Master tells them to be as noisy as they can. That's the way to escape. She's using every trick in the book to confuse Frey's heightened senses. Harrier looks back, and his heart drops. He says they should check. Frey caught up instantly. She's surfing on a wave of red energy, looking more pissed off than ever. She screams at them to run for their life. Master drops into a northern-style stance. She knows she can't run anymore. She has to stand her ground. Frey counters with her spiral style. The air is practically humming with the pressure of their combined killing intent. Their ultimate moves, giant expenditure twist, and mad dog slaughter tragedy clash in a blinding explosion of red and purple energy. The impact is so massive, it looks like a small sun just exploded on the side of the mountain. A massive mushroom cloud of debris rises from the forest. This fight is starting to look like an environmental disaster. Frey is still talking, sounding way too calm. She's listing off all the weird stuff she's seen today, hulking monsters, smoke bombs, and a skeleton with bizarre sword techniques. She says it's getting interesting and asks if the Master has more. She's having the time of her life. Close up on Frey's manic eye. She's completely unhinged and loving every second of this game. Harrier throws a handful of dirt in her face, shouting about all the dust she's kicking up. Bold strategy, Harrier. Frey is genuinely offended, asking how he dares soil a lady's clothes and calling him a villain. She really has a skewed perspective on who the villain is here. The group keeps running, tossing insults back at her. Master is joining in now, mocking her glorious veteran look. The psychological warfare is real. Master asks why she isn't calling on her army. She's trying to figure out why Frey is soloing them instead of using her troops. Master is analyzing Frey during the chase. She's disappointed, saying she looks strong, but something's off. Frey looks back at Harrier and Muran, considering them like annoying bugs that she might just squash for fun. A creepy, glowing red eye fills the panel. Frey's killing intent is reaching a fever pitch. She's about to get serious. Frey is suddenly right on top of them. She asks what they're doing getting this close to the enemy. Frey is blushing and drooling, looking absolutely demented. She says she wants to crush her head. This girl needs therapy and a jail cell, ASAP. Frey slams her sword down with enough force to shatter the earth. She's not just attacking anymore. She's trying to erase them from existence. Wait, she just triggered a trap. Several arrows hit her mid-swing. Frey grunts, finally starting to bleed. The group enters a dense thicket of trees riddled with arrows. The Master explains that Frey has just entered the mother mountain of the northern tribes. The map shows them moving deep into the Ben-Lyra trade route. They're leading her into the heart of their home territory. The real battle is about to begin. Frey is getting peppered with arrows, and she barely seems to care. She just lets out a grunt, like it's a minor inconvenience instead of a lethal ambush. The Master stands tall, purple energy flaring as she introduces this place. This isn't just any forest, it's the sacred ground of the northern tribes. This is the northern mountain range itself. The scale of this territory is massive, and you can tell these mountains have seen their fair share of blood. Frey gets that twisted, jagged-toothed grin on her face. She's finally realized that she's been baited into a trap, and honestly, she's loving it. She casually pulls an arrow out of her own neck like it's a splinter. This woman is genuinely built different. Normal humans don't just shrug that off. Frey lets out a manic laugh that echoes through the trees. She's ready for the next round, and she doesn't care how many traps the Master has set. She mocks the Master, calling the ambush a ridiculous trick. To a war maniac like Frey, if it isn't a direct sword clash, it doesn't count. The Master just sits down and tells her to go ahead and try to convince the tribes. She's got all the time in the world to watch Frey fail. Close up on that terrifying face. Frey is hyped for what she calls the most fun war of all. This lady is a walking red flag. She says she's counting on the Master, still using the wrong pronouns. The Master is way too tired to correct her again. is this chick actually crazy? She's surrounded by an entire tribe of warriors and she's treating it like a playground. Moran and Dohaniryu rush over to the master, relieved that she's safe. Harrier isn't as touchy-feely. He's looking at the master with serious suspicion, wondering who or what this skeleton actually is. The master looks back at the guides, realizing she almost forgot they were even there. Her social skills are definitely a bit rusty. The northern warriors start shouting down from the trees, thanking the group for the help. The hospitality in the north involves a lot of shouting. Master is about to introduce herself when another arrow thuds into the tree right next to her head. Someone's got a very itchy trigger finger. A hooded archer is lurking in the branches, letting out a creepy laugh. He doesn't seem very impressed by the talking bag of bones. This dude is actually talking about cutting off the master's head to use it as a drinking cup. The northern tribes don't do friendly first impressions. The master sighs, recognizing these guys as the real trouble. She remembers these damn guys. The warriors are closing in from the cliffs. They look like they're ready to turn our trio into a permanent part of the mountain landscape. The master gives the only logical order, RUN. When a dozen angry mountain men want your head for a bowl, you don't stay for tea. A buff woman with glowing red eyes and a spear jumps into the path, shouting that she's found the intruders. She looks way too excited for this hunt. Arrows start raining down like hail. Harrier and the others are weaving through the shots, barely keeping their skins intact. Harrier is panicking, reminding the master that she supposedly had a deal with these people. She says she did, about 100 years ago. Actually, maybe mentioning your old friends' names is a bad idea when those friends are long dead and you're now a walking corpse. The master decides that being fugitives means their names are probably on a most wanted list somewhere, and that would backfire. Harrier gets pinned down by a volley of arrows landing right in front of his feet. These tribesmen have some terrifyingly good aim. The master decides she's had enough running. She turns around to face the pursuers, ready to use her legendary name to end this nonsense. A massive hand reaches out from the shadows, shouting for them not to move. The master shouts out her name, Edward Benrira, requesting an audience with the chief. She's finally pulling the "Do you know who I am?" card. A red-haired guy steps forward, looking completely skeptical. He's the first one to actually stop and listen, even if he thinks it's a trick. What a relief. The master thinks the problem is solved just because she said her name. Oh, you sweet summer skeleton. Clang. Fast forward and the master is staring through the bars of a very sturdy cage. So much for that legendary name. Discount. Harrier and Dohaniryu are locked in with her, looking absolutely miserable. Harrier sarcastically thanks her for the great communication that landed him in jail. Harrier is giving the master the biggest "I told you so" look in history. The master just stands there, probably wishing she could blush. Harrier is literally fuming in the corner. He's starting to think that following a skeleton into the mountains was a lapse in judgment. The master tries to defend herself, saying she was from the village, just a very, very long time ago. Like, before the guy guarding them was even born. Harrier is shouting that this is a damn emergency. He's not built for jail time, and he's making sure everyone knows it. We get a look at the Red Lamb village. It's a rugged, snowy settlement that looks like it was built specifically to keep intruders out. The master is deep in thought. She's hoping that if the chief actually sees her, he might recognize the old successor of the northern school. Harrier is having a full-blown meltdown in the background. The plan was to escort her to the entrance and leave, not become permanent residents of a dungeon. The master bangs her head against the bars in frustration. Even an undead warrior has her limits. The guard just stares at her like she's a particularly noisy exhibit at the zoo. He just calls her an undead. The disrespect is bottomless. We get a wide shot of the village square. It looks like a great place for a public execution or a very intense conversation. The guards lead the three of them out in chains. The master is taking it surprisingly well, but Harrier looks like he's ready to cry. Master is chained to a massive wooden post. She looks around and sighs, realizing that in over a century, nothing in this village has changed. They're in the center of a huge stone arena. A voice booms out, asking if she's the undead they've been talking about. Meet Red Biden, the chief of the Red Lamb. This guy is built like a brick wall and has the personality to match. Biden's eye narrows with pure disdain. He's not interested in stories, he's interested in why a walking pile of bones is trespassing. Harrier and Dohaniryu are trying to explain themselves, but Biden isn't listening to losers who can't even be called northerners. The master tries one more time to be polite, telling the chief to free her first so they can talk. Biden isn't having it. To him, pretending to be from the village is a serious crime, and he's ready to enforce the law with his bare hands. He continues to insult Harrier and Moran, calling them cowards. He's really pushing all the wrong buttons today. The master's patience officially runs out. She clenches her fists, and the wood of the post starts to splinter under the pressure. Boom. She shatters the post and the chains in one explosive motion. The rigid customs of the village are about to meet a ruby rank reality check. Red Biden's jaw drops. He didn't expect the prisoner to just delete her restraints like that. He stands up, tossing his cloak aside. He says that's enough, and he'll handle this personally. That son of a skull has a talent for pissing people off. Master's eye glows a fierce pink. She's more than ready for a personal demonstration of her skills. Biden lunges forward with a speed that belies his massive size. This isn't just a chief, he's a high-tier warrior. He slams a massive axe down right where the master was standing a split second ago. The stone floor of the arena just got a new canyon. Biden screams that he'll tear her to pieces. He's in full berserker mode now, swinging for the fences. The axe strike was so powerful, it's still vibrating in the ground. Biden is a physical powerhouse, no doubt about it. The master is a blur of gray and purple, dancing around the heavy swings with ease. She's making the chief look slow. While dodging, she casually snaps her own handcuffs. It's the ultimate flex, breaking your bonds mid-fight like they're made of paper. Dohanryu warns Harrier that it's getting dangerous. Harrier is just stunned that she broke the cuffs on purpose just to prove a point. Master tells her companions to step back. This isn't their fight anymore. She's about to give the chief a private lesson in combat. Biden lets out a roar and charges again. He's throwing everything he has into this next attack. He starts swinging dual axes in a whirlwind of steel. It's a blender of death strategy, and it's usually very effective. Another massive impact shatters the arena floor. The dust cloud is so thick you can barely see the fighters anymore. Dohanryu is watching with wide eyes. He's never seen anyone stand up to the chief like this before. The master is dodging between the axe blades like she's moved through a gentle breeze. Her northern style is clearly superior. She's analyzing his power, noting his attacks are like cannonballs, and looking for the inevitable opening in his reckless offense. She parries a heavy blow with her forearm, and the impact sends a shockwave through the air. She didn't even flinch. The two of them are locked in a struggle, face to skull. It's an incredibly tense standoff. Master finds her opening and delivers a lightning-fast counter. Biden is caught completely off guard by the sudden shift in momentum. She shouts that she's returning them all, using Biden's own momentum against him and amplifying her strike with his own force. Biden is sent flying across the arena, letting out a pained scream. The crowd is going dead silent. The master doesn't let up. She's on him in an instant, raining down a flurry of strikes that look like purple lightning. She lands a series of devastating blows from above. Biden is being systematically dismantled by a master of the craft. Biden tries to swing his axe one last time, but his movements are sluggish and desperate now. He's losing his grip. He misses completely, burying his axe in the stone again. He's wide open, and the master isn't going to miss her chance. The sound of the master's teeth is the only thing Biden hears as she looms over him, asking if that's all he's got. She delivers a thunderous punch right to Biden's chest. It's the kind of hit that stops a heart, or at least cracks a few ribs. Close up on Biden's eye as the realization of his defeat sets in. Master says no, her voice cold and final. Biden is blown back with incredible force, skipping across the arena floor like a stone on a lake. It's a total wipeout. The master's eye glow intensifies. She's standing in the middle of the rubble, looking every bit like the legend she claimed to be. Biden tries to grab her arm, but she just stares at him, saying, of course, because there's nothing left but bone. She delivers a brutal headbutt that sounds like two boulders colliding. That's definitely going to leave a mark. A heavy kick sends Biden reeling. She's lecturing him while she beats him, saying the dead must not try to walk alongside the living. Savage. Biden is on his hands and knees, struggling to find his breath. He's quoting the old laws back at her, saying the dead simply turn into dust. Master looms over him, her shadow covering the defeated chief. She's about to drop some ancient wisdom on this modern warrior. Biden looks up in horror. He can't believe he's been beaten this badly in his own arena, in front of his own people. He realizes his body won't move. Master has precisely targeted his pressure points during the chaos. He wonders when she did it. She's correcting his understanding of the tribe's philosophy. The dead simply turn into dust and crumble, and the living must remember them and move forward. She admits she's heard those words endlessly, but to her, something about Biden's application of them is fundamentally wrong. She asks why he, who is alive, is on his knees, while she, who is dead, walks with certainty. That's some peak philosophical burn right there. She asks why he can't take a single step. While she advances toward him, she's proved that her resolve is stronger than his entire village's traditions. The master stands over him with her glowing sword, looking like the literal incarnation of death. The arena is silent as a grave. Biden finally accepts the truth. He's been overwhelmingly surpassed. Fighting the master felt exactly like training with his own teacher when he was a kid. He admits his total defeat and asks what she wants. He's finally ready to listen, now that he's been thoroughly put in his place. She tells him to gather all the chiefs of the northern village because they'll attack the empire. She isn't here for apologies, she's here to recruit an army. Biden lets out a dry laugh. He calls her dreams big and agrees that the convocation meeting will open soon. A glowing tribal mark appears on Biden's forehead. He says he'll summon her to the great assembly of the northern village. It's official. The master has her invitation. The master stands with her two guides, looking at the chief. The terms have been set, but trust is still a very long way off. The master mentions Harrier's mansion, and both Harrier and Dohaniryu look like they just saw another ghost. Biden is confused too. He asks the master if she knew where she was going when she entered the Red Lamb territory. Harrier just starts laughing to himself. It's a nervous, "my secret is out" kind of laugh that usually precedes a major reveal. We get a shot of a massive, ornate northern mansion. The contrast with the rest of the village is striking. Biden drops the bombshell. Harrier's real name is actually Swordhawker Harrier. Looks like our guide has been hiding a very prestigious past. Harrier explains that his tribe is a sister tribe to the Red Lamb. He's not just a guide, he's part of the northern nobility. He is the next chief of the White Liontail tribe. This explains why he's so competent. He's been trained for leadership his whole life. He shouts his real name. He's still chained up, which makes the grand reveal a little less dignified than it could have been. The map shows them at the Red Lamb village, right on the edge of the mountains. The road to the Empire just got a lot more interesting. TOB continued. Red Lamb tribal territory is huge, but look at that. Harrier's got a whole mountainside mansion tucked away. Talk about having some serious family money. It's a massive, sturdy wooden build. Master is clearly ready for some indoor plumbing and a roof over her head, telling them to go in. Skeleton Master is acting all fancy, saying it's shocking to see the sweaty adventurer walk so elegantly. Harrier is not in the mood for jokes right now. He dropped his fancy name the day he left and wants nothing to do with the heavy ties of this house. Muran isn't vibing either, saying this place is really uncomfortable. She heads off to her room, leaving Master and Harrier to deal with the awkward homecoming. Muran looks back and notices Harrier has totally changed, saying he's like someone else. Master agrees, the dude is acting way too formal. Say hello to Van's son, the caretaker of the mansion. He looks like a guy who's seen enough winter to last 10 lifetimes, but he's still sharp as a tack. Master introduces herself as Benrira. Van's son ignores the fact he's talking to a skeleton and immediately asks how Moran has been doing. Moran gives a half-hearted wave, saying she's okay, more or less. Small talk is clearly not her specialty. Lore time. Moran was the gardener's daughter. She spent her childhood tending to the mansion's flower beds with her father. She might have acted like Harrier's friend, but given the tribal structure, she was technically still a servant. Class systems are a headache. Master wants the full tea on their history. Van's son confirms that Harrier is indeed the next chief, and he was only staying with the Red Lamb temporarily to study. Flashback to the training days. Harrier is out here fighting actual dragons to be acknowledged as a warrior, no pressure or anything. He wasn't just swinging a sword, he was learning the weight of leadership. Being chief isn't all fancy cloaks, you have to be the pillar of the tribe. The North is a brutal environment. Constant territorial wars with Imperial Knights meant Harrier had to study and fight diligently every single day. But then the shock from the Great Hunt's repeated failures hit. 4 years ago, Harrier went into hiding with Moran, leaving his destiny behind. One by one, the other servants bailed and went back to the White Liontail tribe. Van's son was the only one left to tend the empty halls. Master asks the obvious question, why did he stay behind? The dedication of this old guy is honestly next level. Van's son just gives this knowing, bushy-bearded smile. He's got that veteran loyalty that you just don't see much these days. He never stopped believing Harrier and Moran would return. He kept the house ready for the day his master came home. It turns out the whole tribe has been holding out hope for him this entire time. Harrier's secret identity is common knowledge among the people. Master finds Moran out in the garden and asks what she's doing. It's a nice change of pace from all the talk about war. Old habits die hard. Moran's family were the gardeners here for generations, so she's back to tending the beds. Muran admits she ran away with Harrier because she knew he'd make a fine chief. She was protecting the future, even if it meant becoming a fugitive. She offers to tell a bit of an old story. She gets into the origin of how a gardener's daughter and a chief's son became inseparable. Back when they were kids, Moran's dad, Posam, brought her to the mansion to greet the chief. This is where it all started. Meet the former chief, Hawker Ryman Russ. Dude looks like he could wrestle a polar bear and win without breaking a sweat. He welcomed them to the White Liontail's land, saying it must be the will of their mother mountain that they have come here. He tells them to live there and become part of the family. True northern hospitality, helping those who have nowhere else to go. Pulsame is overwhelmed with gratitude, while little Harrier is in the background looking slightly confused about his new guest. The chief tells Harrier to show Moran around the territory. Harrier looks like he just got assigned extra homework. The village looks cozy and quiet under the snow. It's the perfect backdrop for a childhood friendship to start blooming. Little Harrier is trying to act all mature and formal, introducing himself. Moran is already onto him. She's got that mischievous look in her eyes that we all know and love. Pranked. Moran hands him a stick with something special on it. Harrier screams that it's northern goat dung. Harrier is absolutely traumatized, while Moran just cackles in the background, introducing herself. Harrier tries to play the "I outrank you" card, typical kid logic. If you lose the prank, try to flex your family title. Harrier is all flustered, but Moran isn't intimidated by his status at all. Rank? She couldn't care less about that stuff. She asks if that's more important than having fun together. Moran's got her priorities straight, and Harrier doesn't have a comeback. Harrier is totally speechless. He's never met anyone his age who didn't care about his position as the chief's son. Moran asks if he's a dummy while giving him a little blush. Yep, the childhood crush has officially been unlocked. They start spending every waking moment together. Harrier helping her up the mountain paths like a little gentleman in training. They're out here riding giant boars and living their best lives. This is peak northern childhood before things got serious. Harrier is running through the fields, probably losing yet another race to Moran. The boy never stands a chance. Moran is practicing with a stick, already showing the raw talent that would make her a warrior later in life. The older tribe members tease them, but they don't care. They were a team against everything the world threw at them. Moran drops another peace sign while Harrier just looks shocked by her energy. She always knew how to keep him guessing. Fast forward a bit. They're training together. Harrier realizes that Moran doesn't worship or flatter him like everyone else in the tribe does. To her, he wasn't the future chief. He was just Harrier. And for him, that was the most important thing in the world. He says it was a first. Harrier's actually blushing here. Peak wholesome content right in the middle of a story about death and war. A few years later, the comfy childhood days are starting to fade into the background as reality sets in. They're lying in the grass, and Harrier is starting to feel the crushing weight of his destiny. He's not sure he's ready. He asks Moran if she thinks he can actually become like his legendary parents. The self-doubt is real. He's worried about having to leave for the Red Lamb tribe to study, but Moran is his rock, telling him not to worry. She says the White Lion Tail believes in him. Moran's smile is the only motivation he needs to keep moving forward. Transition back to the present. The mountains look as cold and unforgiving as ever, just like the task ahead of them. Flashback again, Harrier finally meets Red Baidan for training. This is where the real grind begins. Biden looks terrifyingly intense. He says he'll teach him everything so he can do his duty. If a chief loses in battle, he can't speak for the tribe. Biden is teaching him that weakness is a death sentence for his people. Harrier is out here hauling massive stones up mountain cliffs. My back hurts just looking at this panel. Strategy time. Biden slams a chess piece down on the table, shouting for him to use his head. You gotta be smart to lead a tribe of warriors. Strategic maps and endless lectures. Harrier is being groomed to be a master tactician, whether he likes it or not. The library is massive, 2,250 volumes of laws, history, and monster data. Harrier has to master every single one of them. The dude is literally drowning in paperwork. Biden is a total slave driver when it comes to education, telling him to master it all. Bloodstains on the pages. The training wasn't just mental, it was brutal on every single level imaginable. Harrier is completely exhausted, bleeding from his nose and ears. This is way more than any kid should have to endure. He wonders if he can really do it. The pressure is finally starting to break him. Even a white lion has his breaking point. He thinks of Moran. She's the only thing keeping him from giving up and walking away from it all. Surrounded by scrolls, Harrier vows to stay strong. But man, look at that pile. It's absolutely never-ending. 1 year into the training, and Harrier is still grinding away at the Red Lamb territory. The days are blurring together. Back at the mansion, Moran and Von Sun are waiting for news. They haven't heard from him in far too long. A mysterious hooded messenger arrives in the middle of a blizzard. You just know this isn't a social visit. A flower pot shatters on the ground. That's never a good omen in any story. Something just went horribly wrong. Moran rushes out to meet the messenger. The look on her face says she's already expecting the worst possible news. She hears the report, and it's a total game changer for the future of the entire tribe. The news is that Harrier had run away. The future chief just pulled the ultimate vanishing act. We're diving into some backstory lore. The legend says gathering comrades is the only way to defeat the Demon King. Standard RPG plot. An old man with a long white beard and a pipe is telling this tale to a young Harrier. This is where the dreams of glory first started taking root. Little Harrier looks so bright-eyed and determined. He's holding that story close to his heart, probably imagining himself as the next legendary hero. Flashback to the former chiefs. Harrier's mother was a powerhouse, standing tall with her shield and sword, protecting the tribe. The entire tribe looked up to her with pure respect. She wasn't just a leader, she was the heart and soul of the White Lion Tail. Now look at Harrier back then. He was grinding every single day, trying to live up to that massive legacy. The effort is there, but he looks like he's carrying a heavy burden. He says he wanted to be like them. He was betting his entire life on the tip of his sword, hoping that one day he'd finally be enough. But then, everything shattered. The great hunt was a disaster, and all that was left was a broken boy standing alone in the snow. Back to the night Harrier ran away. The blizzard was absolutely raging, making it the worst possible time for a midnight stroll. Van Sun is trying to talk sense into Moran. He tells her even the toughest warriors are staying back in this weather. Moran has her gear packed and ready to go. She doesn't care about the danger. She can't just let Harrier disappear into the storm. She bolts out the door into the freezing night. Van Sun is shouting for her to come back, but she's already gone. That's some serious dedication. Moran whispers that she knows. She's fully aware of how foolish this is, but she's doing it anyway. Close up on the white lion tail emblem on her back. She's carrying the honor of her tribe while she searches for their runaway prince. The scale of these mountains is terrifying. She's just a tiny dot in an endless sea of white, battling against the freezing wind. She's shivering and exhausted, but she won't stop. She's following a trail that only she could find in this mess. She calls out his name, her voice barely a whisper against the wind. She's at her limit, but she keeps pushing. The storm is clearing up, revealing the northern adventurers' village. She finally made it to civilization, but her mission is far from over. She enters a local tavern, looking for any sign of her friend. The place looks a bit rough around the edges, perfect for a fugitive to hide. Wait, is that Harrier? He's sitting at the bar, chugging down a bottle of booze like he's trying to forget he even exists. Moran stands in the doorway, looking absolutely done with his nonsense. Harrier looks back, probably thinking he's seeing a hallucination. Harrier looks rough. Red eyes, messy hair, and a face that says, "I've given up on life." This is a far cry from the boy who wanted to be a hero. Moran tells him she found him, calling him an idiot. She isn't pulling any punches. She traveled through a blizzard for this. The tension in the room is thick. Moran stares him down, demanding to know why he abandoned everything and everyone. Harrier tries to play it cool. He says it just didn't suit him, and that he realized he has no talent and even less qualification. Talk about a major ego crash. He looks down, unable to meet her eyes. He's completely convinced that he's a failure, and nothing Moran says is going to change that. A wide shot at the two of them. The distance between them feels like miles, even though they're only a few feet apart. Harrier takes another massive swig from the bottle. He's trying to drown his sorrows, but it's clearly not working. Moran loses it. She grabs him by the collar and starts screaming, reminding him that he's the one who wanted to be the greatest chieftain of all. Harrier looks back at her with these dead, hollow eyes. He tells her his mentor was the one who said he was unfit. That's a low blow from a teacher. He explains that once is an experience, twice is a mistake. By the fourth time he failed the Great Hunt exam, it was just pure incompetence. The empty bottle rolls on the floor. It's a perfect metaphor for his current state, drained and useless. He says he lacks the instincts needed for battle, and isn't gifted in magic either. He's listing all his weaknesses like he's reading a grocery list of failure. He claims he has no remarkable skills and isn't some brilliant strategist who can make up for it. He's completely hit rock bottom. He's slumped over on the floor, looking like a total wreck. Moran is just watching him, probably wondering how to fix someone who's this broken. He tells her he's been told he's unfit to be a warrior at least 1,000 times. That kind of negativity really sticks with a person. He's being defensive, telling her she wouldn't know because she's never stood in that spot before, claiming she can't understand the pressure. He imagines the spot where everyone looks at you with massive expectations, waiting for you to fail. He feels like he's falling, crushed by his own despair while ghostly hands pull him deeper into the dark. This is some heavy psychological imagery. Moran asks the big question, so that's why he ran away? She's not judging, but she's not letting him off the hook either. Harrier admits it's easier to breathe here. No mentor breathing down his neck, no tribesman treating him like a noble, just him and his misery. He calls himself a pathetic, drunk shield warrior, saying this is rock bottom for someone like him. He's actually embracing the loser tag now. Moran reaches out and puts a hand on his shoulder, asking if that's really the man he wanted to become. Harrier mumbles that he doesn't know. He's so lost he can't even remember what his original goals were. Close up on his eye. There's a tiny spark of something still left in there, but it's buried under layers of self-loathing. Moran looks at him with a mix of pity and determination. She knows the old Harrier is still in there somewhere. She just has to find him. 2 years later, life has moved on, and it looks like things are finally starting to settle into a new routine. A view of the northern adventurers' village during sunset. It's a peaceful scene, a big contrast to the storm from before. Harrier is checking out a request from Spear Tower Village. Apparently, that request has been coming in for years, and no one has taken it. Moran is there too, looking much more confident. They've been working as a duo, and it seems to be going well for them. Harrier clutches his shield. It's the same shield from his tribe, a constant reminder of where he came from. He tells Moran it's time to go. He might not be a chief, but he's still a warrior in his own way. Moran thinks Harrier seems brighter now, even if he's not quite like he used to be. It's progress, at least. She stayed by his side for 2 years, hoping time would heal the wounds. He never brings up the tribe anymore, which is a bit concerning. They head down into the village. Harrier is trying to blend in, but you can tell he still stands out among the regulars. The fact he still carries that shield means there's a chance he might change his mind one day. Moran is betting everything on that possibility. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking. Moran wonders if it's an earthquake. In this world, earthquakes are rarely just natural disasters. Muran spots our favorite skeleton master standing in the village square. Talk about a spark for a turning point. The legend of the skeleton messenger is about to begin. Things are about to get very interesting for our two runaways. Muran admits that it started as a simple escort mission, but meeting the master changed everything. She saw the old Harrier again. She comments that Harrier's ability isn't that of a shield warrior. It's more like the master's. That's a huge compliment. She's a bit of a musclehead, so she can't explain it well, but she knows talent when she sees it. Master casually mentions taking Harrier as a disciple. Moran is all for it, knowing Harrier has enough talent and spirit to succeed. She says he just had the wrong kind of mentor, and that's all. Moran is basically calling out Harrier's old teacher here. Savage. Master seems to agree, saying she thinks she knows what that kid needs right now. She's already got a training plan ready. Back at the mansion, Harrier is startled by a noise, asking who's there. He's always on edge in this house. A massive hand punches through the door. Someone's making a very dramatic entrance. Harrier is pinned to the wall, looking totally confused. The master really needs to learn about using the doorbell. Master's head is literally peeking through the hole in the door, telling him it's time to go train. Harrier is screaming for his life. Master just drags him out like a sack of potatoes, saying enough fooling around. She's clearly not taking no for an answer. Master tells him if he skips one day, he'll know. If he skips two, his enemies will know. That's one hell of a motivational speech. Harrier is terrified. He asks how she can make a murder threat sound so casual. He's finally realizing what he signed up for. Harrier is still whining about his tragic backstory. Master just tells him to shut it. Tough love is the only love in this training camp. Harrier is starting to suspect the master has super hearing, wondering how she even knew he was talking about his past. Master gives him a little pat on the head. She's not planning to teach as a joke. Harrier has officially piqued her interest. She tells him he's a smart little guy. Harrier just looks annoyed, but you can tell he's a bit flattered too. Moran is watching from the sidelines, giggling. She thinks smart kids are cute. She's really enjoying seeing Harrier get knocked down a peg. Harrier is lying on the ground, totally defeated. He's officially entered the acceptance phase of his new life. He lets out a long sigh. The training hasn't even properly started yet, and he's already exhausted. The scene shifts to a more serious tone. A large, wooden grave marker is standing in the snow. Escher Soma is standing in front of the grave, looking completely wrecked. He's apologizing to everyone he lost. He looks like he's about to break down. Even elite knights carry deep scars. He feels like he can't go to Valhalla because he's the only one who survived. That survivor's guilt is a heavy burden to carry. Suddenly, his eye narrows. He shouts that the damn wolves of the Empire are coming. The peace is officially over. Inside the mansion, things are still pretty tense. Biden is looking for Harrier, probably expecting him to be hiding under a table. Master is just lounging in the background like she owns the place. She casually mentions she's teaching Harrier a few things, so they should just start the meeting without him. Biden isn't having it, calling the idea of teaching Harrier absurd. To him, the kid is just a failure who couldn't handle real northern training. Master doesn't miss a beat. She tells Biden straight to his face that he simply doesn't have a good eye for people. Actually, maybe if you didn't treat your students like emotional punching bags, they wouldn't run away. Just a thought, Chief. She says he couldn't even recognize his incredible potential. Master's eye glows with a dangerous pink light. She's officially done with Biden's negative energy. Suddenly, the doors burst open with shouts for the chief. Moran and the master look over, sensing the vibe just shifted from awkward to urgent. Biden grunts, agreeing that the tribe is being way too noisy. He's clearly annoyed that his power trip was interrupted. The gatekeeper rushes in with a survivor from the coastal defense. This isn't a drill, the front line has been breached. The survivor collapses to his knees, begging Biden to order an attack. He can't even face his fallen comrades in Valhalla if they don't take revenge now. Biden stays cold, calculating the cost of an all-out war. He knows an immediate counterattack would result in enormous damage. He tells the defender to return to his post and fulfill his duties, saying it's best to avoid meaningless fights. Biden is playing the long game, even if it looks like cowardice. The survivor loses his mind, screaming that they're all going to die at the coast. The Empire's wolves aren't just coming, they're already here. Master watches the interaction silently. She's seeing the same cycle of despair repeating itself in this new era. Flashback to the coast. It was a total massacre. A massive Imperial force ambushed the defenders, and the scale was simply too humongous to counter. Countless veteran defenders were wiped out in the snow. It wasn't a battle, it was a one-sided slaughter that left almost no one alive. The survivor remembers calling out to his commander while being peppered with arrows. The hopelessness of that moment is etched into his face. Blood splatters across his vision as his allies fall around him. The Empire's efficiency is as terrifying as it is brutal. The survivor is haunted by the eyes of the men he left behind. He's stuck in that moment of failure. He's staring into space, completely broken by the trauma. The master recognizes that look all too well. The village graveyard is filled with hollow coffins because the bodies couldn't even be recovered. For a warrior, not being able to bury your brothers is the ultimate shame. Back in the present, Moran is talking to the master outside. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of upcoming war. Moran admits she's finally been accepted as a northern warrior. Master nods, saying she's seen for a while now that Moran has what it takes. Master lists her strengths, effort, brains, and most importantly, experience. But then she drops a bombshell. Moran pretended to fail the Great Hunt on purpose. Moran gets all flustered, saying the praise is making her feel weird. She's not used to being validated by a legendary skeleton. They pivot back to Harrier. Master notes that his fighting style is shackled by deep self-loathing and the shadow of his mother's legacy. If he could just cast that shadow off, he'd be more than enough. He has the potential, he just lacks the will of a warrior. Flashback to Tor Vinland at the guild, looking worried. He used to wonder how he could ever teach that specific will to a broken boy. He says it's the cruelest yet most essential lesson for a warrior. You can't be taught the will to fight. You have to experience the despair yourself. Master realizes her role is to pass advice from the past into this age. She's the bridge between the old legends and these new, struggling warriors. Master and Moran watch the village prepare. They know the peace is about to be shattered by a red-haired hurricane. Deep in the woods, a pack of imperial wolves is on the move. The invasion is gaining momentum, and they aren't stopping for anything. 7 days later, at the entrance to the northern mountains, the calm before the literal and metaphorical storm, we find Frey eating snow. Victor is trying to maintain some level of military discipline, but Frey is a lost cause. Imagine being a high-ranking officer and your general is out here snacking on frozen dirt. I'd be checking the help wanted ads too. Frey insists it's delicious and offers him some. She is genuinely the most unhinged person in this entire empire. Escher Soma, the ex-commander, shows up looking miserable. He insults Frey's group, calling them those stupid guys. Victor gets all defensive, claiming each of his men is worth 100. He even tries to make a joke about strawberry bingsu made of blood. These guys are all psychos. Frey asks Soma why he came looking for her. She wonders if he's finally after that fourth night title. Soma grunts that he doesn't have much free time. He's only here to deal with that necromancer bastard. The grudge is still very much alive. He asks why Frey is slacking off and hasn't sent her army into the mountains yet. He's tired of her games. Frey just gives him a creepy, close-up grin, asking why she should tell him. She knows that Soma is going to provide her with plenty of amusement. Soma looks at her with pure disgust. He calls her pathetic. He's a professional soldier, and Frey is just a high-functioning lunatic. Soma turns his back on her and walks away. He tells her not to wait. He's taking matters into his own hands. He orders his platoon to prepare for reconnaissance with minimal armament. They're heading deep into enemy territory. He shouts for them to head onward to the northern mountains. The Imperial horses thunder through the snow. The invasion has officially begun. Soma's face is half hidden by a dark mask. He tells the necromancer to wait, because he will make her pay for the face she ripped from him. He's out for blood. The Imperial camp is set up and looking formidable. They're carving a path through the north, leaving nothing but ash in their wake. Back at the Red Lamb village, Master asks what's wrong. The news is grim. Imperial forces have invaded the mountains in force. Biden notes that this isn't a standard raid or patrol. This is a deliberate, massive-scale invasion. A massive force is pouring in from the coast. They're trying to tear these mountains inside out and erase the tribes forever. Biden sent messengers to the other tribes, but they won't arrive in time. They're on their own for the initial wave. Biden's eye flares with a fierce light. He says, "Like it or not, this is war, you Empire bastards. The peaceful days are officially over." Master clenches her bony hand. She's not going to sit back and watch another village burn. She tells the Red Lamb to clear the way, because she's going in. Harrier and Moran look ready to follow their teacher into hell. Close up on an Imperial helmet. The gears of war are turning, and there's no stopping them now. The battlefield is absolute chaos. Steel clashing against steel, screams echoing through the valley. This is peak Manhwa combat. A northern warrior roars as he charges. These guys might be outnumbered, but they fight with a ferocity the Empire can't match. The melee is brutal. Axes against shields, spears against plate armor. It's a meat grinder in the middle of a blizzard. Master stands on a high peak, surveying the carnage. She calls the stench of blood unbearable. So it's come full circle to another battlefield. She remembers her time as a legendary general. She stood on countless fields of war, but this time it feels different. She says she won't run from her duty anymore. Now that she bears their hopes on her back, she stands here with a solemn heart. Master has finally found her resolve. The injured defender from earlier is trying to limp out of the medic tent. He refuses to just sit back and watch while his brothers die. He screams that if he just sits in the medic tent, he might as well already be dead. That's some true northern spirit right there. Master stops him, noting his crushed legs and telling him to calm down. She's not being mean, she's being realistic. She asks him a serious question. Does he dream of revenge for his comrades? She needs to know what's driving him. The defender denies it. He says they are the glorious shields of the Red Lamb, but as a shield, he hasn't fulfilled his duty. He screams that he does not seek vengeance, but is painfully ashamed for failing to complete his mission. He fights for honor, not just hate. Master asks if it's possible to remain honorable after what happened. Then she asks the unthinkable, what if we were to break their peace and call them back? The defender is shocked, asking what would happen if they woke those who have found rest. He argues that raising the dead isn't honorable, it's sorcery. The northern traditions are very strict about the sanctity of rest. Master clenches her fist. She's trying to convince him that there's a reason to wake those who have passed to finish the mission together. The defender slumps over his sword, exhausted and conflicted. He's caught between his beliefs and his desire to protect his tribe. The master looks up at the sky. She has a plan, but she needs the defender's permission to pull it off. She asks if he will lend her their flag for a moment. Master reaches out a bony hand. She's about to perform some high-level necromancy. The defender looks up with tears in his eyes. He's finally understanding that the master isn't just a monster, she's a chance for a miracle. He hands over the tattered tribal flag, shouting his approval. He's putting his trust in the one thing he was taught to fear. She offers her boundless admiration for his dedication and unleashes a massive wave of pink energy. The ground starts to glow with a holy-looking light. The Imperial Knights are blinded by the sudden radiance, asking what this light is. They've never seen anything like this before. The light is so intense, it's practically erasing the shadows. Even Soma is forced to cover his eyes. Aesir Soma looks up in pure shock. He senses a power that he thought was extinct. Master's voice booms across the battlefield. She tells the northern warriors to raise their heads. She looks like a literal deity of war right now. The light coalesces into a figure in ornate armor. She announces that the heroes have now returned from the realm of the dead. The summons has been sent out, and the dead are starting to listen. Master Skeleton isn't just raising mindless zombies, she's calling back the legendary Coastal Defense Force. Their tattered pink flag rises high above the snowy peaks, signaling a reunion that the Empire definitely didn't prepare for. The spirits are answering the call. Look at the sheer scale of this spectral army. Thousands of glowing warriors are lining up in the mist, ready to give the living one hell of a headache. Master Skeleton looks absolutely menacing as she commands the dead. She reminds them that the Mother Mountain they spent their lives protecting is being trampled. The purple aura is flaring up as the ground begins to tremble. This isn't just a summoning, it's an awakening of raw, vengeful power. One of the spectral commanders looks down at his hands as they solidify into bone. Master Skeleton tells them to set their rudeness aside. It's time to borrow their strength. The warriors of the north are rising, and even the Valkyries of Valhalla couldn't stop them from returning for this fight. They're coming back from the afterlife to kick some Imperial teeth in. The spirits are fully formed now, eyes glowing with a ghostly fire. The final mission for the Defense Force has officially been issued. A massive shockwave clears the snow as the spectral army begins its descent. The ground is shaking under the weight of a legion that doesn't breathe. The decree is simple. Before this night passes, complete the mission and find your rest again. It's a temporary contract with a very permanent ending. Master Skeleton stands before the Legion, her purple light illuminating the entire valley. The battlefield scales have been officially tipped. The surviving northern warrior can barely believe his eyes, tears streaming down his face. Seeing his fallen brothers return to fight is the ultimate emotional damage. The flag of the northern tribes is held high once more. They're dedicating their honor to this one final push to save their home. Spectral cavalry charges through the snow, horses and riders alike radiating that terrifying purple energy. The Empire's scouts are probably rethinking their career choices. Master Skeleton commands them to shout even louder when the enemies invade their territory. The dead are about to become the loudest things on this mountain. Close up on that skeletal face. Those glowing sockets show zero mercy. She's fully committed to leading this ghost army into the meat grinder. The indomitable shields are on the move. It's a literal wall of dead men charging into the Imperial ranks with zero fear of dying twice. Master Skeleton reaches out a hand, asking the spirits of the Mother Mountain to forgive the sin of summoning the departed. She knows this is taboo. Master Skeleton watches her work with a heavy heart. She's allowing the Coastal Defense Force one last chance to complete the mission they failed while alive. She looks over at Harrier, telling the kid that the battlefield is still a bit early for him. Master Skeleton is basically saying, stay back, let the pros handle this. But then she reconsiders, noting that sometimes advanced learning is essential. Harrier looks absolutely terrified while Moran stands ready by his side. The entire valley is glowing with purple energy as the two armies prepare to clash. Master Skeleton tells Harrier that this is the perfect ground to find his enlightenment. She points a bony finger at the carnage below, challenging Harrier to find the answer he should have given during the Great Hunt. This isn't a test, it's a site of slaughter. Harrier is sweating bullets, staring out at the chaos. He's starting to realize that being a hero involves a lot more blood than the storybooks mentioned. The Imperial Knights are getting absolutely swarmed by the spirits. It's a cold, dark place where human lives are being extinguished like candles in a storm. Master Skeleton leans in close, her blank sockets staring right into Harrier's soul. She asks if he can prove himself here. Harrier looks down, his resolve wavering. He's not sure if he can handle the weight of taking lives, even if it's for his home. Master Skeleton tells him to clear his head. War inherently requires embracing responsibility and curses, regardless of the circumstances. She places a hand on Harrier's head, grounding the kid. She tells him not to turn his eyes away from tragedy and sin. She explains that her role is to simply carry out this war, and Harrier must carry out his own role as a warrior of the North. It's time for the student to graduate. Harrier looks up with a new light in his eyes. He asks Master where she's going, but the skeleton is already moving toward a different target. A massive shockwave erupts as Master Skeleton moves to settle things with the monster, leading the Empire's charge. Frey is having the time of her life, blushing and giggling like a psycho while watching the undead army rise. She is genuinely the most unhinged general in history. The ground explodes as Harrier makes his move. The kid is finally jumping into the fray. Harrier leaps into the midst of life and death, glowing with a fierce yellow aura. Moran screams for him to go for it. He descends upon the Imperial ranks like a meteor. He's not the scaredy cat anymore. He's a legitimate threat now. Close up on Harrier's eyes behind the mask. He's fully locked in, ready to prove once and for all that he's a true warrior of the North. The Imperial mages are preparing to fire, their staffs glowing with blue mana. They're trying to set up a defensive line, but they're way too slow. The shield soldiers are lining up to the front, trying to create a phalanx. It looks good on paper, but Harrier is about to break their formation. Harrier lands right in the center of the enemy lines, daggers drawn. The blue magical barrier around the knights doesn't even slow him down. He's a total blur of motion, zipping between armored knights before they can even draw their swords. This isn't the style of a shield warrior. An Imperial Knight is frozen in shock, wondering about his jumping power. He didn't expect a northern tribesman to be an acrobat. Harrier lands a series of high-speed strikes. He's using his daggers to find the gaps in the plate armor with surgical precision. Harrier is moving like a demon, leaping off the heads of the knights to gain height. He's effectively soloing a whole squad right now. He carves through the front line, leaving a trail of blood in the snow. The knights are falling over themselves, trying to hit a target that's never there. Moran watches from the side, confused. He wonders why Harrier's movements are different without a shield. Master Skeleton narrates from the shadows. She points out Harrier's acrobatic-level flexibility and explosive muscle elasticity. The problem was that Harrier spent his whole life idolizing his mother, a legendary shield warrior. He tried to fight like her, which brought out none of his true power. A flashback to Harrier's mother in her prime. She was a powerhouse with a massive shield, but that style just didn't suit Harrier's biological build. Harrier's real ability is assumption and deception. He's built for one versus many combat as a close-quarters brawler. Harrier is absolutely cooking. He's deploying feint movements while throwing concealed daggers into the throats of the Imperial mages. One knight gets a dagger right through the helmet. Harrier isn't just fighting, he's executing a very precise dance of death. He stands over a pile of fallen knights, blood dripping from his blades. The Master Skeleton reveals the truth. Harrier is the same type as her, a rogue warrior dual-class variant. On the battlefield, Harrier realizes there's no room for fear. He's finally embracing the chaos and letting his instincts take over. He's moving through the melee with a calmness that's genuinely unsettling. The Imperial Knights are screaming in terror while he just looks bored. His silhouette stands tall against the snowy mountains. This is what a true northern warrior looks like when they stop trying to be someone else. Master Skeleton is caught off guard as Frey lunges at her. The crazy lady is moving even faster than before. She looks like a literal shadow with glowing eyes, her teeth bared in a demented grin. She's way too hyped for this fight. Master Skeleton manages to block a lethal swipe from her sword, but the impact sends her skidding. Frey mocks her for trying to play teacher. She charges again, screaming that if she keeps trying to protect the kids, she's going to die. She's definitely not a fan of wholesome mentoring. Master Skeleton grunts as she repositions. She's struggling to keep up with her raw, animalistic speed. They clash in a flurry of sparks and steel. The movements are so fast, they're creating visible shockwaves in the air. Frey lands a heavy blow, her massive blade glowing with red energy. She's systematically breaking through Master Skeleton's defense. She manages to grab Master Skeleton by the arm, her grip looking like it could crush bone. She shouts that she'll kill her first. Suddenly, Soma enters the chat. He's standing there looking edgy and dramatic as always, drawing his massive blade to join the fun. A massive impact cloud erupts as someone gets blasted into the snow. The battlefield is becoming a complete mess of high-tier fighters. Harrier looks over, noticing the shift in power and shouting for his master. He realizes his teacher is in serious trouble now that Soma has arrived. Soma's blade glows with a dark energy. He's obsessed with settling things with the necromancer once and for all. He unleashes a move called Wolf Cloud, sending out a wave of destructive mana that clears everything in its path. Harrier is forced to do some crazy mid-air backflips just to avoid being vaporized by the shockwave. The scale of this fight is getting absurd. He lands a heavy kick on an incoming knight to keep his momentum. He needs to get to Master Skeleton before Soma finishes her off. But then he gets intercepted. Someone lands a brutal hit on Harrier, sending him face first into the dirt, telling the bastard not to let his guard down. Moran is right there to catch him. Harrier thanks him. He's looking a bit rough, but he's still in the game. Moran looks worried, but Harrier just gives him a confident look. He mentions that Frey stole his prey, so he's feeling a little displeased. Soma stands in the middle of the carnage, his face half hidden by shadows. He is the ultimate brooding antagonist. Harrier and Moran stand together, facing down the ex-commander. Harrier notes that Soma's moves are actually quite similar to the skeleton's. Soma draws his sword, a creepy grin spreading across his face. He's glad Frey didn't defeat the skeleton because he wants the kill for himself. He calls them an appetizer before the meal. Soma's eyes glow with a murderous intent as he stares down the northern rookies. He challenges Harrier and Moran to come at him. He's treating them like a warm-up exercise. He enters his Dawn-style stance, his blade radiating a sharp red energy. The air around him is practically humming with killing intent. Harrier and Moran launch a coordinated wolf howl attack. They're moving in perfect sync, trying to overwhelm Soma with numbers and speed. Soma is genuinely surprised by their movements, asking what's with those movements and if they've changed as a person. Harrier tells him to get used to it, because they're going to be fighting as a combo from now on. He's finally found a sensation he's never felt before. He feels like his nerves are detailed from head to toe. Fear is fading away and only he can be felt. He's entering the flow state. Harrier is moving freely, dodging between Soma's slashes with centimeters to spare. He's officially leveled up mid-fight. Soma is getting annoyed, calling Harrier a little rat for scurrying around. He's starting to recall some shitty memories from his own past. Close up on Soma's angry face. He's losing his cool because he can't land a clean hit on a kid. The rage is building up in him, his face contorting into a mask of pure hatred. He's about to unleash something nasty. He unleashes a Doan-style flurry, his sword creating a web of red energy. He's trying to trap Harrier in a cage of slashes. Harrier manages to parry the first few strikes, but the pressure is massive. Soma is a legitimate beast on the battlefield. He notes that Soma can only use one technique per breath. He realizes now's his chance, looking for the opening. He shouts for Moran to make his move. They've been waiting for this exact moment to launch their counter-offensive. Moran swings his massive axe with everything he's got. He says okay, he's having fun now that the real battle has started. He yells for Harrier to go, using the momentum of his swing to launch Harrier forward like a human projectile. Harrier is a projectile of pure rage, closing the distance to Soma in a split second. This is the ultimate student combo move. But Soma just grins, revealing a set of jagged, animalistic teeth. He was baiting them the entire time. Harrier's eye goes wide as he realizes he messed up. He lets out an, oops, the trap has been sprung and he's right in the middle of it. Soma's breathing isn't finished yet. He's still got plenty of mana to spare for a finishing blow. He unleashes Wolf Hunt Howling, a massive red wolf head of energy that chomps down on Harrier. It's an absolute monster of an attack. Harrier is blasted backward, a massive spray of blood hitting the snow. He looks like he's taken a fatal blow. A quick flashback to childhood Moran. She always loved stories of northern warriors. She wonders why she can't remember them well. Little Harrier and Moran used to play together, singing of the northern warriors. It's a bittersweet memory to have while you're potentially dying. Soma stands over the fallen Harrier, calling him arrogant. He warns Harrier not to go ahead of him. He pins Harrier to a stone pillar with his blade. It looks like game over for our favorite northern rookie. We're back in the freezing peaks, and the air is thick with pink magical residue. The battle between the Skeleton Master and Frey has completely transformed the landscape. Boom! A massive energy discharge rips through the permafrost, sending ice and dirt flying hundreds of feet into the air. This isn't just a duel, it's an environmental hazard. The two fighters are moving so fast, they're basically just beers of gray and red zipping across the slopes. It's like watching a high-stakes game of tag. Frey lunges forward with her massive, jagged slab of a sword. She's swinging that thing with enough force to split a mountain, but Master Skeleton is ready for it. They're locked in a frantic close-quarters exchange, blades sparking and grinding against each other. Frey's got that demented grin on her face. Master Skeleton manages to catch Frey's heavy overhead swing, but the impact is so great that the ground beneath her feet is starting to cave in. Another high-speed clash, and they're back at it. They're moving so fast that the motion lines are taking up half the panel. Frey is giggling as she zips around, her manic eyes tracking every one of the Master's movements. She's a force of nature, and she's just getting started. Master Skeleton counters with a swift strike from her smaller purple dagger. She's trying to find an opening in Frey's chaotic defense. Frey plants her foot firmly into the ground, her aura flaring up as she prepares her spiral-style technique. The ground literally starts to warp under the pressure. Master Skeleton realizes she stepped into a trap. Her bony face shows total shock as she senses the massive buildup of energy. A massive vertical pillar of white light erupts from the earth, called Axis of the Earth, Horizon Breaker. This isn't just an attack, it's a topographical reset button. Master Skeleton is caught right at the edge of the impact zone, and the sheer force is enough to send a grunt out of her ribs. She's sent flying backward, letting out an absolute scream as she tumbles through the air. Even a legendary veteran is feeling the sting of that one. Master Skeleton lands and stands back up, letting out a weary sigh as she dusts herself off. She's smoking a little, but her bones are still intact. Frey is standing casually on top of a fallen armored knight, looking down at Master Skeleton. She mocks her, asking if she actually took that hit on purpose. Master Skeleton holds her dagger across her chest, her gaze cold. Frey calls her out, asking why she didn't just dodge unless her comrades were behind her. Frey finds the whole concept of comrades hilarious, her face twisted in that trademark sadistic grin. She doesn't get why anyone would care about others. Master Skeleton points a bony finger right at her, telling her she spouts such nonsense so naturally. She should worry about her own comrades suffering at her feet. Frey looks genuinely confused for a second. She's so disconnected from reality she forgot she was standing on one of her own men. She looks down at the poor knight beneath her boots, a dismissive look on her face. She puts her full weight down. She says it's already a corpse, so it's not a comrade, just a lump of meat. Absolute psychopath behavior. Master Skeleton stays silent for a moment, then asks a question. She's noticed something about her fighting style that doesn't add up. She points out that even while fighting, she deliberately alternates using only one hand at a time. She even pulls her sword back when she uses her fist. She asks why she has two fists, but only uses them one by one. It's like something is constantly breaking her flow. Master Skeleton raises a finger as she breaks down her background based purely on her habits, experienced combat skills, a general's perspective on positioning. She notes her peculiar habit of reading the situation from the front, retreating while commanding, and possessing excellent individual martial prowess. She stares her down, her eye glowing purple. She concludes that if she has peculiar habits remaining from past party activities, she must be a rogue. Master Skeleton looks totally deadpan and says, unlike how she looks, she's pretty smart. She just gave her the ultimate backhanded compliment. Frey just laughs it off. She says it's interesting and that the master keeps worrying about them, noticing her eyes shifting to check on her students. She zips forward again, her red energy crackling. She asks if the master is a knight commander, a master those lackeys can't handle. A massive energy slash erupts in the distance as they continue their high-speed dance across the snow. Frey is suddenly right in Master Skeleton's face, her demonic eyes filling the panel. She asks if she wants to keep looking away. They clash again, the impact blowing back the snow. They're both pushing their limits, but Frey's chaotic energy is starting to overwhelm the master's refined techniques. A vertical trail of impacts goes up the mountain, accompanied by Frey's manic laughter echoing through the valley. Frey taunts her from above, asking what move she'll use this time and how she'll slip away. She thinks she's got her cornered. Master Skeleton counters with a nasty kick right to her leg, catching her off guard. Blood sprays from Frey's leg as the kick connects. That's definitely going to leave a mark, even on a war knight like her. Master Skeleton lands and stares her down, her daggers ready. She's not giving her a second to breathe. They're back in the thick of it, moving in a blur of gray and red. The snow is being systematically dismantled by their movements. Frey stands up, wiping the blood from her face. She's surprised at how fast she dodged, calling her a crazy bitch for counterattacking with a cut leg. Master Skeleton looks at her sword, analyzing the exchange. She thinks there are openings to attack, but the depth is shallow. She wishes it was her original sword. Frey mocks her, picking up on her hesitation. She calls her strange, saying her movement is full of holes. She stands casually with her massive sword over her shoulder, asking if the sword is too heavy and if swordsmanship is difficult for her. She continues to poke at her pride, asking why she cuts through others like tofu but keeps struggling when fighting her. Suddenly, Moran gets caught in a blast nearby, and Harrier's voice screams out for him. The master's attention instantly wavers. Frey is right above her, her demonic grin wider than ever. She cackles that she's looking away again. She's caught her in the one moment her defense was down. She lands a brutal punch right into the master's skeletal ribs. You can hear the bones stress through the screen. Master Skeleton is sent hurtling face first into the snow. That was a direct hit from a general rank warrior, and it looked painful. A massive explosion of snow and dust marks the spot where she landed. Frey is making sure there's nothing left to bury. Master Skeleton lies in the center of the crater, looking absolutely wrecked. Frey looms over her, calling her heartless. She looks out at the battlefield where hundreds are dying. She points out that the master doesn't give them a single glance. She leans in close, her red eyes filled with a terrifying vacancy. She calls her heartless for only looking straight at her own lackey. Close up on Master Skeleton's skull, she's staring back with those blank sockets, listening to her twisted logic. Her internal monologue is getting dark. She thinks that's the most relatable thing that crazy bitch has said. She's floating in a dark void surrounded by glowing eyes, being told she is heartless beyond measure for not even glancing at them. She sees the images of the dead soldiers on the ground, a voice asking why she could not save them. The guilt is bubbling over. The purple eyes in the darkness watch her, telling her not to mind, that it's not her fault, and to look over there. She sees the spectral warriors clashing. A voice explains they desire endlessly and do not hesitate to kill their own kind. A skeletal hand reaches out from the darkness, telling her to give up and accept it. The temptation to become a true monster is real. Master Skeleton stands in the snow, shadowed by a massive demonic figure. A voice says she picked up the sword for the world but was discarded and will now swing it against the world. Suddenly, a memory of her former student breaks through the dark. The hero asks what she's saying. We see a shot from the past, Master Skeleton and the hero standing in an empty courtyard. The contrast with the current battlefield is striking. Close up on the master's back, she's listening to her childhood logic. The young hero smiles warmly at her, asking if she knew how to say things like that, and if she's sorry that a war broke out in her hometown because of her. She dismisses her guilt immediately. She says it's obvious why she's laughing. She asks why it's her fault they invaded, they're just the bad guys. She lets out a bright laugh, telling her to forget about it. She reminds her that they are just warriors going to fight to protect, so she shouldn't apologize. Master Skeleton is speechless, stunned by her simple, unwavering faith. The hero asks about her expression, reminding her she's a warrior from the north. She gives her that big, goofy grin. She says it's simple. With the will of the North, they simply have to step onto the battlefield. Close up on her mouth as she says the word that changes everything for her. Back in the present, Master Skeleton's eye flares with a fierce pink light. She remembers the words, "S.O., don't blame yourself anymore." She's finally found her resolve. She charges forward with a massive overhead swing, her demonic sword glowing with an intense energy. She's not dodging anymore. She's taking the fight to fray. Master Skeleton stands ready with her twin daggers. She declares that she is also a northern warrior. She's officially done letting the past hold her back. The snow blows around her as she stands as a singular, indomitable force. She says that even if her comrades fall, there will be no hesitation in her steps. A wide shot of the sky clearing above the mountains. She's carrying the wishes of those who were crushed into dust and delivering them to the future. She plants her foot firmly on the rock. This is the will of the North. She's not just a messenger anymore. She's the undead embodiment of their home. A vision of the heroes of the past standing behind her. They are not alone. They are only strong when united. They chase the images of those heroes and stand on the battlefield. A final shot of the hero from her memories. A girl from a long, long time ago who started this whole journey. Frey drops from above, her sword held high, shouting that her muttering is disgusting. She's done with the philosophical monologue. She slams her sword down with a massive explosion of force. She's trying to crush her resolve through sheer physical violence. Close up on Master Skeleton's bandaged, bony hands. She's gripping her weapons with a new, terrifying level of focus. They're a blur of motion again, clashing in mid-air as they descend back toward the slopes. Frey's demonic eyes go wide in shock as blood sprays from her shoulder. Master Skeleton just landed a clean hit while she was in mid-swing. Master Skeleton is holding her sword, but something is different. It's split. She's literally divided the weapon to change her combat flow. Frey looks at the split blade, the realization hitting her. The Master asks why the flow keeps breaking. Master Skeleton zips forward in a whirlwind of pink energy, saying, "This is the answer." She's using both blades in a style she's never seen before. A blinding white flash fills the screen as she unleashes her true power. Attack name, Munting. Boar Crushing Slash. Frey is sent flying backward like a rag doll by the sheer force of the impact. She's tumbling through the air, letting out a pained grunt. Master Skeleton just proved she's still the top predator on this mountain. Frey looks absolutely demented as she laughs through the pain. She says just because she held one more sword, she thinks she can. A giant purple energy cross appears on the ground beneath her. Master Skeleton is preparing her ultimate technique. High-speed motion blurs fill the panel as she closes in for the finishing blow. She's moving so fast she's basically teleporting, hitting her from every angle simultaneously. A vertical trail of pink energy impacts marks the path of her attack. It's a complete and total destruction of her defense. Frey's inner thoughts are panicked as she struggles to track her, still in disbelief. Soma's eye narrows from the shadows, calling her a pitiful human. He's watching the fight with a cold, analytical gaze. A silhouette of Soma stands against the white snow. He calls her a knight of war who doesn't even know the pain of death. Close up on Soma's demonic red eye. He calls her arrogant, yet pitiable. He's clearly not impressed by Frey's performance. Frey jumps through the air with a roar, shouting not to look down on her. She's putting everything she has into one last desperate lunge. Master Skeleton lets out a shocked grunt as she senses a sudden shift in the energy. Frey lunges downward, her aura twisting into a demonic spiral style. Soma notes that the move is dangerous. Master Skeleton unleashes her absolute ultimate, Heaven Axis, Heaven and Earth Splitter. A massive dual-colored energy blast obliterates everything in its path. Master Skeleton's arm glows with a bright purple mana as she tells herself to recall it. She's pulling on every ounce of her legendary strength. Close up on her bony arm, she's forcing her skeletal form to recreate the power of a warrior's body. A memory of the hero flashes before her. She wants to be like the hero of the past. She channels the power of the one that cut down even the Demon King. A dark, terrifying energy flares around her. The aftermath of the blast is a blinding white void of pure energy. The soldiers on the battlefield stop in their tracks, staring up at the massive explosion on the mountain peaks. A wide shot from a distance shows the scale of the blast. A huge portion of the mountain has simply been erased. Master Skeleton stands tall among the rubble as the dust settles. The technique was Evil Annihilation Quake. It's a wrap for this round. The smoke from the Skeleton Master's ultimate attack is still clearing, but the mood on the mountain has shifted from epic to tragic. Harrier is cradling a blood-soaked Moran, his voice trembling as he tries to convince him everything is going to be okay. Close up on Harrier's eye, you can see the light fading as he realizes the gravity of the situation. He's repeating the same lies to himself. Moran is in a bad way, his chest a mess of deep gashes. He can barely let out a weak grunt while Harrier's hands are stained red trying to hold him together. He's coughing up an insane amount of blood, and you can tell his internal organs are shredded. This isn't just a flesh wound. Harrier is having a full-blown meltdown, begging Moran not to speak. He's frantically trying to stop the bleeding, but it's like trying to plug a dam with his fingers. He screams, "Damn it," at the sky, the sheer unfairness of it all finally breaking his spirit. A shadow looms over them as Soma approaches. Harrier is still on his knees, sobbing and pleading for Moran to stay with him. Soma's boot crunches in the snow. He looks down with zero empathy, mocking Harrier for squealing and whining like a brat on a battlefield. Soma looms over the grieving duo like a grim reaper, muttering about how pathetic he is. Soma coldly states that he's going to end this right now. Harrier just lets out a confused sound as he stares up through his tears. Suddenly, the sorrow in Harrier's eyes is replaced by a terrifying, murderous heat. He tells Soma he will absolutely kill him. He's officially entered the nothing left to lose phase. Soma's face contorts with rage. He doesn't like being threatened by someone he considers a bug. Harrier tries to scramble to his feet, but he's so weak he can barely move. Soma is just waiting for the perfect moment to squash him. Wait, Soma senses something. He snaps his head to the side as a familiar presence enters the chat. Close up on Harrier's face, covered in Moran's blood. He looks like a demon possessed by the spirit of vengeance. Soma delivers a brutal kick, calling them barbarians who don't even know true justice. He's really leaning into that imperial superiority complex. Soma swings his massive blade down for the finishing blow. It looks like it's game over for our favorite northern rookie. A massive blur of motion fills the panel as someone intercepts the strike at the last possible second. The impact creates a shockwave that clears the snow for meters around. The ground is literally crying out from the force. The smoke clears, and Soma is staring in disbelief. A familiar voice asks about the barbarians. A skeletal hand is casually holding Soma's giant blade. She asks that if they're barbarians, Master Skeleton is back, she says. Then he must be something like a monkey. Talk about a top-tier entrance line. Harrier looks up, his voice cracking as he calls for his master. The cavalry has finally arrived, and she's not happy. Master Skeleton lets out a burst of purple energy, knocking Soma back. The power gap between a general and a legend is starting to show. Soma is fuming, his red eyes glowing in the shadows. He screams for the skeleton. He's been waiting for this rematch. Master Skeleton doesn't even look at Soma. She tells Harrier to cool his head and stay calm. She's taking over the fight. She says she'll buy him some time. Master Skeleton stands tall, a wall of bone and resolve between her student and death. She points her purple glowing blade at Soma, her stance perfectly balanced, telling him to stay calm. Soma scoffs, noticing the master's distraction. He mocks her, saying her comrade died, yet she's so heartless. Soma's face is a mask of bloody arrogance. He thinks he's found the master's weakness. Master Skeleton just stares back with those blank sockets. Soma asks if she's already forgotten the hero bastard and found a new pet dog. A flashback to the carnage of the earlier battle. Master Skeleton recalls Frey asking if she felt pity for the dying Imperial soldiers. Master Skeleton admits that since they too have homes and families waiting for them, she says she did feel a little bit of guilt, a rare moment of humanity from a literal pile of bones. However, she says that is that and this is this. If she doesn't kill them, her comrades will die. Master Skeleton is a pragmatist to the end. Soma starts walking toward them, mocking the master for only having eyes for her lackey. He's repeating the psychological warfare, trying to break the master's focus. The two masters of war face off. Soma asks if it's quite heartless, with a sneer. Close up on Soma's profile, he's ready to tear this necromancer apart. Master Skeleton looks equally ready. The air between them is practically humming with killing intent. Master Skeleton clenches her fist, the purple fire in her sockets flaring up. She says, "Yeah, war is naturally." They clash in a blinding explosion of pink and white light. She says war is terribly heartless. Soma charges forward with a roar, shouting that he annihilates his enemies and protects his comrades. Master Skeleton parries with ease, her aura turning a deep, menacing purple. She says she won't hesitate anymore. Harrier is still on the ground, his world falling apart as he holds Moran's limp body. Master Skeleton's hand reaches out. She tells Harrier to decide too. She's demanding her student grow up right now. Purple fireballs are raining down in the background, showing the spectral army is still putting in work. Moran's face is pale, blood matted in his dark hair. He looks so small in the middle of this war. Harrier lets out a broken sob, screaming Moran's name. He's not ready for this. The fight between Soma and the Master is absolute chaos. Master Skeleton manages to shout that they need a medic, quickly. Moran weakly reaches up and touches Harrier's chest, telling him not to worry about him. He tells Harrier to go and help Skeleton. Even at the end, he's putting the mission first. His hand reaches out, searching for Harrier's one last time. It's a heartbreaking sight. Harrier clenches his fist so hard his knuckles turn white. The grief is turning into a cold, hard resolve. He stands up and leaves his side, heading toward the battle. Moran coughs up another mouthful of blood, his eyes fluttering shut. He's given him everything he had left. Harrier stands tall against the snowy backdrop. He knows Moran has a future, has a dream. He's finally found his will of a warrior. Moran's final thoughts are for him. He asks him to take care of the dream he wanted to walk towards with him and the Master. His hand falls into the snow. Go. The word hangs in the air, a final command from a fallen comrade. Harrier covers his eyes for a second, internalizing the pain before burying it deep inside. Moran is gone, leaving only a trail of tears and blood in the cold northern snow. Harrier picks up his shield and daggers, kneeling one last time. He's no longer the boy who ran away. He's the chief of the White Lion Tail. Master Skeleton prepares her next move, purple energy swirling around her blade. It's a northern-style hunting technique. Frosty Grand Brawl. Massive ice spikes erupt from the ground, trapping the Imperial troops. Soma is laughing like a maniac through the ice, saying the power of her techniques is getting weaker. The Master is getting pushed back by Soma's raw power. Soma taunts her, asking if she's afraid the kids will have a mental breakdown. Soma delivers a thunderous kick, aimed right at the Master's skull. Boom! Someone intercepts the kick. It's Harrier, blocking with his shield. He says Harrier will not break. Soma is genuinely surprised by the kid's sudden return, calling him stupid. He kicks again, claiming that baseless encouragement only destroys people. He really is the ultimate buzzkill. Master Skeleton counters Soma's philosophy with a loud bullshit as Harrier holds the line. She says it's not baseless encouragement, it's called hope. Master Skeleton and her student are finally standing as equals. They charge Soma together. It's a coordinated assault from the past and the future of the North. Master Skeleton is pushing her limits, wondering if the after effects of the fight with Frey are catching up to her. Soma swings his massive sword, aiming to cut both of them down in one sweep. Close up on Soma's manic red eye, he thinks he's caught them. A massive spray of blood. Soma's blade connects, but someone has sacrificed themselves to create an opening. It's Harrier! He caught the blade with his bare hand, blood spraying everywhere, just to keep Soma pinned. Harrier tackles Soma into the snow, refusing to let go despite his injuries. Harrier looks back at the Master, blood dripping from his mouth, thanking her for buying him time. Close up on Harrier's intense gaze. He says thanks to that, he's cooled his head sufficiently. He's absolutely locked in. Harrier stabs a dagger directly into Soma's chest. The sound of steel meeting flesh is deafening. Soma's face is a mask of pure shock and pain. He can't believe a brat actually landed a mortal blow. Soma manages to grab Harrier by the face, blood leaking from his own wounds. He calls him a rotten little brat. They're grappling in the snow, a desperate struggle for survival between two dying men. A spectral wolf spirit appears behind Harrier, amplifying his rage. He's switching players and will kill Soma. Master Skeleton watches with concern, calling out Harrier's name. Harrier's internal monologue is a tribute to Moran. He says he has so many things to apologize for. It's a flashback to the day they ran down from the mountain together. Moran was always the one leading the way. He remembers all the training, all the times he stayed by his side when he wanted to give up. He says he's always only had things to be grateful and sorry to him for. Harrier is finally admitting his feelings to his memory. A massive energy discharge erupts from their struggle, shaking the entire peak. Harrier's voice echoes through the valley as the blast settles. He's sorry. Harrier is getting pushed back by Soma, who is somehow still standing despite the dagger in his chest. Soma mocks him, calling out Moran's name just to twist the knife. Another massive impact in the snow. They're both at their absolute limits. Harrier's golden eye glows with a primal intensity. He charges one last time. Close up on the two combatants, eyes locked in a final, lethal exchange. He has to apologize over and over. Their blades clash for the final time. The force is enough to shatter the very air around them. A blinding white explosion covers the entire mountain range. Blood drops slowly hit the pristine white snow. It's over. They're standing face to face, frozen in time. Soma has a look of total confusion. Harrier has Soma's blade through his shoulder, but he's holding onto Soma's arm with a death grip, close up on their hands. Harrier isn't letting go until Soma is dead. Soma is coughing up blood, realizing he's been trapped. Soma looks down at the kid who outplayed him. He's staring into the face of his own defeat. Soma starts panicking, shouting for Harrier to let go. He's finally realized he's in a death spiral with a madman. Harrier looks up, blood covering his face, and calls out to Moran. Soma is baring his teeth in a final, animalistic roar of defiance. Harrier lets out an absolute soul-shattering scream. The roar echoes across the entire mountain range. It's the sound of a white lion finally finding its voice. Harrier twists his dagger deeper into Soma's chest. Blood sprays across the snow. Soma lets out a final grunt as his strength finally leaves him. Soma is blasted backward, his body skipping across the snow like a stone. He's done. Master Skeleton watches the scene in shock. Even she didn't expect the kid to go this hard. Soma is on one knee, bloodied and broken. Master Skeleton shouts for Harrier as the kid starts to collapse. Harrier is still standing, but he looks like a walking corpse. He's given everything to win this fight. Soma tries to stand up one more time, his face a mask of pure hatred. Suddenly, a purple energy spike pierces Soma from behind. Master Skeleton has intervened to end it. Soma's face is a complete wreck. He's lost everything. Soma screams, "Damn, Skeleton!" with his dying breath. Master Skeleton points her hand toward the peak. She's not interested in Soma anymore. She gives Harrier the signal for the final phase of the operation. A massive wall of snow and energy starts to rumble. The endgame has begun. Flashback to the strategy meeting. The entrance to the mountain range consists of a narrow path. The plan was always to lure the Imperial Army into a killing zone and trigger a massive avalanche. They would swiftly escape via the designated route and bury them alive in the snow. A simple, brutal tactic for a brutal war. Master Skeleton bellows to her troops to escape. She's trying to save as many of the tribes as possible. The Imperial Knights look up in terror as the mountain starts to fall on them. The first wave of snow hits the valley floor with the force of a nuclear bomb. Soma realizes the truth as the snow closes in. These bastards were luring them from the very beginning. Harrier stands on a high peak, looking down at the destruction. He says, "This is the end." Close up on Soma's terrified eye as the white void swallows him whole, Harrier prepares a final strike to seal the valley. It's a Northern-style hunting technique. A fleeting memory of Moran holding a bouquet of flowers. He looks so peaceful and happy. Harrier unleashes a massive flame dance attack that triggers the rest of the snowpack. The entire valley is engulfed in fire and snow. It's absolute devastation. Harrier looks down at the ruin he's created, blood dripping from his chin. He's won, but at what cost? A shot of Muron's flower bouquet lying in the snow. Harrier says goodbye to Muron. Harrier stands alone in the white void, looking like a ghost himself. Suddenly, a voice breaks through the silence, asking why the master is shouting like that. The smoke and snow start to clear, revealing the aftermath of the avalanche. Master Skeleton is frantically shouting for Harrier. She looks genuinely panicked. Harrier turns around, his golden eye glowing with a new, otherworldly light. The wind whistles through the empty valley. The Imperial Army has been completely erased. Master Skeleton looks toward the horizon, sensing something new approaching. A hand holding a glowing crystal ball appears. Someone asks why they have only started moving now. A new player has entered the game. The dust is finally settling on the northern mountains. The Empire sent 1,000 soldiers into this frozen hell and basically walked into a giant blender. 600 vanguard troops led by Soma and Frey got absolutely folded in the opening act. It turns out that elite gear doesn't matter much when you're fighting ghosts. The 400 guys in the back were waiting for an opening, but the only thing they found was a one-way trip to the graveyard. The northern defense didn't just win, they deleted the opposition. Chieftain Red Silk is standing over the wreckage, looking completely unimpressed. He thinks the Empire is foolish for starting a war when everyone should be focused on winter. He asks his companion if they agree, but they're too busy looking cool. He mutters that the invaders are beyond his understanding. The most embarrassing part for the Empire, those 400 soldiers were wiped out by just 2 northern chieftains. Imagine training your whole life just to be a statistic. The chieftain casually walks away, calling the Imperial elite the rabble. The disrespect is on a whole different level today. A blinding flash marks the final cleanup of the battlefield. The northern tribes aren't just winning, they're making a statement. The tribesmen are celebrating their victory, helping each other out of the blood-stained snow. They've protected their home, but the cost was high. The drums of victory echo across the peaks as they search for any survivors. The message is clear. If you come to the north looking for a fight, you're going to find an early grave. Master Skeleton is trudging through the fresh snow, her purple boots leaving a glowing trail. She's surveying the aftermath with a calm, analytical eye. She watches as the spectral army she summoned begins to dissipate into the wind. Their temporary return to the living world is officially over. The survivor, Hagita, watches his fallen brothers fade away, his face a mask of grief and awe. He's finally processing the miracle that just saved his tribe. Close up on Master Skeleton's sockets, you can almost feel the weight of 100 years of war in that gaze. She knows these goodbyes are never easy. The pink energy swirls around the remaining tribal warriors as the spirits return to their rest. It's a quiet, haunting moment of peace. Empty suits of armor clatter into the snow as the spectral bodies vanish. They've done their duty, and now they can finally sleep again. Master Skeleton explains that her usual necromancy is just moving dead weight. She admits that she normally doesn't have the power to bring back a soul, just the meat. She clarifies that corpses that swing weapons have no memory of their former lives, but these northern heroes were built different. They came back with their own will. She notes that those warriors were clearly different from mindless puppets. They stood with the living in the same glorious forms they had in life. Master Skeleton feels a genuine sense of gratitude toward the dead. She insists that they must be paid the proper respect for their sacrifice. Chieftain Red Silk approaches, looking as sturdy as the mountain itself. He calls out to the skeleton sir, ready to discuss the burial rites. He tells the master to stand down if she plans on moving the bodies. In the north, the customs for the fallen are a bit more rugged. He says to sleep upon the battlefield is their honor. He's basically saying that leaving them where they fell is the highest form of respect a warrior can get. Meanwhile, Harrier is on his knees in the snow, looking absolutely broken. A northern warrior is checking on him, but the wounds are more than just physical. A wide shot of the village shows the harsh reality of their lives. They live, fight, and die in this frozen wasteland, and it's made them harder than steel. Master Skeleton listens to the chieftain's words, her bony chin tucked into her cloak. She's internalizing the will of the north as she prepares for the next step. She stands on the edge of the cliff, a lone figure against the desaturated sky. She whispers that he's right, acknowledging the brutal honor of these people. Red Silk walks over to Harrier, his heavy boots crunching in the blood-stained snow. The kid is still mourning Moran, and the chieftain knows exactly how that feels. Harrier lets out a weak yes as he acknowledges his leader. He's lost his best friend and his childhood in a single night. The chieftain thanks him for standing at the foremost line and holding back the Empire's wolves. He admits that Harrier completed his mission splendidly. He goes a step further and apologizes for failing to recognize Harrier's strength. It's a huge moment of validation for the kid who spent years feeling like a failure. He asks Harrier what remains for him now that the battlefield has taken so much. It's the ultimate test of resolve. Harrier looks at his scarred hand, realizing he's received something far greater than what he lost. He's carrying the weight of Moran's dream now. He clenches his fist so hard it looks like it might snap. He says it's so heavy it almost crushes him, finally accepting his role as the new protector of his people. The remaining warriors start heading back to the village. The battle for the peaks is over, but the fire of rebellion is just starting to spread. Boom. The village erupts into a massive fireworks display. It's a complete 180 from the tragic mood on the mountain. The tribesmen are getting hammered and laughing about the carnage. They're telling stories about a guy named Vector who took down 10 men while a spear was stuck in his gut. Harrier is sitting in the tavern, looking totally out of place in his own home. He's staring into space while everyone else celebrates the festival-like funeral. He admits he's missed these wild celebrations. In the north, they don't do quiet mourning, they send their dead off with a bang. Down south, everyone just weeps and clings to mementos. But here, they party because death is a constant neighbor. Master Skeleton sits next to him, her blank face looking surprisingly gentle. She asks if Harrier knows why their funerals are so lavish. It's because they live so close to death every day. Sending a comrade off in tears and fear is considered way too sorrowful for a warrior. She says that is why Moran would want him to smile, not cry. Master is laying down some top-tier emotional support here. Harrier stays silent, the words hitting him right in the soul. It's a hard lesson to learn when the loss is still so fresh. He realizes that if he crumbles in tears, it would be a direct insult to Moran's memory. He would probably smack him on the head for being so weak. He says she's right, Moran would be angry with him. Harrier is finally starting to turn that grief into a reason to keep moving. He sees a vision of his ancestors, not only Moran, but everyone who raised him. The family that taught him and raised him. If he let regret and rage blind him, he knows they would be absolutely furious. He stands up, a new fire in his eyes. He has to carry their pride on his back now. Master Skeleton places a bony hand near Harrier's. She apologizes for not properly watching over Moran's last moments, showing she feels the guilt, too. Harrier looks at the party in the background, realizing he was afraid of losing himself, but Master's presence is grounding him. She tells him they must exist as themselves. Master Skeleton is a regular philosopher today. She's teaching Harrier that the mission doesn't have to erase the man. They have to keep moving forward for the sake of those who are watching over them from the afterlife. Master Skeleton grabs a drink, her skeletal form looking iconic in the tavern light, and for those beyond who have entrusted them with their dreams. She chooses to walk the thorn-covered path of a hero, instead of the easy life of a revenant. This skeleton is 100% about that hero life. She tells Harrier to smile because that's what Moran would want. She's literally cheering the kid up with skeletal logic. Harrier gives a small, tired smile. He's officially back in the game. He sits down to eat, realizing he needs to fill his belly first. Master Skeleton steps out for a bit of solo thinking. Harrier watches the master's back as she walks away. He's finally starting to see the sheer weight that those bony shoulders carry. He says only now does he truly see his master's state. Harrier is realizing that being a legend is a lonely, exhausting job. Master Skeleton's existence is precarious. At any moment, she could snap and return to the murderous fiend that the world first met. On that back, Harrier sees not only the hopes entrusted to her, but all the desires forced onto her by the living. It's a lot for a woman with no muscles. Harrier looks more determined than ever. He's not going to be a lackey anymore. He's going to be the support his master needs. Fast forward 2 days later, and the big tribal meeting is officially in session. The heavy hitters of the north have finally arrived. Chieftain Redsake is hosting. He mentions that while some tribes couldn't make it, the ones who did are absolute legends. Introduce Dugo Rexar of the Dawn Sky Tiger tribe. This guy looks like he walked straight out of a myth, and his armor is terrifying. Close up on Rexar's intense gaze. He's one of those guys who can probably kill you just by looking at you funny. Harrier is having a total fanboy moment. This is a tribe he's only ever seen in books. It's like meeting a celebrity, but the celebrity can split a mountain. Rexar's tribe has a lineage that goes back to ancient times. They are the OG warriors of the north, and they don't join just any war. The tribe's shaman steps forward. She has an item she was told to pass on specifically to the master. She flew all the way from Tiger territory just for this. She grabs Master Skeleton's hand, and the lord that resides in her body reacts instantly. Spooky possession vibes in the room. It's a purple charm with ancient runes. She says someday she will surely have need of it. A mysterious quest item? Standard RPG logic. The shaman calls her ancestor, and Master Skeleton just lets out a blink. The atmosphere just got incredibly thick. She asks what kind of past she lived to choose such a future. She's seeing right through her skeletal mask into the woman she used to be. Red Silk is totally lost. He asks what they're talking about. He really needs to read more history books like Harrier. The shaman just laughs at his ignorance. She's not interested in revealing the master's secrets to everyone just yet. The Dawn Sky Tiger tribe officially pledges their strength to the master's journey. They call her Edward Benrira, no messenger of bones. They know who she is. Red Silk confirms the big three. Dawn Sky Tiger, Red Sheep, and White Lion Mane are all in. The Northern Alliance is officially formed. The master turns her attention to the back of the room for the final matter. It's time to deal with the captives. It's Frey. The crazy red-haired knight is tied up in a straitjacket with a literal ball and chain. She still looks like she's having a great time, though. Master Skeleton looks down at her with her deadpan sockets. Frey greets her casually, way too casual for a prisoner. She asks to take part in her war as well. She wants to switch sides? This lady is 100% pure chaos. Inside the High Mountain Mansion, things just took a turn for the weird. Everyone is staring in disbelief after hearing Frey's sudden proposal. Master Skeleton is deep in thought, wondering what this red-haired lunatic is actually up to. She knows someone of Frey's caliber doesn't just get captured. Frey looks absolutely unhinged with that messy hair and creepy grin. He casually admits that he's defecting and let himself be caught just to join the Master's war. Harrier isn't having any of it and starts screaming at the top of his lungs. He warns the group that trusting a man like Frey is a one-way ticket to a shallow grave. He points out that Frey is a literal war criminal and one of the main reasons they're in this mess. Frey just sits there looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. Harrier explains Frey's twisted hobby. He supports colonial kingdoms just to watch them grow, then invades and wipes them out for fun. Dude isn't a knight. He's a professional arsonist. Frey just laughs it off, claiming the kingdoms he destroyed were just too weak anyway. Master Skeleton looks at him and accurately labels him a complete lunatic. Master Skeleton cuts through the noise and asks the only question that matters. Why would a war-hungry monster like him want to side with a ragtag rebellion? Frey leans back in his chains, looking totally relaxed. He gives a simple answer that perfectly matches his insane reputation: war. He mocks the Master's current forces, calling them a handful of undead and a few furballs from the north. He's clearly not impressed by the current roster. He points out that the Empire can just conscript regular citizens to create an army that would dwarf their small alliance. The numbers are definitely not in their favor. The Tiger Chieftain, Rexar, listens intently from the shadows. He's curious why someone who understands the Empire's power would choose the losing side. Frey's face is shrouded in a menacing red light as he gives his real reason. He thinks the Master's side looks far more entertaining than the Empire's. He explains that war stops being interesting once one side has an overwhelming advantage. He's basically looking for a challenge to satisfy his twisted cravings. To Frey, the battlefield is a storm called catharsis, where wills collide. He's talking about slaughter like it's a religious experience. Look at that demented grin. He's describing a bloody war as a symphony echoing through a theater. This guy is beyond saving. Harrier points at Frey, begging the chieftains to see that this man is a total psychopath. He's desperate to keep this monster away from their plans. Master Skeleton stays calm, addressing the prisoner directly. She's already making a decision that's going to make everyone very uncomfortable. Frey does a Yahoo jump while still in his straitjacket, looking way too hyped. Master Skeleton tells him to brace himself because he's about to be used as a mercenary. Red Silk slams his hand down, reminding the Master that Frey is their key prisoner. He's not ready to let the main instigator of the war walk free just yet. Master Skeleton points to her head, saying she knows this type of war-crazed madman well. She claims people like Frey don't actually care about the causes of war. She tells Harrier that while his anger is justified, he needs to keep a cool head. She's not asking for forgiveness, just for a tactical advantage. Master Skeleton clenches her bony fist, her tone turning cold. She tells Harrier that war isn't a heroic fairy tale, it's a dirty, desperate fight for survival. Harrier looks absolutely devastated, his face still stained with blood and dirt. He's realizing that the Master is willing to use monsters to defeat monsters. Master Skeleton asks if it bothers Harrier that they're using butchers as hired blades. She's challenging the kid's entire worldview. Rexar pipes up, agreeing that having one of the four knights as an asset is too good to pass up. In the North, utility often trumps morality. Master Skeleton states her goals clearly: protect her comrades and bring down the Empire. She's willing to pay any price to see it through. She says even if it were the power of a demon, she will wield it without hesitation. Now, that's a main character line if I'd ever heard one. She tells Harrier to remember this lesson if he ever becomes a chieftain. You can't lead people if you're blinded by your own feelings. The Master stands tall, embodying the seat of a commander. She's setting a standard that Harrier is struggling to meet. Harrier finally bows his head, admitting that he was being foolish. He's choosing to trust his Master's judgment over his own rage. Frey laughs at the exchange, noting that the Master sounds like a veteran of many wars. Master Skeleton just gives a cryptic response about her long history. We see a silhouette of the Master's past self as a powerful general. She spent an entire lifetime on the battlefield, and it shows. Red Silk and the others are still worried about Frey betraying them at the first opportunity. They're looking for a way to keep this unruly beast on a leash. The Sheep Chieftain asks for a guarantee. If they let this monster out of a cage, someone needs to be able to put him back in. Master Skeleton raises her hand, remembering something she heard from an ancient source. She's got a plan to handle the beasts. She whispers something to Frey that makes the red-haired psycho stop laughing. It looks like the Master has found Frey's literal off switch. Frey's eye goes wide in shock as the words sink in. For the first time, he looks genuinely threatened. Red Silk sighs and calls for a break. The meeting has been long and heavy, and everyone needs a minute to process the new alliance. The group disperses as the chieftain tells the Master he'll understand the plan when the time comes. The mansion feels a little quieter for a moment. The guards drag Frey back to the underground cells, under strict orders to keep a close eye on him. Even with the deal, no one is relaxing. Master Skeleton stands by a window, staring out at the snowy landscape. She's always looking toward the horizon, never resting for long. She seems lonely in her own mansion, a ghost of a woman who's now leading an entire army of the living. A mysterious woman with white hair watches her from a distance, asking if she at least got to talk. Old Banson is there too, telling the woman to stop saying pointless things. He's as grumpy and loyal as ever. He asks about that brat Harrier, still using the same nickname from when the kid was a toddler. The shaman sitting at the table reveals that Harrier has recently abandoned the shield and started training with a sword. The change in style is a big deal for the tribe. The woman smoking the pipe smiles. She says he takes after his father more than her. Wait, is this Harrier's mother? Banson looks at the weapon on the wall, his eyes showing a deep respect for the past. The shaman confirms it's the sword her husband used. She thinks Harrier originally picked up the shield just to blindly imitate her own fighting style. She regrets not speaking more with her child about their family's real history. The weight of her silence is clearly bothering her. A fleeting memory of Harrier and Moran running through the mansion halls. A simpler time before everything turned to ash. The shaman stares out the window, lost in her own thoughts about the future of her tribe and her son. Outside, the mansion stands tall against the winter storm. It's a bastion of hope in a world that's currently on fire. We see Moran's grave, covered in fresh flowers. The memory of the fallen warrior is still very much alive for those who remain. Harrier is walking alone in the forest, thinking about his master. He's amazed that the skeleton never seems to rest, always preparing for the next move. He feels painfully lacking compared to the legend he's following. The self-doubt is still there, despite his recent victories. He recalls his outburst at the meeting, frustrated that he let his emotions cloud his judgment. He wants to be a professional like the master. Harrier looks out over the valley, thinking about the dream Moran left with him. He's determined to fulfill it no matter the cost. He realizes that if he settles for anything less than Moran's dream, he doesn't deserve to be called a man of the North. His resolve is hardening. He makes a massive vow. He's going to become the High Chieftain who leads every single tribe in the Northern Mountains. Talk about ambitious. He looks down at his hands, promising to become worthy of the name Hawker before this war is over. Harrier kneels at the grave one last time. He tells Moran to wait for him a little longer. He's heading back into the fire. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him, using a title he hasn't used in years. Lady Harrier. Harrier turns around, his expression hardening as he faces the speaker. He looks like a completely different person than the runaway from the guild. It's Banson. The old butler has finally caught up to his master's child. Harrier looks surprised but relieved to see him. Banson hands over a wrapped object, explaining that the chieftain asked him to deliver it personally. Harrier's eyes widen in realization. It's the sword of his late father. It's a heavy heirloom that carries the legacy of a famed swordsman. Harrier holds the blade, feeling its weight. It's the final piece of his identity falling into place. Banson tells Harrier that he would surely pass the Great Hunt now. He sees the fire of a true leader in the kid's eyes. He predicts that Harrier's name will be carved into history as a great warrior of the North. It's a prophecy that feels earned. Banson notes that Harrier is about to head out on a journey with him, the skeleton master. The real adventure is about to start. He tells Harrier that he'll learn more traveling with a legendary general than he ever would staying at the mansion. It's a ringing endorsement. Banson does a cheeky V sign, telling Harrier to go and not worry about the Great Hunt for now. Waiting is what they're best at. Harrier is deeply moved, thanking his old friend for the support. He's finally ready to leave his past behind. He asks Banson to take care of the estate until he returns. Banson just scoffs and tells the brat to leave it to the professionals. Harrier asks where the master is now, since she's not at the training grounds. He's ready to report for duty. Harrier mentions the master said something about a meeting to decide their next destination. The plot is moving fast now. Back at the meeting hall, Red Silk is rubbing his temples. The discussion is clearly going in a direction he didn't expect. He mentions that what they're really lacking for a full-scale invasion is a navy, and, right on cue, a group of massive, buff purple dudes burst into the room, shouting about the Navy. These guys look like they bench press ships for breakfast. The sailors start flexing their oiled-up muscles in the middle of the hall. Master Skeleton just stands there looking completely bewildered. Red Silk introduces them as the Deep Blue Sea Tribe. They are the only northern people who can actually field a navy. A map shows the northern coastlines. These guys are known as sea ghosts and are tried and true veterans of ocean warfare. One of the buff sailors grabs Master Skeleton in a giant bear hug. He's loud, simple-minded, and way too friendly for a secret meeting. He promises to take the master anywhere. He even suggests letting his daughters stir the waters to get things moving. This tribe is built different. He's thrilled that the Deep Blue Sea Tribe is finally heading for the open ocean again. He's already planning the voyage. Master Skeleton looks like she's about to have a migraine if she had a brain. She apologizes, saying she'll be traveling by land. The buff sailor's world collapses instantly. Red Silk is laughing hysterically in the background while the master explains she has a specific stop to make. Rexar notes that since they have a specific destination, the next phase of the war has been decided. The Northern Alliance has a target. Harrier talks to Banson one last time. He explains they're heading for the town where the master's old sword was forged. He mentions that the street had no name in the past, but it's become legendary in the modern era. The final destination, the Street of Artisans. It's time to leave the ice and monsters for a world of fire and steel. To be continued. The dust has settled at the gate of Red Lamb Village. The chieftains are wrapping things up, promising to talk some sense into the other tribes. Chieftain Red Silk and Master Skeleton are sharing a final moment of mutual respect. They wish each other peace, which is ironic since they're planning a war. But before they head out, Red Silk calls out to Harrier. The kid stops in his tracks, looking back with a confused sound. The chieftain admits he's technically Harrier's former teacher, but he's acting more like a concerned dad right now. He wants to give Harrier one last piece of advice. He explains that even though the master is a legendary being from a mythical era, she's still human at heart. Under all those bones, she's someone who needs something to rely on. We get a glimpse into the master's internal chaos raging at the death of her student and turning into a literal demon of vengeance. She's carrying an insane amount of emotional baggage. Red Silk points out that a legend like that probably can't confide their true feelings to anyone. They're too busy being the hero to actually be a person. Harrier looks down, internalizing the weight of his master's loneliness. Red Silk tells him that a hero is someone who endures trials without losing themselves. Master Skeleton stands alone under the vast starry sky, looking like a tiny speck in the universe. The loneliness of being a hero is real. A close-up of a hand gripping a sword hilt. It's a symbol of the heavy burden the master has carried for over a century. Red Silk reminds Harrier that the master's first companions are already dust. It's up to the righteous ones currently by her side to stay there. Harrier lets out a determined, why, yes. He's not just a student anymore. He's officially the master's emotional support human. A beautiful title card shows the trio in a moment of peace before the war. Moran's most important dream. Man, that title still hits hard. And then there's Frey. This red-haired psycho is laughing through his gag, finding the whole hero talk absolutely hilarious. They're on the move through the forest, and Frey is waddling along in a full-body restraint cloak. She says she's sliding, treating a capture like a playground game. Master Skeleton tells her to stop whining. She reminds Frey that she moved just fine for days, so she can endure a little discomfort. Frey is out here singing songs about wanting war soon while wiggling around like a worm. Harrier is just staring at her, wondering how this lunatic is a high-ranking general. Close up on Harrier's eyes. He is definitely not feeling the let's take the psycho with us plan. The journey is some serious Discovery Channel stuff. They pass a giant, long-necked dinosaur just chilling in the forest. The group looks like a tiny adventuring party as they move through the massive, prehistoric-looking landscape. Wait, spoke too soon. A massive, purple, multi-eyed snake monster drops down to say hello. This isn't the hike, it's a suicide mission. They keep moving into the night, climbing through jagged peaks under a beautiful galaxy. At least the views are nice if you ignore the monsters. And of course, a giant red-eyed mountain bull tries to charge them. Master Skeleton is probably just annoyed at this point. Night falls, and they're still trudging through the wilderness. This is some serious endurance training for Harrier. Master Skeleton catches a rabbit for dinner, holding it up like a prize. Or bunny. Campfire time. Frey is still in her cloak, looking like a weird red burrito, while Harrier gets the gear ready. The fire is roaring, and for once, things seem peaceful. But you know a secret reveal is coming whenever it gets this quiet. Frey suddenly gets serious, asking where she heard the secret of our kids. She's referring to the dark past of the imperial noble houses. Master Skeleton stays calm, sitting by the fire. She asks Frey where she heard it, since she said it herself. The Skeleton Master looks away into the trees, asking why she's asking now after being quiet all this time. Harrier is off at the stream filling up water jugs, giving the two grown-ups some privacy for their dark talk. Master Skeleton admits she heard stories from an old friend, but she wasn't sure if they were true. She says she went to ask in person. She's talking about her final confrontation with Soma on the battlefield. A flashback to the snowy battlefield littered with dead soldiers. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of plot twist. We see a ghostly silhouette, likely Soma before his death, looking absolutely wrecked. The lore drop, to create a pretext for attacking rival families. Soma's mother was killed by his own father's hand, made to look like poisoning. Imperial politics are basically a horror movie. Master Skeleton points her sword at the dying Soma. She says her disciple was like that too, a necessary death in the end. Soma says he accepted it humbly, and she could not. His philosophy is basically, life is suffering, so why care? Close up on Soma's blood-streaked face. He looks totally broken, staring up at the skeleton who defeated him. Master Skeleton stands over him, her cloak billowing in the wind. The silence between them is deafening. Soma lets out a weak grunt as he realizes his time is up. Master Skeleton admits that at first she didn't understand him. She looks at the vision of Soma going mad over the death of his disciple and declaring war. She's finally seeing the parallel between them. A silhouette of Soma stands against a dark, thorny background. He was neither stupid nor ignorant. He was just broken. Soma claims Master Skeleton just needed a justification to live in this world again. He thinks her rage is just a mask for her loneliness. He says that despite no longer being a being of this world, she wanted to be part of it. He's really poking at the Master's existential crisis. Master Skeleton snaps. She shouts for him to shut up, saying the nonsense just doesn't stop. Master turns her back on the dying man, calling it absurd. She tells the Imperial lapdog to listen well. Just because she's quiet doesn't mean she's not angry. The Master is officially done being nice. She tells him that letting him live temporarily doesn't mean she's forgotten what he did. She says he will pay the price for harming two of her disciples, even in death. Soma lets out a final grunt, spitting blood into the snow. He's dying, but he's still got that defiant Imperial attitude. He laughs, mocking the idea of two disciples. He assumes Rexar the axe-wielder died too. Soma recalls Harrier's skill, the rune tattoos, and that instantaneous judgment. He actually admits the kid was impressive. He mocks the northern tribes for throwing their lives away for their comrades, calling them affectionate monkeys. A flashback to Harrier's golden eye glowing with power. Soma wondered why the kid got so much stronger. He thinks it was the grief of Moran's death. A bony hand reaches out from the shadows. Master Skeleton looks down at the bleeding man. He says everyone gets hurt. A shot of the victory fireworks. The contrast between the celebration and this execution is peak drama. Master Skeleton grabs Soma by the throat. She says she got hurt, and he did not. This is the clear difference between them. The purple aura flares up as she prepares to end it. She says she let him live as a warning, but that was her mistake. She says this time, she will finish it thoroughly. Back at the camp, Frey is stunned. She asks if he just obediently told her everything. Master Skeleton is casually butchering the rabbit with a kitchen knife. She says he explained quite well. Frey is suspicious, saying he's not the type to answer obediently. Master Skeleton holds up a bloody piece of rabbit, asking if that's so. A brief flash of the Master's terrifying face from the interrogation. She says she asked politely. The knife slices through the meat with a sharp sound. Flashback to the blood-sprayed battlefield. Yeah, I don't think polite means what Master thinks it means. Master Skeleton goes back to cooking like nothing happened. The duality of this woman is terrifying. Frey just stares into the fire and asks what happened then. The pot is bubbling away on the stove. Dinner is served. A silhouette of Master Skeleton cutting something or someone. Frey clears her throat. The mood is awkward as hell. Master Skeleton asks, what's so funny? Frey replies that she's just looking forward to it. Harrier is in the background, hauling a massive water barrel. Frey notes that Harrier probably thinks of the Master as a hero. Frey gets that creepy look again. Kill one, and you're a murderer. Kill 10,000, and you're called a hero. That's some deep villain logic. Frey says she really looks forward to seeing when her disciple will realize this. She's just waiting for Harrier's inevitable fall from grace. Master Skeleton stays quiet. Frey says she'll be watching from the side, right to the end. The Master just says, fine. Harrier looks up at a shooting star, unaware of the dark conversation happening just a few feet away. The sun rises over a lush green valley. They finally made it out of the frozen mountains. Master Skeleton's heavy boots hit the dirt road. She says they've finally arrived. Welcome to the Waystation Village, LIVRT. It's a bustling hub where they can finally get some real food and provisions. Suddenly, Master Skeleton stops the group. Frey is standing there in a full-blown maid outfit. She complains that it's uncomfortable and asks if she can change back. Master Skeleton points out that a 4-Knight of the Empire stands out, and the restrained outfit isn't helping. They need to pass through quietly, so the maid dress stays on. The Master pulls her own hood low. She tells them not to cause a commotion, that they'll make minimal preparations and leave. Harrier is worried. He asks if it's okay and if it wouldn't be better to sneak in secretly. He knows they look suspicious. Master Skeleton gives a big thumbs up, saying there's no way her perfect disguise will be seen through. She stands there looking exactly like a skeleton wearing a slightly larger cloak. She really thinks this is peak stealth. A split second later, they're surrounded by a dozen Imperial spears. So much for the perfect disguise. Just when things were looking quiet, the local monster detection dogs start losing their minds. These puppers are definitely not barking at a squirrel. The village guards aren't taking any chances, instantly surrounding the group with spears. They claim the air reeks of the undead, and they're not wrong. Master Skeleton just stands there with her hands up, looking like she's regretting every choice she's made in the last century. Yeah, buddy, the jig is up. Before things get bloody, a senior guard named Man Gill steps in to de-escalate the situation. He tells his junior, Pampio, that he'll handle these travelers and let them pass. Man Gill gives them a knowing look, acting way more casual than a village guard should. He tells them to follow him, leading them away from the hostile crowd. As they walk through Rivulet Village, Man Gill reveals he knows exactly who he's talking to. He calls Master Skeleton the ghost of the Spear Tower Village. It turns out Man Gill used to be an adventurer himself back in the day, belonging to the Northern Adventurers Guild. He still keeps an ear to the ground for guild gossip. He explains that he heard an unbelievable story about a skeleton convincing a guild leader to rebel against the Empire. The legendary secret is basically common tavern talk now. Man Gill explains that most adventurers only come here for the Craftsman Street, so he figures he'll help them out. He's surprisingly helpful. Master Skeleton gives him a respectful nod, thanking him for the assist. It's rare to find a friendly face in a village crawling with Imperial sympathizers. Man Gill has some business to attend to first, but tells them to meet him at the bar once the sun sets. He points toward the center of town. Harrier and the others follow along, still feeling the heat of the guards' glares. Master Skeleton notes that without Man Gill, they'd probably be in a dungeon. Man Gill just waves them off with a suit yourself. He's got that cool, retired veteran energy that says he's seen too much to be bothered. The narrative shifts to a more poetic tone, talking about the gap between youthful dreams of slaying dragons and the bitter reality of middle age. The group ends up at a local amphitheater where a bard is performing. The song is described as hopeful but with a sharp, bitter edge, the anthem of people who've given up. The village guards are all gathered here, sitting in the stone rows and soaking in the music. It's their daily ritual to decompress. Mangil joins the group, listening to the lyrics with a somber expression. He tells Master Skeleton that the song is about people just like them, the ones who realize their limits. The lyrics sing of young warriors who once dreamed of dragons but ended up just wanting to protect their small hometowns. It's the story of every adventurer who chose safety over glory. The Bard woman continues her performance, her voice echoing through the open air. Other than alcohol and cigarettes, these songs are the only comfort left for the tired warriors. Master Skeleton listens quietly, her hood casting a shadow over her face. She believes that giving up on your ideals is the moment you stop truly living. She gives Mangil a bit of a lecture, saying that if you keep running toward the same destination as everyone else, you'll just end up as another face in the crowd. Mangil is taken aback by the master's wisdom. He wonders how a skeleton can say something so profound so easily, almost like she's lived through that despair herself. Master Skeleton just stands up and looks out at the sunset. She replies simply that she has, reminding everyone that she's basically a living history book. The master decides it's time to move and offers Mangil a deal. Insider info on a shortcut to the Craftsman Street in exchange for a free meal. My girl knows how to haggle. The group prepares to head out, with Master Skeleton giving a casual, "See you later." Harrier is already grumbling because he knows his wallet is about to take a hit. Mangil watches them leave, scratching his head in confusion. He's met a lot of travelers, but the ghost and her weird entourage are in a league of their own. The sky turns a deep, fiery red as the sun finally dips below the horizon. The peaceful day is officially over, and the atmosphere gets more ominous. Back at the now empty amphitheater, Mangil is the only one left. He seems lost in the lyrics, unable to shake the feeling that his life has stalled. He finally decides to call it a night, leaning on his spear as he gets up. He mutters that he should get up now, clearly dreading going back to his lonely reality. Suddenly, a voice calls out from behind him, noting that he always stays long after the music stops. Mangil snaps his head around, genuinely startled. He looks like he's just seen a ghost. His face is completely flushed as he stammers out a confused sound. It's the Bard woman from earlier. She reaches out a hand and asks him if he could escort her on her way home. Talk about a major plot twist for our lonely guard. Mangil is stumbling through the village with her, acting like he's never walked before. He's terrified that his colleagues will see him and never let him live this down. He's shocked that a famous bard would even ask a nobody guard like him for help. He clearly has zero confidence in his own riz. The bard just giggles at his modesty. She thinks he's far more famous among the staff than he realizes, which only makes Mangil more flustered. She tells him not to be so self-deprecating, calling the other guards ruined losers compared to him. She's definitely laying it on thick. The bard explains that while other people look full of regret when they listen to her, Mangil still has a faint, dreamy glow in his eyes. She sees the spark of the adventurer he used to be. She compares his gaze to a warrior who still believes they can save the princess and defeat the dragon. She says she likes his innocent, childlike eyes. Mangil stops in his tracks, his back turned to her. He's processing the fact that someone just called his midlife crisis innocent and dreamy. He realizes that maybe the adventurer inside him isn't as dead as he thought. It's a moment of pure, unexpected self-realization. He turns around with a look of total disbelief, asking what she just said. He needs her to repeat that because his brain just short-circuited. The bard just blushes and sticks her tongue out playfully, calling him a dull person. She's clearly enjoying how much she's flustered him. She gives him a mischievous look, her face glowing in the twilight. She says he took too long to notice, making her intentions crystal clear. She reaches out and grabs his hand. The physical contact is like a bolt of lightning for the poor guy. Mangil is sweating bullets, looking like his soul is about to leave his body. He's trying to play it cool but failing miserably. The background literally turns pink as they stand there hand in hand. The realization hits Mangil like a freight train. It's a date! We cut to the exterior of the village bar at night. While romance is blooming outside, the main plot is about to get a lot more complicated. Master Skeleton is sitting at a table with a drink, looking like she's waiting for the world to end. Harrier and the rest of the crew are sharing a laugh, enjoying their first real meal in days. It's a rare moment of levity for the rebellion. Master Skeleton is focused on the map, already planning the route to the Street of Artisans. She doesn't have time for fun when there's an empire to topple. Harrier looks over at his master, noticing the shift in mood. He can tell the skeleton is deeper in thought than usual. The bar is packed with people, but the group stays relatively isolated. Frey is still in her maid restraint outfit, looking like the weirdest party guest ever, close up on the master's mask. She's staring into the distance, lost in a memory that's over a century old. In the background, Frey is actually getting some drinking in, even while restrained. She's basically being treated like a mascot by the other patrons. The tavern atmosphere is rowdy, with people shouting and clinking glasses. It's the kind of chaos that usually precedes a disaster. A vertical montage of the tavern's energy, alcohol, laughter, and high spirits. For a moment, it feels like the war is a million miles away. Master Skeleton lets out a long, weary sigh. She's finally relaxing her guard, even if it's only for a few minutes. Harrier brings over 2 fresh mugs. He says it's been a while since he saw his teacher smile. She must be feeling good. The master looks at the drink, her sockets glowing faintly. She says she just remembered a really happy memory. Harrier gets serious, asking if the memory is about the first student she ever had, the hero. The atmosphere at the table shifts instantly. Flashback time. We see the master's first student, a red-haired warrior girl, standing over the carcass of a massive monster. This was the original hero. She was a warrior with an unbreakable sense of justice and skills that were second to none. She was the kind of person who would never hesitate to save someone. Master Skeleton takes a sip of her drink, muttering to herself, the bitterness of the past still lingering. Harrier stares at the table, his own doubts creeping in. He says sometimes he gets confused on what justice actually is. He thinks back to the bloody battlefields of the North. In that hell, it was impossible to tell who the real enemy was or what truly qualified as evil. Master Skeleton looks outside and sees Mangill and the Bard woman walking together under the stars. She says it would be really nice if they could just spend the day together. The master wonders how much more peaceful the world would be if these people were born into an era of stability rather than constant war. She says in order to obtain those ordinary, daily things, she started a war to end another one. The irony isn't lost on her. We see Mangill and the Bard blending into a crowd of happy people. She says even if blood is shed in this era, peace will follow the next. That's a heavy gamble. Close up on the master's face. She admits that every time she steps onto a battlefield, she's praying for that eventual peace to arrive. She raises a finger, reminding Harrier that this current conflict is actually her second war. She's a 2-time veteran of the apocalypse. Harrier is shocked, asking what happened during the first war. Master Skeleton just gives him a blunt answer. It failed, duh. She spent over 100 years fighting for a peace that only lasted a fraction of that time. She knows exactly how fragile the dream really is. Master Skeleton looks at her bandaged hand. She says that's why she has to fight so the next era can be full of peace. When that time comes, she'll have to do it herself. A quiet moment outside the inn. The guard and Bard are having a moment. The conversation between them fades into the night. The scene shifts to a location 112 kilometers away from the village. It's a peaceful night until subtle vibrations are detected in the southwest. A massive horde of monsters suddenly appears out of the darkness. The scouts estimate the quantity at around 300, and these aren't just goblins. Close up on a massive, glowing yellow eye with a reptilian slit. Something big and very hungry has just woken up. Our favorite guard, Mangill, and the Bard are officially the cutest thing in this series. They're planning their next date in front of the plaza. Mangill is blushing like a total schoolboy, trying to act cool while adjusting his helmet. The girl is clearly just as smitten, holding her hands together. He shouts for her to take care, waiting like a maniac as she walks away. Man, if only every day in this world was this wholesome. Just look at that face. That is the smile of a man who has officially escaped the friend zone. And of course, his buddy Martyr is right there to ruin the vibe. He's calling Mangill a lucky bastard for finally getting a girl. Martyr is out here having a full-blown crisis, wondering if Mangill saved the entire country in his past life. He asks if he used magic to pull a girl that pretty. Martyr is desperate, asking how he did it. But Mangill just tries to push past him, talk about a lady killer in the making. We cut to a more serious tone as a massive trade wagon rolls through the village gates. The mundane life of a guard is back, but the conversation isn't over. Mangill is checking through some papers, looking way more serious than he was 5 minutes ago. Duty calls. The wagon pulls up, and we see a glimpse of the travelers inside. Something about the atmosphere just shifted from rom-com to high stakes. The view from the wall shows the peaceful fields outside, but Martyr asks the big question, what are you going to do now? Martyr is worried about the future. He points out that the village hasn't escaped the Empire's tyranny yet, so building a family is basically playing on hard mode. Mangill looks down, admitting that in this era, a happy family is a difficult dream to hold on to. The reality of their world is starting to sink back in. But then his expression hardens. He tells Martyr that it doesn't matter what the era is like or how bad things get. He says as long as he's with her, any era is fine for him. Bro, the resolve on this guy is actually peak protagonist energy. Suddenly, the peace is shattered. A horse gallops into the courtyard, and everyone can tell something is very wrong. It's a messenger, and he's barely hanging onto his saddle. He's covered in blood and looking like he just rode through a wood chipper. Close up on that bloody hand. The panic starts to set in as the villagers realize the monsters are closer than they thought. We head over to the Adventurers Guild bulletin board. It's covered in old requests, but a new notice is about to change everything. Someone spots a notice covered in fresh blood, the same notice that came from that dying messenger. Master Skeleton and Harrier are looking at the board, and the news is grim. A monster wave is heading straight for them, and they have less than 30 minutes to prepare. Master Skeleton starts explaining the mechanics of a monster wave to the group. She's talking like a seasoned veteran who has seen this 100 times. Frey is listening if the master explains how monsters normally crawl out bit by bit, and adventurers used to hunt them down to keep the numbers low. But Mangil cuts in, saying this is on a totally different scale. Since they failed to control them, what's attacking now is a literal natural disaster. Flashback to the good old days, where the Empire would actually send knights to help during a wave. Everything looked so much more organized back then. But that's a thing of the past. The Empire has built their massive barrier around the capital and left everyone else to rot. The visual of the barrier and the dark trees shows just how abandoned the rural regions are. The Empire is living like rats behind their walls. Master Skeleton looks at the group. The duty of protecting the towns now falls solely on the shoulders of the adventurers left behind. A cool-looking mercenary is just lounging there, realizing that they are all that's left. It's just local sentries and a few ragged adventurers against the storm. Mangil looks off into the distance. The weight of his earlier promise to the bard is being tested sooner than he thought. Suddenly, the alarm sounds. A guard is screaming that a wave has been visually confirmed coming from the western wall. It's absolute chaos in the plaza. Orders are being shouted to arm up and assemble immediately. The time for talking is over. The guards are scrambling, waking up everyone off duty. The priority is to evacuate the villagers first. No dawdling. Master Skeleton and Mangil share a look. They know that if they don't hold the line, no one is making it out of here alive. Master Skeleton points out the tactical plan on the map. They need to drive the wave into a single point to minimize the damage to the village. Mangil nods, fully trusting the Master's experience. He says he's counting on her, heading toward his post. Mangil takes one last look at the bulletin board. He knows exactly what kind of suicide mission this is. The request is state-issued, which means there's no reward money. The system is rotten to the core, and they're fighting for nothing but survival. A guard warns that anyone only looking for money should drop out now. This is going to be a bloodbath with plenty of casualties. Mangil ignores the pessimism and starts grabbing his gear. There's no point in overthinking when the monsters are at the gate. He straps on his arm guards, his eyes full of a terrifying focus. He isn't just a low-level guard anymore, he's a defender of his home. Epic close-up on Mangil as he makes his final vow. He says they will protect their village. Talk about a glow-up. Dust and smoke fill the air at the western wall. The first wave has officially arrived, and it's a big one. A massive, gray troll-like monster lets out an ear-piercing roar. This thing has teeth the size of daggers. Mangil is right in the thick of it, holding the beast back with his spear. He looks like a tiny ant compared to this behemoth. Blood sprays everywhere as Mangil lands a solid hit on the monster's shoulder. He's holding his own, but for how long? The impact of their clash creates a shockwave that clears the dirt. Mangil is pushing his limits, muscles bulging as he fights for his life. Close-up of the monster's gnashing teeth. It's hungry, and Mangil is the only thing standing between it and the villagers. Mangil screams that he's bound it and won't be able to hold on for long, his spear pinned against the monster's neck. His comrade, Gastatori, rushes in. He's a tactical specialist with a gas mask, and he's carrying a glowing red potion. Boom. Gastatori throws the flask right at the monster's face. The explosion is a chaotic mess of chemicals and fire. The monster lets out a soul-shattering shriek as the acid starts melting its skin. That's gotta sting. Mangil finishes it off with a brutal thrust right through the head. One down, but the relief is short-lived. He looks out at the horizon and realizes that every single monster in this wave is a higher class than normal. This isn't just a wave, it's an elite invasion. He mutters, "Damn those Empire bastards." He knows they deliberately scaled down the threat level in the reports. They were sent here to die. A wide shot of the battlefield shows dozens of massive shadows rising in the distance. The natural disaster is just getting started. Suddenly, the ground starts to vibrate. Mangil stops in his tracks, wondering what could possibly be heavy enough to cause an earthquake. A massive, clawed foot stomps down, shattering the rock. This thing makes the trolls look like puppies. A giant, glowing eye opens in the darkness. It's cold, reptilian, and full of ancient malice. It's a wyvern, a high-tier dragonkin that usually takes an entire raid party to bring down. The guards are losing their minds, screaming for everyone to run away. The morale is crumbling instantly. Total chaos as soldiers start retreating. Some scream that it's impossible to defeat, while others try to maintain some semblance of order. Mangil looks around at his fleeing men. He thinks this village is finished. The despair is hitting hard now. He looks back toward the plaza, thinking about the bard. He can't let her die like this. A flashback to her smile. That memory is the only thing keeping him from running away with the others. He drops his helmet in the dirt and grips his spear. If this is where it ends, he's going out like a hero. He says he thought so, staring death right in the face. A silhouette of Mangil stands alone against the towering beast. He says other than this, he doesn't know how to do anything. Back in the village, the evacuation is a mess. Guards are screaming for everyone to move toward the north gate and stay calm. The panic is palpable as families try to flee with whatever they can carry. The guards are being harsh, telling them to only take minimal luggage, but they know they don't have time for sentimentality. The bard girl rushes up to a guard, her voice trembling. She asks where Mr. Mangil is. The The guard looks away, unable to meet her eyes. He says he saw Mangil still fighting the monsters back at the wall. The girl is frantic now, grabbing the guard's cloak and demanding a proper explanation. Gostatori lowers his head, saying he said he'd buy them time to escape. He's basically giving her a death notice. We cut back to the front line. Mangil is bloodied, his cape in tatters, but he's still standing. He lunges forward with a speed he didn't even know he had. It's pure survival instinct at this point. He charges directly at the wyvern. It's a literal David versus Goliath moment under the red sky. The wyvern lunges with its massive jaws, but Mangil sidesteps it with a desperate roll. He stabs his spear deep into the monster's underbelly. Blood sprays as the beast lets out a pained shriek. Mangil uses the spear to vault onto the monster's back. He's hanging on for dear life as the wyvern tries to shake him off. Close up on his eye, he's pushing through the exhaustion and pain. He's not fighting for glory, he's fighting for her. He stabs his spear again and again, refusing to let go. He looks like a demon, possessed by the spirit of war. The monster's tail whipped around, sending him flying. Mangil is a ragdoll compared to this thing. He slams into a stone pillar, the impact loud enough to be heard across the village. Mangil is on the ground, blood leaking from his mouth. He whispers about all the remaining mana, crawling back toward his spear. Lightning starts crackling around his hands. He's tapping into a power level he was never meant to reach. He charges his spear with pure electrical energy, his eyes glowing with a fierce white light. The title of his ultimate technique appears, Magic Spearmanship. He screams, Thunder Spear, Total Lightning Strike, throwing the spear with everything he has left. A massive bolt of lightning rips through the air, striking the wyvern right in the chest. The monster is engulfed in a pillar of white fire. Its scream is silenced by the roar of the thunder. The wyvern falls, its charred body crashing into the dirt. Mangil stands there, breathing heavily in the silence. He asks if he's too late, looking up at the smoke rising from the village. His voice is full of a terrifying hope, a fleeting memory of the barred girl's face. He says there was someone who supported his pathetic dream. He's on his last legs, but his heart is still beating for her. He collapses back into the dirt, his hand reaching out toward the village. He's done all he could. He forces himself back up, using his shredded spear as a crutch, saying he won't give up now. He stands tall against the gray sky, his face a mask of blood and grit. He looks like a ghost himself, but the fire in his eyes is still burning bright. Suddenly, a foot steps into the frame. A group of smaller monsters is closing in to finish him off. He's completely surrounded. He starts reflecting on the stories of legends he's witnessed. He's realizing that he just lived the exact story of a hero who defeated a dragon and saved a village. A massive gray troll raises its fist to crush him. Mangil doesn't even flinch. Boom. The ground beneath the troll explodes as a purple energy wave rips through the group. Close up on the troll's eye as an arrow stabs directly into it. Mangil's internal monologue finishes the story as the battle around him erupts once more. He's dreaming of saving the princess. Master Skeleton and Harrier drop from the sky like two angels of death. The counterattack has officially begun. Harrier is a blur of motion, carving through the goblins with his daggers. He's protecting Mangil's flank. A goblin stabs at Mangil, but he blocks it with his bare hand, refusing to go down. Mangil swings his broken spear, knocking the goblin aside. He's still got plenty of fight left in him. A massive monster lands a headbutt on Mangil, sending him reeling. The guy is taking more damage than a final boss. He takes another hit to the chest, stumbling back into the dirt. He shouts that even if he were to die today, his resolve is unbreakable even as his body fails. He's buried in a pile of rubble and monsters. It looks like the end for our favorite guard. Close up on his spear planted in the ground, blood dripping from the tip. He's slumped over, his vision fading. He falls onto his hands and knees, the life draining out of him. Everything goes white as he loses consciousness. Wait, he's still awake. He forces his eyes open, blood matting his hair. He's breathing heavily, looking at the monsters closing in. Suddenly, a massive shockwave clears the area. Northern style, spiral style. Master Skeleton is back in her original general form, her sword glowing with a terrifying purple energy. She unleashes a lion bar slash that deletes a whole row of monsters in one sweep. She screams, Northern-style hunting technique, moving with a speed that defies her skeletal form. She lands a devastating blow, sending trolls flying like bowling pins. A vertical montage of the carnage. Master Skeleton is a one-woman army, clearing the wall in seconds. Harrier is right behind her, finishing off the stragglers. He mocks a monster, telling it to eat protein so its tiny brain will get bigger. Frey steps up to Mangil, looking surprisingly impressed. Mangil looks up, his eyes wide in disbelief. He stammers, recognizing the legendary figures standing before him. Master Skeleton gives him a thumbs up, saying thanks to him holding the monsters here, it was easy to dig in from the flank. Mangil lets out a weak, bloody smile. He's done his part. The master says the villagers have more or less finished evacuating and looks over the ruins. The dust finally starts to settle on the western wall of Leafred Village. What used to be a bustling marketplace is now just a pile of expensive-looking rubble. Manhwa stares out at the smoke, his eyes reflecting the absolute chaos he just survived. He's seen a lot, but today was on a whole different level. Suddenly, two figures emerge from the haze. One is a literal skeleton in a cool cloak, and the other is a woman laughing like she just heard the world's best joke. It's like someone turned the difficulty down to 0. Monsters that were taking down squads of guards are being sliced up like warm butter by our skeletal friend. He's witnessing a hero. Yeah, the vibes just shifted from a horror movie to an epic legend. Awe is completely overflowing in Manhwa's heart. He's covered in blood and grime, but he can't stop staring at the legend standing before him. Master Skeleton looms over the scene, her bony face unreadable. She notes that Manhwa's eyes were empty just yesterday, but they've completely changed now. Harrier stands ready in the background as the master explains why. Manhwa finally has the eyes of someone who has found something truly worth protecting. The mission is clear: protect, survive, and stay together. Because protecting by dying and protecting even if you die are two very different things. Harrier doesn't need to be told twice. He lunges forward, his blade glowing with a sharp light as he prepares to clear the remaining trash. He connects with a massive horizontal swing. The force of the impact is literally blowing the snow and dirt away. Close up on the monster getting its day ruined. That blade is cutting deep into the scales, and you know it's got a sting. The wyvern tries to snap back, but Harrier is already targeting the weak spots in its neck. He's moving with a precision that's honestly scary. Harrier clenches his sword grip so hard you can practically hear the leather creaking. He's telling himself not to regret like he did. He's fighting for more than just the village. Manhwa just watches with a giant over his head. He's trying to process the level of swordsmanship he's seeing right now. Harrier plunges his blade into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that sends monsters flying in every direction. He's riding the wyvern like it's a pony, stabbing it repeatedly while it screeches in agony. Total disrespect to the dragonkin. Close up on that intense gaze. Northern style is etched across the screen. You know things are about to get really flashy. He carves through the massive beast with a single, clean motion. The scale of this monster compared to Harrier is just insane. The move connects. Succession flashes on the screen as the energy blast rips through the wyvern's torso. Falling flower technique. The monster is literally being dismantled mid-air by a whirlwind of pink and white energy. Harrier takes a second to catch his breath, sweat dripping from his chin. Even for him, that was a lot of cardio. He stands over the massive carcass, looking a bit disappointed. He admits he can't quite do it like Moran used to. The grief is still there. But there's no time for a pity party. A whole squad of gray trolls is closing in, and they look extremely hungry. The trolls are lunging from all sides, teeth bared. It's a literal wall of muscle and bad breath coming straight for them. Cue the creepy close-up. Freya's having the time of her life, her jagged tooth grin wider than ever as she watches the carnage. Harrier is forced to backslip away as a massive energy wave clears out the first line of trolls. A monster gets its face absolutely deleted by a heavy impact. Talk about a headache you can't walk off. Freya is zipping through the air like a red-haired firecracker, laughing while she triggers explosions all over the place. Harrier is actually worried about her for once, shouting for her to watch her surroundings while she moves. Freya just scoffs at him, asking who dares lecture whom. She says only weaklings watch out for stuff like that. She's really leaning into that Knight of War title. She jumps right into the literal mouth of a giant red monster. This lady has 0 survival instincts and 100% confidence. The impact is massive. Freya's blade hits like a falling building, and the monster's name, FRE, gets cut off by the blast. She's standing on top of the beast's head now, looking down at the smaller trolls like they're just annoying bugs. She spots a glowing core deep inside the monster's flesh. Most people would run, but Freya just sees a target. She unleashes Axis of the Earth Canyon Cutter, a vertical slash that seems to split the entire mountain in half. The shockwave is so intense that monsters miles away are probably feeling the vibrations. Everything is turning red. A wide shot shows just how much damage she's doing. Freya is a tiny speck of red in a massive valley of smoke and destruction. A boot steps into a literal river of monster blood. The ground is saturated with the aftermath of Freya's fun. Close up on Freya. Her face is a mess of blood and dirt, and those wide, staring eyes are pure nightmare fuel. She stands alone against the remaining horde, looking like the final boss of the entire series. She shouts, "DI!" and swings her sword with enough force to create a vacuum. There's no escaping this blender of steel. Harrier watches from the sidelines, looking genuinely impressed and slightly terrified. He realizes this is what mercenary tactics really look like. He recalls the meeting where he was totally against using someone they couldn't control. Seeing her in action, he finally gets why the master made the deal. Freya casually picks up her own severed limb from the ground, saying she found her leg. Okay, that's officially the weirdest thing I've seen today. She just sticks it back on. The clothes were stretching nicely to make movement easy, and she's annoyed they're a waste now. Seriously? Harrier just stares, speechless. He finally remembers the rumor about her insane regeneration. Frey looks back, her armor half destroyed but her body already knitting itself back together. The narrative explains that she uses the blood she's covered in as fuel to reattach limbs and heal wounds through her skin. That is peak vampire logic. Harrier realizes he's looking at the peak of Imperial military power. This is the Empire's 4 knights. She's Knight of War, Frey. She licks a drop of blood off her lip, looking refreshed and asking if they shall fight again. She offers Harrier some advice, because his movements were pretty good. Harrier just shuts her down immediately. No, I don't need it. Harrier mocks her for being a bastard who gets stomped when he fights. The tension between these two is enough to power the whole village. They charge back into the fray, kicking and slashing everything in sight. The remaining villagers can only ask what on earth they are. Mangil looks up as someone calls his name. He looks like he's about to pass out from exhaustion and blood loss. It's the bard. She's rushed back to find him. Mangil is shocked, asking why she's here when she should be evacuating. They share a desperate hug in the middle of the carnage. She tells him not to worry because the village is finally fine. A shot of the other adventurers and guards joining forces. Thanks to Master Skeleton clearing the majority, the remaining monsters are manageable. She cries, asking what he was planning to do if he died. She's rightfully furious that he took on a wyvern by himself. Mangil just gives her a weak, bloody smile, telling her not to worry. He just scraped himself a bit falling down. Yeah, sure, buddy. He points to the wyvern carcass, bragging that while it's not a real dragon, he still caught one. The price for a lifelong drinking story is incredibly cheap. The bard is not amused. She asks if he's kidding. She looks ready to finish what the wyvern started. Mangil gently touches her chin, silencing her for a second. The atmosphere just got way too romantic for a battlefield. They hug again, tighter this time. He says this is 100 times better than her being in danger. Mangil is a real one. She buries her face in his shoulder, sobbing. She says she missed him a lot. The emotional damage is hitting harder than Frey's canyon cutter. Mangil looks out at the sunset, his face a mask of weary peace. He says now only one remains. The narrative gets poetic as we see the memories of the village's hope, the youth dreams. Stories of heroes defeating fearsome dragons and saving villages are standard, but seeing it happen is something else. And dreaming of saving the princess? Yeah, we're definitely in a fairy tale ending here. She tells him he doesn't necessarily have to save her. He's already done enough just by surviving. Mangil reflects on how, because of her, he's finally achieved a dream he thought was forgotten long ago. He says it's undeserved, but he started wanting to dream one more thing. They stand together as the sun sets over the ruins. He thinks about how the village is no longer suitable for a happy life, and that building a family in this era is a difficult dream. But then his eyes sharpen. He says he found it. He found the key to living a peaceful daily life. Transition back to the Master Skeleton. She's glowing with a menacing purple aura, northern-style hunting technique. Deer trample. A massive wall of pink energy erupts, crushing everything in its path. Trolls are screaming as they get literally vaporized by the force of the Master's attack. Close up on a monster getting its mouth blasted open. The Master is not playing around anymore. Master Skeleton stands amidst the purple flames, her cloak billowing in the wind. She looks like a god of death clearing the trash. A monster tries to regenerate its head, but it just crumbles immediately. Master Skeleton notes that it couldn't maintain its functions once split. Master Skeleton looks at her hand, remembering her time in the hero's party. She calls the monster's regeneration cheap trickery. A glowing skeleton head with dot eyes says it's unnecessary. Talk about a mood shift. She bellows out orders. She tells Harrier and Frey to herd the monsters into one spot. Harrier looks totally caught off guard. Frey charges in, yelling at them not to stand there staring blankly and to use the biggest techniques possible. Split panel hype, Frey's S-Pyral ST-Wile on the left, Harrier's Northern style on the right. Both eyes are glowing with killing intent. They unleash a combined attack. Horizon Breaker and Triple Lion's Blade Roar. The screen is just lines and explosions. The ground is literally being shredded. Trolls and goblins are being herded like sheep into the center of the kill zone. Master Skeleton is crouched and ready. Her sockets are burning with a fierce light. A massive black dragon neck rises behind her. She says it's her turn. Okay, this is about to get really, really loud. She declares, Northern-style hunting technique, pulling her sword back and charging it with an insane amount of purple mana. She launches herself into the air. The stomp on the ground was so hard it left a crater the size of a carriage. A shot from below as she ascends. She looks like a tiny speck against the backdrop of the massive dragon. She lands squarely on the beast's back, her sword already glowing with critical hit energy. A blinding flash of light. The build-up is complete, and the release is going to be catastrophic. She screams, Centennial Tree felling slash, carving a giant pink cross through the monster's torso. The dragon screeches in agony as the energy blast rips it wide open from the inside out. Harrier is thrown back by the force. He grunts, calling it a rookie mistake. He looks at his sword, and it's completely shattered. Master Skeleton's eye socket narrows. She's definitely not happy that her student just lost his main weapon. Frey and Harrier are both mid-air, looking shocked. The flow of the fight just got seriously interrupted. Frey gets that demented grin again. She says he has to finish it properly. She's not going to let a broken sword stop the show. Frey catches Harrier, or deflects a monster's swipe, keeping him safe while the Master finishes the job. The Master unleashes a Centennial Tree felling/chain, a follow-up that's 10 times bigger than the first one. A silhouette of a character stands in the center of a massive explosion. It's a total wipeout for the monster wave. The narrative notes that this wave was caused by a failure in population control, typical Empire bureaucracy. Unlike previous waves, this was a high-risk disaster joined by a super-large monster, but casualties reached a record low. Livret Village, which had faced disasters like landslides and storms, still stood strong. A purple flag with a white circle mark waves proudly over the village wall. They maintained their place against the odds. Mangil looks out at the red sunset, telling the Master's group it's a shame they're leaving right away. Master Skeleton, now wearing a simple mask, says they have no time to delay. She'll make good use of the map Mangil gave her. Mangil tells her to stay safe and to call him anytime. He's officially a loyal ally now. A shot of the flag again. They've decided to use this victory as a foundation for a better tomorrow. Mangil stands with his new wife and his squad. They want to build a country where everyone can live in peace with their own hands. He holds out a golden emblem, telling them that soon, armies bearing that mark will appear. When that happens, they should carve that mark on their flag. Mangil is fully committed to the revolution. He says if the time comes, they definitely will. Master Skeleton, Harrier, and Frey walk off into the sunset. Harrier is carrying a massive pack. They say they'll meet again. Close-up of a hand gripping a forearm. It's a sign of a promise that won't be broken. A vertical shot of the village guards and adventurers saluting their departing heroes. Master Skeleton looks back one last time. She raises a hand toward the golden horizon, saying that even in that long passage of time, there are still those who shine. Pure main character energy. Wait, scene shift. A woman with long purple hair hears something and turns her head. She's in a workshop with a nervous-looking blacksmith. He asks if there's a problem. This lady is Ripiapt. Muscular arms, long purple hair, and a very serious expression. She says it's nothing. New character unlocked. We're leaving the battlefield behind and heading to the heart of craftsmanship. Welcome to Artisan Street, the place where legendary gear is born. This isn't just a neighborhood, it's the birthplace of nearly every masterpiece in the world. The fires here literally never go out. It's a commercial hub where the highest quality gear is traded daily. If you want a sword that won't snap mid-boss fight, this is your destination. The sound of hammering is constant, echoing through every alleyway. Every single building is basically a mini factory of fire and steel. Look at those chimneys. The city is covered in a permanent layer of soot, but that's the smell of progress. We arrive at our specific target, Weaponsmith Searcher's forge. The sign alone looks like it was forged by a god. The man himself, Sertra, is staring out into the forge with a very intense gaze. He's got that, I've seen enough iron to last 10 lifetimes, energy. He checks over his current inventory of blades. Everything has to be perfect before he calls for his apprentice, Doran. Doran pops in with a feather duster, looking way too energetic for a forge. Searcher picks up a fresh blade and asks the kid how many years it's been since he became an apprentice. He's putting on the pressure. Searcher notes that Doran learns quickly, which is a rare compliment from a guy who looks that grumpy. Searcher drops the bombshell news, while Doran is still just trying to look busy. He says he passes. Doran is completely dumbfounded. Searcher explains that from now on, he's allowed to engrave his own signature on the weapons he makes. Doran looks like he just won the lottery, asking if there are no takebacks. That face is absolute gold. Searcher tells him to stop the weird face and go buy a proper hammer at the market tomorrow. The apprentice hammer belongs to the juniors now. Doran is so hyped he's literally doing backflips off the furniture, screaming with joy. Searcher just rubs his face in frustration. He's definitely regretting that promotion already. A hammer is everything to an artisan. It's the tool that lets them reach a realm beyond what the human body can handle. We get a shot of an artisan in his prime, taming molten steel with nothing but grit and a heavy hammer. The hammer you buy when you graduate becomes your lifelong companion. It's the start of a whole new beginning. Doran waves goodbye, heading off to the market with a huge grin. He's finally a full-fledged artisan. He's running through the streets like a kid on Christmas. Surtur can only watch from the doorway, hoping he doesn't buy something stupid. Surtur rubs his temples, already dreading whatever trash Doran brings back. Apprentices always get excited and buy the flashiest, most useless tools. He senses a familiar, spooky presence outside and wonders if he wants to die again by the hands of a senile skeleton. Master Skeleton and the gang arrive. Benrira is insisting this is the right place, even if she hasn't been here in over a century. Surtur peeks out from the shadows. He says it's perfect timing. He's definitely been expecting some troublesome visitors. Frey and Harrier are following close behind the skeleton, wondering if this is Surtur's forge. It looks a bit more modest than they expected. Surtur opens the door wide, his muscular arms on display, welcoming them in. The forge interior is packed with masterpieces. Swords, maces, and armor, every piece looks like it could solo a dungeon. Harrier is impressed by the quiet atmosphere. Surtur explains the apprentices are out, so it's the only time it isn't deafening. Surtur crosses his arms, getting straight to business and asking what the customer needs from his forge. Master Skeleton steps forward, her hand glowing with a mysterious purple mana. She says she'll be direct. She holds out a fragment of a sword, pulsating with dark energy. This thing looks seriously dangerous. The skeleton asks if he can fix this, looking as intimidating as ever. That's not just any broken blade, that's a legacy piece. We cut back to the market, which is absolutely packed with people. Artisan Street never sleeps when there's money to be made. Doran is wading through the crowd, looking overwhelmed. He hears a stall owner calling out, claiming to have famed pieces for sale. Doran stops to take a look. The merchant spots a rookie and tries to hawk a hammer for half price. Typical tourist trap for new graduates. Doran just gives him a blank stare. He might be young, but he's been trained by Surtur himself. He remembers his master's advice when choosing a hammer. Rule 1, no engravings, they cause rust. Rule 2, wooden handles only for repairs. Rule 3, balance is everything. Surtur's words of wisdom are literally haunting Doran right now. The world isn't kind enough to spare the wallets of fools. He looks at the merchant's hammers. Patterns everywhere, metal handles, and zero balance. This stuff is literal garbage. Doran just walks away while the merchant screams insults after him, asking if he makes a living scamming fellow artisans. Savage. He keeps searching, determined to find his destined hammer in this massive district. The sun is starting to dip, and the city looks beautiful under the blue sky, but Doran is starting to sweat. Night falls over the city of fire and steel. Crows are cawing, and the shops are starting to close up. Doran is still searching, but everything looks like junk. He realizes it's not here. Merchants are telling him to move aside so they can pack up. He's officially running out of options. Doran is having a full-blown mental breakdown in the street, screaming that he's screwed. He's actually crying out for a hammer like it's a long-lost lover. This kid is way too dramatic. Suddenly, he stops. He sees an old man sitting alone in a corner with a single item on a red mat. The atmosphere around this stall is completely different, quiet, somber, and very professional. Doran walks over, intrigued. The old man just sits there with his eyes closed, waiting. The hammer has a simple design, a wooden handle, and perfect balance. It's exactly what he's been looking for. Doran can tell just by looking at the center of gravity that this is a masterpiece, on par with a master smith, or maybe even higher. He asks the elder if the item is for sale. The old man finally opens his eyes and smiles. Doran wonders why someone this skilled is selling on a literal floor mat. The old man just laughs it off as flattery. The old man says if he likes his work, he can just take it, as he doesn't need the money. Wait, what? Is this dude for real? Master Skeleton and the crew finally track down the legendary blacksmith Surtur, but the consultation starts off with a massive reality check. Surtur takes one look at the broken demonic sword and immediately taps out, apologizing and saying it's beyond his expertise. Surtur explains that the sword was originally crafted using the horn of the actual Demon King. No wonder it's too much for standard blacksmithing. The master is devastated, having traveled all this way through snow and monsters hoping for a miracle repair job. Surtur apologizes again, saying he has absolutely no memory of ever creating such a divine and terrifying artifact. That actually makes total sense, because the master casually mentions the smith they originally met lived over 100 years ago. Surtur's eyes narrow as he realizes he's talking to a ghost from the history books. He says she's not human. The skeleton's purple eye socket flares up with a cheeky glow. She says that's true, but that's... Surtur recalls the ancient journals left behind by the forge's founding father. He mentions stories of the original smith handling such cursed weapons. The founder even left a specific warning about an ageless thief and a rogue who was his benefactor. Surtur looks at the master in total disbelief. He says it seems she's the protagonist of this story. Unfortunately, respect doesn't fix steel, and Surtur confirms the founding smith was banished long ago for breaking taboos. Harrier completely loses his mind, shouting at the top of his lungs about the wasted trip. Surtur tells him to calm down, explaining that Artisan Street is full of scammers, but genuine help still exists. He points them toward a different path, saying they've already proven their qualifications to his predecessors. Surtur gives them a secret coordinate: go find Alley 74, there's a blacksmith who knows about divine artifacts. The group heads out to find this mysterious specialist, whose forge goes by a legendary name. They stand before a massive, looming fortress of dark stone, which definitely looks like a dungeon boss's hideout. The sign on the door reads, "The Hearth Where Gods Walked." Talk about some peak Chunibyo naming sense. Frey is leading the charge, looking way too excited to break into another weird workshop. They step inside and find the place is basically an ancient museum full of bizarre display cases and holy relics. There are massive halberds and spears mounted on the wall, glowing with holy symbols. Frey bursts out laughing, finding the massive collection of holy artifacts absolutely hilarious. But the master is in actual agony, complaining that the room smells like 20 sweet potatoes just went through a digestive disaster. Suddenly, a voice echoes out from the dark, cavernous hallway asking if they are customers. A mysterious hand covered in complex tattoos lights a match, revealing a dark figure in the shadows. He apologizes, saying he was just offering a prayer. The voice tells them to leave their luggage and weapons outside and proceed down the tunnel. Red flags are flying everywhere. They trudge down the pitch-black hallway, their footsteps echoing ominously. Frey and Harrier are walking in total silence, wondering if they just walked straight into a trap. Harrier finally speaks up, asking why on earth a normal blacksmith would have a creepy tunnel like this. Master Skeleton casually confirms his fears. She says it's definitely a trap and something's been strangely circling them. Harrier and Frey freak out, asking why they willingly left their weapons outside if they knew it was an ambush. The master just shrugs under her cloak, saying they came in on purpose. She wanted to draw out the owner, knowing that a non-human party wouldn't get a friendly welcome. And right on cue, a dark hand reaches out from the shadows behind them. A young man with yellow eyes and facial markings grins, saying when non-human things entered the shop. He leaps back and prepares a massive spell, saying there's no way he'd greet them. He shouts, "Purification!" A blinding yellow light erupts from his hands, engulfing the entire party. Master Skeleton is caught right in the middle of the holy blast, screaming in dramatic fashion. The priest Smith shouts, "Wandering undead, I will return you to the cycle of reincarnation." Harrier screams out in panic as the explosion rocks the cavern. But the master casually raises a bony hand, glowing with green magic. She declares, "Divine authority." Chainbinder. Green magical chains shoot out of the floor, targeting the party. Harrier gets instantly wrapped up like a mummy, unable to move a muscle. The tattooed priest pulls the chain tight, thinking he's got them completely subdued. Harrier is struggling against the bonds in total confusion. Frey just stands there looking completely bored, barely even paying attention. She casually catches the green chain with one hand and snaps it, commenting on his interesting little tricks. Harrier is still screaming for everyone to calm down while the room continues to explode. Meanwhile, Master Skeleton is just chilling in the middle of the holy purification fire, saying the warmth feels nice. The priest's jaw drops. He can't believe advanced purification doesn't work. He tries to jump back in terror, realizing he's dealing with a monster. He's told to stop right there. The skeleton is already behind him, gently patting his shoulder. The master formally introduces herself. She says she's undead, but not an evil undead. Her name is Edward Vanrilla. She tilts her skull head, saying if he wants to fight, she'll gladly be his opponent, but it would be much better to talk. The silhouetted priest starts chuckling to himself as the tension drains from the room. He bursts into roaring laughter. "Not an evil undead. With that skull face, you're an interesting customer." The priest steps into the light, revealing a ridiculously buff, shirtless, tattooed torso. He says he hasn't laughed this hard in a while. He smiles and introduces himself, Priest Gregory Gilman Theo, Master Smith of the Hearth where gods walked. Gregory looks at the broken demonic sword on the table, asking if she wants him to repair this divine artifact. Gregory examines the glowing pink blade, asking where on earth she got such an item. The master explains it's a demonic sword split in half, and without the other half, she can't use its proper necromancy. She shows how any undead she summons with it just crumbles back into dust instantly. Gregory notes that an undead wielding a sword made from a god's body is completely outside the cycle of reincarnation. The master tells him her nature doesn't matter, she just wants to know if Gregory can fix it, promising a massive reward. Gregory's expression turns serious. He says his forge has one iron rule. Before starting, he must hear the story of the one who owns that equipment. He grins. If he likes the story, only then does he pick up his hammer and begin work. Harrier and Frey sit down by the hearth as Gregory offers them drinks and asks for tales of valor or hardship. Gregory's philosophy is deep. He wants to know what enemies the swords and spears he forges cut down and whom the armor protects. He snaps his fingers, sparks flying. Without knowing the owner, a divine artifact is just a lump of metal. The fire flares up bright in the hearth, illuminating the dark room. Gregory sits cross-legged by the flames, looking like a tribal storyteller. He tells her to begin her story. The fire crackles as Master Skeleton begins to narrate her long, bloody past. We see a beautiful montage of all the comrades, the battles, the training, and the tragedy they've survived. The memories of Miran, the village fires, and her beloved student flash before us. It's a heavy, tragic tale of a ghost struggling to protect the future. Gregory is completely captivated, staring into the flames. He says it's magnificent, like he's entered a fairy tale. Frey is surprised too, admitting she's hearing most of these details for the first time. The skeleton clasps her hands, saying there was no real reason to tell her. Gregory stands up, flame-like energy crackling around his shoulders. He says there are suspicious parts. His golden eyes glow with divine insight as he stares down the master. He points out a vision of the golden-haired hero from the past. Gregory looks at the glowing pink fragment of the Demon King's horn. He asks Mr. Vanrilla if she thinks that demonic sword has the power to use necromancy. Master Skeleton nods quietly, saying yes because it was a demonic sword made from the Demon King's horn. Gregory stares into the flying embers, a mysterious smile on his face. He says that is merely her wish. Wait, what? Gregory drops a truth bomb. That great and evil power comes from the sword, not from yourself. You only believe that because of the sword. Harrier looks completely confused in the background. Gregory lights a small flame in his palm, explaining that since they aren't mages, they don't understand the true nature of magic. He smirks, the flame floating above his head. He's about to school the legendary warrior. He explains that magic fundamentally originates from a person's thoughts. Magic is born from desperate desire, like a freezing person obsessing over the warmth of fire. While mages believe in their own possibilities, priests manifest miracles by believing they borrow from the gods. He tells Mr. Vanrilla that she's trapped in the idea that the sword is the master of necromancy. The skeleton stares at her bony hand as the realization hits her. She wonders if it's because she's believed that way, because she wanted to be that way. Gregory confirms it. That's correct, Edward Vanrilla. You didn't borrow necromancy from the sword. Gregory grins, the purple energy flaring up behind him. The dark art of awakening the dead, that power is your power. He points his finger directly at the master. You are the Demon King. Meanwhile, back in the dark halls of the Empire, the nobles are having a complete meltdown, shouting about being annihilated. A silhouetted noble grits his teeth, asking if this matter has been reported to the Emperor. He's told not yet, as there seems to be no need. A creepy, wide-toothed grin appears in the shadows. He says they can quietly resolve this matter themselves. The noble shouts in fury, asking if he's joking. 1,000 Imperial soldiers, including the Knight of War, are missing. This cannot be resolved quietly. They're absolutely panicking, realizing their entire Northern Defense Regiment was just deleted from existence. Another silhouetted figure sighs. Sending that madman Frey was the fatal mistake. An uncontrollable hunting dog is worse than none. They want blood, screaming about capturing the rebels, flaying them alive, and tossing them to the pigs. They shout that they must show them the terror of their empire and what punishment awaits those who defy them. A delicate, pale, bony hand with sharp claws gently rests on a red flower. A voice says they must show them absolute terror. The hand plucks the flower, letting the petals drift away. The voice continues, to the Empire's enemies. The frame reveals a demonic, blue-skinned girl with glowing red eyes, chewing on the stem with a giant dragon behind her. The terror of death. We're back in Artisan Street, where the soot is thick and the plot is thickening even more. It's a nice change of pace from all the world-ending monsters. We're at the forge where Master Skeleton just got some massive news. Apparently, her old sword is more of a problem than anyone expected. Master Skeleton admits she was pretty taken aback by the first impression, but she's glad the request was accepted. You can practically hear the relief. The master smith, Theo, is quite the eccentric old man, but his skills are the real deal. He's been handling divine artifacts since before these kids were born. Theo is easily in the top 5 most skilled artisans on the entire continent. You don't get arms that buff just from eating sweet potatoes. Rookies like Doran over here just crank out mass-produced stuff without even thinking. But masters like Theo put their whole soul into the steel. Clang. A single strike from a master artisan sounds like a thunderclap. Every hit is perfectly calculated to forge perfection. Theo and the rookie artisan are discussing the peculiar nature of most craftsmen. They're usually oddballs who ignore requests if it doesn't suit their taste. Theo is especially notorious for having a nasty temperament. The last request he actually accepted was already over 2 years ago. Frey tells Harrier to consider it an honor that a blacksmith like that is working for them. Harrier, on the other hand, is just worried about the bill. Theo notes that sometimes adventurers treat artisans like they're beneath them. Big mistake. You don't want to piss off the guy who makes your primary defense. If you stay on the battlefield long enough, you realize that smiths and adventurers are partners who can't be separated. It's a mutual bond forged in survival. If a weapon doesn't break and can endure their strength, they can fight at full force without worry. That's the artisan's promise to the warrior. We see a glimpse of the hero from the past looking determined. Behind every great hero, there were always blacksmiths working for the night. Master Skeleton looks at her bandaged hand while reflecting on those words. That's why she's so particular about finding the right forge for this demonic blade. The smith admits they appreciate the trust, but in the end, he says the one you truly need to trust is yourself. When you cut down an enemy with their weapon, it's a sword, and when you pierce them, it becomes a spear. It's all about how you use it. Theo looks at the silhouette of the master. He doesn't know where or how the work will be used, but he's certain they aren't villains. Frey and Harrier are taking a break, processing the heavy talk from the smiths. The atmosphere is quiet, which usually means a training montage is imminent. The master stands in the shadows, her presence alone enough to make anyone nervous. Harrier looks like he's just realized something important about his own strength. The rookie smith thanks them for the recognition. He's probably going to need a lot more coffee to finish this job for a legend. Slam. Harrier puts his hand down with serious resolve. He's officially done with the downtime and the overthinking. He calls out to his master, his eyes full of a new fire. The master just tilts her head in confusion at the sudden outburst. It's been a while, and Harrier is finally stepping up to test his growth. He formally requests a spar with the legend herself. They head out to the Bing Cannon Mine, located right behind Artisan Street. It's a perfect, secluded spot for a massive beatdown, a spar. Harrier thanks the master for agreeing to such a sudden request. He's looking way more focused than he was 10 minutes ago. Master Skeleton says it's fine, not really a problem. She pulls out 2 wooden sticks like it's just another casual afternoon. She says it isn't about explaining with words, but making him understand with his heart. Classic shonen logic right here. Frey is just lounging in the background, enjoying the show. She tells Harrier to cross blades and think it through properly. Master Skeleton admits it's been ages since she last spared like this. Just thinking about her time in the northern mountains makes her old bones ache. She warns Frey that it would be better if she didn't think about interfering midway. She's taking this seriously, even with wooden sticks. Frey says, yeah, that won't happen, so don't worry. She's basically the chaotic referee for this madness. She adds that fighting Master Skeleton in her current state wouldn't be any fun anyway. Way to rub it in, Frey. Frey starts the countdown, and you can practically feel the air get heavier. Master Skeleton is ready to school her student. She shouts, B-E-G-I! Harrier lunges forward like a shot from a cannon. No hesitation, just pure aggression right from the jump. Frey is impressed by what she sees. She notes that his burst speed is much faster than it was back in Leave Red Village. Close up on Harrier's determined face as he closes the gap. He's grown a lot in a very short time, and it's finally starting to show. The clash begins. The wooden swords are moving so fast they're creating blurs and shockwaves in the air. Master Skeleton is just casually dodging, her movements minimal and precise. She's reading every single move Harrier makes before he even makes it. Boom. A heavy hit connects with the ground as Harrier tries to pin the master down. The dust is already starting to rise from the impact. Harrier is relentless, pushing the master back toward the canyon wall with a flurry of strikes. He's not giving her a single second to breathe. Harrier tries to use his environment, kicking off a rock to gain more momentum. He's actually thinking ahead for once during a fight. Close up on that golden eye looking for a weakness. Harrier is 100% locked in, searching for that one tiny opening in the master's defense. A flurry of strikes fills the air as they trade blows. It's like a wall of wood and white sparks. Master Skeleton is finally starting to shift her stance. Harrier manages to land a heavy blow that sends a shockwave through the mine. Frey is actually surprised now. Master Skeleton repositions, looking slightly more alert. She's finally recognizing Harrier as a legitimate threat rather than just a trainee. Close up on the bony hand as the master tightens her grip. The wood is literally creaking under the pressure of her non-existent muscles. Harrier charges again, but this time the master meets him head-on with a crushing parry. The impact is loud enough to echo through the entire canyon. Master Skeleton lashes out with a lightning-fast strike of her own. Harrier barely manages to parry, but the force sends him skidding. The master is moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for someone without lungs. She's a total blur of purple and gray. Harrier's face is a mask of focus and sweat as he struggles to keep up. He's realizing just how big the gap between him and the legend really is. Crack. The master lands a brutal hit on Harrier's side through his guard. That's definitely going to leave a mark in the morning. Master Skeleton's face is just a blank skull, which makes this beatdown even scarier. She's completely emotionless while handing out this lesson. A distant shot shows the scale of the spar. The canyon floor is being torn apart by their insane movements. Master Skeleton pauses for a second, her hood casting a shadow over her face. She's assessing Harrier's progress through combat alone. Harrier is breathing heavily and bleeding from the mouth, but he refuses to back down. His eyes are still burning with that same yellow fire. The master attacks from an impossible angle, her sword curving around Harrier's guard like a snake. Snap. Harrier's wooden sword finally gives up under the pressure and shatters. He's left holding a useless piece of lumber. The master stops her blade just millimeters from Harrier's throat, a perfect display of control from the veteran general. A montage of the rapid strikes Harrier just endured shows the speed gap. He was completely outclassed in that final exchange. Wait, Harrier isn't done. He launches a desperate kick while his sword is breaking. Talk about never say die attitude. The kick connects with the master's cloak, sending her back a step. That's a point for the student in a losing fight. Harrier grabs the master's arm, trying to turn the spar into a messy grappling match. He's getting creative now that he's weaponless. He charges forward with everything he has left, screaming as he pushes his body to the limit. Close up on the master skeleton's face. Is that genuine surprise? Harrier might have actually caught the legend off guard. Distant shot of the final clash. The dust explosion is massive, covering the entire center of the mine area. Harrier is moving like a shadow, his movements almost invisible in the thick dust. He's going for a high-risk counterstrike. THWACK. He lands a solid blow right on the master's head, or maybe it was just the heavy hood. Either way, it's a hit. Harrier is sent flying backward by the recoil of his own desperate attack. He looks like a ragdoll spinning in the air. A massive impact cloud erupts as Harrier hits the ground hard. The canyon wall is probably feeling that one too. Frey watches from the side with a thoughtful look. She notes that Harrier turned an attack aimed at his landing timing into a counter instead. Not bad. Master Skeleton emerges from the smoke, looking remarkably unfazed. She asks if Harrier is okay, sounding genuinely concerned. Harrier is slumped against a rock, blood dripping from his chin. He mutters that it's as he expected, clearly frustrated by the result. He tells the master she's weakened quite a lot, just as he thought. He's taking the loss and the power gap pretty hard. Master Skeleton just stays quiet, listening to her students venting. She points out that even in this spar, Harrier only moved defensively. Harrier is annoyed that the master didn't fall for any feints or use blind spots. He feels like he was being babied by a legend. Harrier is really poking at the master's pride now, asking if she's holding back because he looks weak to her. The master just starts laughing at the ridiculousness. She says he's taking quite a stretch. Frey pipes up from her spot on the ground. She tells the master she was obviously going easy on that guy just now. She adds that she knows because she's fought her before. She wonders if her heart has weakened since they visited the forge yesterday. Master Skeleton tries to brush it off as nonsense, even asking if she should deal with her first, but Harrier just repeats that she's right. Harrier points out that ever since they visited that Theo fellow yesterday, the master has seemed lost in thought. He's sharper than he looks. Master Skeleton's eye flares with a deep purple light. Harrier hits the nail right on the head. Harrier clenches his fist in frustration. He yells that they're warriors. He says a fight like this speaks far better than a table with cookies. Harrier is making a lot of sense today. He tells the master she's in a very dangerous state right now. He's worried she might return to how she was when they first met. He says sometimes you can stray from the path and wander, but you can return to the original road, just like he did. Harrier is being surprisingly supportive. He says she can come back again because she's not alone anymore. That line hits hard. Harrier is really growing into his role as a companion. He says whether people call her the Demon King or not, she is still her. Harrier is officially the emotional support human for a legendary skeleton. He vows to fulfill his own dream as a disciple and companion. He came down from the northern mountains specifically to help the master walk the right path. Master Skeleton is speechless, looking at her bony hands. Harrier's words are clearly having a huge impact on her internal crisis. He says she's not some demon king who takes the lives of thousands. Her sword is that of a hero who saves thousands. He shouts 1,000,000, and even more. Harrier's belief in his master is absolute. It's enough to make even a skeleton feel something. The narrative shifts to a cold world where pitch-black darkness has settled. A fading world where the sun set long ago and hope is rare. We see silhouettes of the past heroes. And yet is it because of that darkness that one can wait such complacently? Master Skeleton lets out a soft laugh. She admits she's quite lucky to have found such a disciple in this new era. She tells Harrier to resume the spar. The master is finally back in the game and ready to fight properly. She says she too will face him with a resolve worthy of his words. She's officially taking the gloves off and showing her real skill. Master Skeleton looks at her bandaged hand. She feels blessed beyond measure to have such disciples supporting her. Close up on the master's sockets. The atmosphere just got 5 times more intense. Harrier looks a little nervous but mostly hyped. Harrier shouts in agreement, his eyes wide. He's ready to see what the legend can actually do when she's not holding back. Frey is watching with a smirk while lounging on a rock. She says she didn't say she'd go all out. She knows things are about to get very loud. Master Skeleton takes a few slow, heavy steps forward. The weight of her presence is literally making the ground vibrate. Harrier is on high alert, his posture perfectly balanced for whatever is coming. He's waiting for that first move with bated breath. The master stops and raises her fist. The silence in the canyon is deafening right now as everyone waits for the explosion. A single pebble falls from the cliffside, breaking the silence. The tension is high enough to snap a spear in half. Flash. They both disappear in a blur of insane movement. The spar has officially reached a whole new level of power. A massive explosion of dust on the canyon floor. They're already mid-exchange, and it looks like they're leveling the entire mine area. Harrier tries to land a punch, but the master is already behind him. Speed and reaction time are definitely not on the student's side today. A rapid flurry of strikes follows. It's like watching 2 blurs of gray and brown colliding over and over. Frey is watching with wide eyes, genuinely impressed. She notes that the situation has completely changed from just before. Master Skeleton has shifted from a defensive stance to an aggressive style, pounding in heavy blows without a single pause. Harrier is clearly focused on defense more than before, planning to decide it all with a single, perfectly timed counterattack. The exchange continues at high speed. It's a total mess of motion lines and bone-shattering impacts. Harrier is barely holding his ground. The Master Skeleton's strikes are like thunder. Harrier is being pushed right to the edge of his physical limits. Harrier prepares his final move. He's betting everything on this one single counterattack to turn the tide. Master Skeleton reaches out with her bony hand, her sockets glowing with power. This is the moment of truth for the student. Harrier manages to duck under the grab and lands a solid hit right in the Master's torso. Harrier's face is a mask of focus and sweat. He's really giving it his all to prove he can stand by his Master's side. A distant shot of the two fighters in the sunset. They're a whirlwind of violence in the middle of a beautiful landscape. Harrier takes a split second to catch his breath. He's looking pretty rough, but that fire in his eye is still burning bright. Another rapid-fire sequence of hits follows. Harrier is zipping all over the place, trying to find a blind spot in the Master's defense. Master Skeleton's bony hand is everywhere at once. It's like she's got 8 arms defending and attacking. Harrier is getting schooled in combat. Crack. The Master lands a heavy hit right on Harrier's head. That's gotta hurt even during a friendly spar. Harrier's focused eye is twitching from the pain and exertion. He's reaching his limit, and both of them know it. Bam. Master Skeleton slams Harrier right into the canyon wall. The impact creates a massive web of cracks in the rock behind him. Harrier's feet are sliding in the dirt as he tries to regain his balance. He's not going down without one final desperate attempt. Harrier launches himself back into the air with everything he has. He's going for one final all-or-nothing move. Master Skeleton stands calmly in the shadows, waiting for her student's final gamble. She's already seen through the entire plan. Harrier lets out an absolute soul-shattering scream as he closes the distance. He slams into the rock next to the Master, trying to use the entire environment to create an opening. Master Skeleton just moves her head slightly to the side to dodge a rock. She shouts, his voice echoing through the canyon. Boom. The canyon wall finally gives way, sending a massive shower of rocks and dust down on both of them. The entire cliffside is cracking and falling apart from the force of their spar. Harrier's clever strategy might have just backfired. Master Skeleton looks up at the falling debris with total calm. She realizes he wasn't cornered by the cliff but was aiming to strike there. She realizes Harrier's plan was to hold her in place where the rocks would fall. Not a bad strategy for a rookie warrior. The dust explosion is massive, covering the entire scene. It looks like a whole building just collapsed in the middle of the mine. Master Skeleton emerges from the dust cloud, totally unfazed. She looks like a literal ghost standing in the white haze. Flash. Harrier lunges from the dust cloud, going for one last surprise kick. He lands a solid blow that sends a shockwave through the air. The Master mocks him, saying choosing the wrong opponent was his biggest mistake. Frey watches from her perch, looking genuinely impressed. She says even dropping the rocks was part of the setup, and it was a pretty clever strategy. Master Skeleton catches Harrier's leg with one bony hand. She points out that Harrier couldn't design it so the rocks would actually hit. Harrier is sweating bullets, staring into the Master's sockets from inches away. He knows he's been caught and the match is over. Harrier's foot hits the dirt as he collapses to his knees in the dust. He mutters that he lost, completely defeated by the power gap. A distant shot of the two in the middle of the canyon ruins. Harrier is officially out of juice. Master Skeleton thanks him, saying her head feels refreshed for the first time in a while. Harrier just laughs, saying it didn't even count as a warm-up. Harrier looks at his master with a tired smile. She tells him he's truly grown strong, incomparable to when they first met. Harrier is genuinely shocked by the high praise. He's finally getting the recognition he deserves. Frey pipes up, stretching and saying it's her turn to move now. She's looking way too energetic after watching that brutal beatdown. Master Skeleton just stays quiet, looking a bit depressed again. Frey notes that she's been sulking since yesterday after being called the Demon King. Frey gets that demented grin on her face, saying she's ugly either way, and the way she acts doesn't change. She's such a bully. Master Skeleton is just a dark silhouette, looking completely done with her nonsense. Harrier is trying to keep them both in check, asking if their records 1 win apiece. Frey suggests settling the tie with a best of 3. The red text box makes it look like an official challenge is being issued. Frey gets that terrifying, shadowed look again with glowing eyes. She laughs, asking, since when does the battlefield do best of 3? She says on the battlefield, all that matters is who's still standing at the end. Frey jumps into action, looking absolutely insane as she charges the Master. Harrier is shouting for them both to stop. He knows this is going to end badly for the entire village behind them. Suddenly, a massive steel pillar flies in from nowhere. Someone shouts for them to stop. Crash. The pillar hits the ground right between Frey and the Master, sending dirt and debris flying everywhere. Master Skeleton is shocked, wondering how a steel pillar just flew in. She's looking toward the source of the interruption. A voice asks what the hell these lunatics are doing, saying she heard a commotion behind the village. It's the muscle mommy blacksmith from before, and she looks absolutely furious. She screams at them to answer her. She's about to give them all a lesson in manners. Harrier is really feeling the effects of that high-tier sparring session. He's plugging a nosebleed with some cotton and just trying to stay conscious. Master Skeleton checking in on her student while they lounge around the workshop. Harrier says he's good, but we all know that's a lie. Doran is looking at them like they're total maniacs. He knows training is hard, but this looked like a deathmatch. Theo tells them they need to control their strength, or Harrier won't live to see retirement. Talk about a brutal reality check. But the master points out that the real damage came from that blue-haired girl. Megania literally treated Frey like a target at a demolition derby. Master Skeleton explains the situation while Doran just stands there processing the carnage. A simple, "ah," is the only logical response. Surtur explains that Megania probably flipped out after hearing about intruders in the mine. She's not exactly the talk-first type of artisan. The master asks if Megania is someone they should know. Doran confirms she's a local legend that everyone on this street fears. Despite her being one of the top 5 artisans, she's mostly known for coming over to mooch coffee. Artisans really are just built different. She reveals she was listening from behind the whole time. Doran is sweating bullets trying to be polite to the beautiful lady. Theo pops his head in, wondering why Megania is here so early. The vibe in the shop is getting crowded. Megania says her cute junior asked for a special lesson, so she came running. Doran looks like he wants the floor to swallow him whole. Doran can't believe his ears. A special lesson from a top-tier artisan? That usually means double the work. She explains that becoming a respectable artisan requires visiting various smithies. It's all about that diverse grind, baby. Megania grins, saying her research is almost done. Doran is just annoyed that he's basically become her official coffee errand boy. Doran remembers her mentioning research for a while. He asks if it's finally finished after all this time. Master Skeleton stares at the blade, calling it a masterpiece. He believes it's an invention that will finally grant his and his friends' wishes. He thinks about all the Imperial citizens who need the power to protect themselves. It's not just a sword, it's a symbol of rebellion. Theo asks if she's still working on that item. He previously told her to give up on it, but she clearly didn't listen. She insists it will be finished soon, citing a promise she made. Even with her father's disapproval, she can't abandon the partnership. The atmosphere gets incredibly intense as they stare each other down. You could cut the tension with a blacksmith's hammer. Theo gives up and tells her to help out with some work before the special lesson begins. Sometimes you just have to let the geniuses do their thing. Megania is all smiles now, as long as she gets paid a hefty allowance later. Always get that bag, sister. Doran is jealous that she gets to wear the smith's apron again. Megania just mocks him for being envious of professional gear. Surtur explains the harsh reality of Artisan Street. It's a place driven by results and raw skill to a cruel degree. It doesn't matter if you're an outsider or have a bizarre personality. If you have the skill, you earn the respect of the street. He explains that Megania started as a frail girl left alone on a battlefield. Looking at her now, frail is definitely not the first word that comes to mind. Instead of her father's hand, she gripped a hammer. Instead of a mother's bosom, she embraced the heat of the furnace. Her weak body eventually caught up to her strong spirit. The scarred child transformed into a world-class artisan. He tells Doran to watch closely and learn from her effort. This is the heart of a true craftsman on display. Check out this cover art. Megania looking absolutely bossed up on her stool. We cut to the mid-slope of the mountain near Artisan Street. The sky is a deep, ominous red. Someone is mocking the cute conscription officer. Imperial ego is always at an all-time high right before a disaster. Meet Commander Bolka of the Imperial Third Army. He's annoyed that they had to travel all this way to a city of ironmongers. He asks what exactly they intend to bring back from such a small city. He clearly has no respect for the artisans. The response is simple. 2 things. This guy is playing it very cool for someone about to invade a city. The goal is the complete fall of Artisan Street through military force. Then, they plan on exhuming the cemetery to secure the legendary hammers buried there. Legend says these artisans create tools with only one hammer their entire lives. An artisan's entire soul and wishes are contained within that steel. That heart eventually becomes magic and imbues the iron with power. These hammers are basically high-tier magical mediums. The artisans bury their hammers with them, unaware of their true value. To the Empire, that cemetery is just one big treasure chest. From an officer's perspective, it's a gold mine. They didn't care about the dead, only the loot. Bolka realizes that the specter of Chengtap village, our master skeleton, is also in the city, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, I guess. He calls his companion a cunning bitch for volunteering for this mission. He knew she only cared about those magical hammers from the start. She just takes the insult as a compliment. In her world, being cunning is just being opportunistic. She confirms the plan: destroy the city, loot the graves, and dispose of the skeleton. She makes genocide sound like a weekend chore. Finally, she holds up a glowing mana crystal. She whispers that they must secure this. Bolka acknowledges that this item can change the entire tide of the war. Imperial interests are officially piqued. She says it's a target that must be sent to the capital workshop and taken apart. Science and war, the worst combination. She tells Bolka to handle the invasion himself. She doesn't care about the means, as long as the village is suppressed before the 4 knights arrive. The 3rd Army detachment is ready for the fall of Artisan Street. They even requested a Death Knight for the task, so you know they're serious. She warns him to move carefully, as one wrong move could ruin everything. They need a perfect victory to please the Emperor. The gears of war are turning while the sun sets on the unsuspecting city. Darkness falls, and the invasion force prepares to move under the cover of night. A scout reports back on the situation inside the city. Surveillance is key for a surgical strike. There are no special anomalies, but rumors suggest the Master Skeleton recently caused a scene in the mine area. They also note that the old blacksmith who used to belong to the Empire has returned. Things are getting complicated for the reconnaissance team. The leader is annoyed that the old man returned. She hopes he hasn't leaked any Imperial info for no reason. She's already getting a migraine dealing with the Empire's old raccoon. She decides that since the Death Knight is coming anyway, they need to act fast. Staying long won't do them any favors. She bites her nail, realizing that if they take too long, everything might turn to ash. Speed is their only advantage right now. Click. They've successfully picked the lock and entered their target building. They start searching every nook and cranny. Whatever that item is, they're determined to find it. Suddenly, a voice speaks from the dark, saying the shop closed a long time ago. Begania catches them red-handed. She asks what they're looking for in the dead of night. She tells them that every item here is part of a valuable collection, and spoiler alert, they definitely can't afford the price. The infiltrator girl claims it's just a misunderstanding. She calls herself a diligent civil servant, living off taxes. She happily explains that the enchanted weapons and that item are being recovered by the Imperial Treasury. How joyous indeed. Megania just bursts out laughing at the audacity, calling her story bullshit. They're both laughing now, but only one of them is going to walk away from this conversation. The command is issued: kill them. The shadows come alive as the Imperial ambush is sprung. Boom. A huge shockwave rips through the floor as Megania makes her move. She's zipping through the air like a purple-haired tornado. These spies really underestimated a top-tier artisan. She reaches out for a weapon on the rack. A master artisan is never truly unarmed in her own shop. An armored Imperial soldier lunges forward, but he's already too slow. Shink. Several glowing blue energy daggers stab into the soldier's chest plate. The spy girl is shocked. She didn't expect the weapons on display to actually be lethal. The daggers pierce through the heavy plate like it's made of wet cardboard. That's some high-level enchantment work right there. The soldier collapses to the floor, defeated in seconds. Megania is just standing there looking disappointed. The spy girl admits she's impressed. Megania is indeed one of the top enchant artisans on Artisan Street. Megania says it's disappointing if they're amazed by just this much. She's barely even warmed up her mana. More daggers begin to hover in the air around her, crackling with lightning. The shop is filled with the sound of static and impending doom for the Imperial squad. The daggers from before had certain strike embedded in them. Literally, flying daggers. Pretty cool, right? Sure, it's insanely expensive and the daggers are disposable, but it's worth it. It means a lowly blacksmith can take down an official knight easily. A whole wall of glowing blue blades rises behind her. She asks if she can finally get an answer to her previous question. The infiltrator is completely surrounded by floating, lethal steel. Her plan just hit a massive, muscular wall. Megania says they don't have to worry about the money anymore. She's just decided on a different form of payment. The price for showing them something this interesting is going to be high. She's not feeling charitable tonight. The shop glows with an ethereal blue light as the final threat is issued. She says she'll take it with their heads. Megania is going full savage mode to protect her forge. Artisan Street is usually the quietest place on the map at night, but the Imperial scouts just turned it into a war zone. Pecola is not feeling Megania's vibe right now. Megania is literally glowing with blue mana, her floating daggers ready to delete anyone in a 5-mile radius. Pecola warns her not to get cocky just because she landed a lucky punch. Megania just gives her this cold, dead-eyed stare, telling her to try keeping her eyes open first. Burn. Pecola is officially triggered. She's staring daggers right back, calling Megania a little bitch. She lunges forward with a speed that shouldn't be humanly possible, screaming that she'll kill her. Megania doesn't even blink. She charges up her enchanted daggers, and the whole shop is crackling with static. The daggers shoot out like homing missiles, leaving blue light trails in the dark. The Imperial Knight Meat Shield jumps in, shouting for Lady Pecola to get behind him. Standard RPG tank moves. He manages to parry a few of the daggers, but the force is nearly knocking him off his feet. Pecola is just chilling in the back, letting the hired help take all the damage. Classic noble move. Megania starts laughing at the poor performance. She says it's disappointing he got hit by two. Pecola peeks out, unimpressed. She's heard Megania has some interesting tricks, but she's not convinced yet. She says if you get ahead of yourself, you die. Pecola starts charging up some serious fire magic. A massive pillar of fire erupts, taking the shape of a giant demonic limb. Megania is caught right in the blast radius. This is definitely not the mooching coffee vibe from earlier. The blue daggers try to pierce through the flames, but Pecola's magic is looking pretty overwhelming right now. But then, Megania just casually walks out of the smoke, calling the fire lukewarm. Savage. She asks if Pecola really thinks a little bit of heat can catch a master blacksmith. She spends all day at a furnace, honey. Megania is actually laughing at the temperature. She's treating a lethal fire spell like a slightly too warm shower. Pecola is looking a bit ragged now, but she's still got that creepy grin. She admits she couldn't catch her before, but she says she's about to be caught soon. Famous last words, or is she actually planning something? Another knight tries to sneak up from the side with a heavy horizontal swing. Pecola is right there too, her eyes glowing with a malicious blue light. She thinks she's got her. Megania gets trapped in a glowing red barrier. She realizes one of these weapons must be a high-tier defensive type. Look at that smirk. Megania is literally inside a cage and she's still looking like she's won the fight. She launches a massive volley of blue daggers from inside the barrier. Megania is zipping around the shop like she's in an anime intro, her coat billowing everywhere. Wait, she's throwing a regular-looking dagger by hand now? Pecola looks totally confused. The knight blocks it, realizing it's not a magic tool. He thinks he's safe because it doesn't have an enchantment. Close-up of Megania's mouth as she whispers, "Dipper." Oh boy, here we go. The knife is spinning through the air with a terrifying amount of kinetic energy behind it. Crack. It hits the knight's helmet with the force of a wrecking ball. A massive explosion of smoke and blood. That regular knife just did more damage than the magic ones. The knight and Pecola are sent flying back into the street. Talk about a reality check. Megania is back in her barrier, calling out, "Funnel!" It's like she's playing a different game than everyone else. Pecola grins, claiming she's already seen that move. She thinks she's figured out the pattern. Megania unleashes a blinding pink energy blast from the barrier. The whole street is lighting up. Pecola is banking everything on her defense, shouting that it won't work twice against a knight. The knight tanks the blast, sparks flying everywhere as his armor starts to glow red hot. Pecola is a total blur now, zipping through the air under her dark cloak. She lands a high-speed dash, her feet skidding across the cobblestones. Blue energy pillars shoot down all around Megania. She admits that using multiple flying swords might be a bit like cheating. A massive stream of daggers arcs through the air. Megania explains they have to fly in a straight line to generate that explosive force. Pecola just laughs it off. She claims Megania can only control a few precisely, and anything more is just spray and pray. Pecola dodges a direct blast and closes the distance in a split second, calling her attack too soft. She lands a brutal strike right in Megania's midsection. Megania is sent hurtling back into her own shop, crashing through a pile of iron bars. Pecola slowly walks through the dust, looking like the final boss of a horror movie. Megania is on the ground, struggling to catch her breath. The muscle mommy is finally looking vulnerable. Pecola stands over her, mocking her for acting big with just a little talent. Talk about being a sore winner. She delivers another heavy hit while Megania is down, saying it doesn't work on knights. Pecola leans in close, her face inches away, and calls her a cocky little bitch. Her face is completely shadowed, making her look absolutely demented. She says Megania is nothing but someone who hits iron. She puts a knife to Megania's throat, vowing to make sure she never crawls back up. Megania is looking pretty rough, covered in bruises and blood, but she still grunts out a defiant, "Damn it." Wide shot of the city. The narration admits the quality of Imperial Knights has dropped. It's embarrassing. Back at the gate, Pecola is gloating. She says she doesn't care about the fallen knights as long as the mission is a success. She holds up the blue mana crystal, smiling like a kid with a new toy. Kaboom. A massive bolt of blue lightning strikes a building right in front of them. Pecola's eyes go wide in shock. She can't believe that damn bitch is still fighting. Dozens of blue energy beams are shooting into the sky from all over Artisan Street. Megania is fighting back until the bitter end. A blood-stained hand clenches into a tight fist. Someone is chuckling in the shadows. It's the old blacksmith who was looted earlier. He stands in the ruins of his shop. He tells the bastards not to look down on Artisan Street. The whole town is waking up now. Villagers recognize that sword. It's a product from Megania's shop. Pecola realizes the secret operation is officially a failure. She really wanted to avoid a full-blown clash with the blacksmiths. The Death Knight tells Pecola to look ahead. Something big is coming their way. A blue energy trail is streaking through the dark alleys of the city. Master Surtur looks up, recognizing the voice. It's the old man who used to be the Imperial Workshop Master. The old smith is screaming for everyone to hear that it's a forced requisition. Bacola is covering her ears, annoyed by how loud that guy is. He's ruining their quiet escape. She decides there's no point in leaving him alive anymore, even with his history with the Empire. The Death Knight draws his blade with a cold, "Why yes," he's ready to finish the job. Close up on that masked face, you can practically feel the killing intent radiating off him. Clang. He clashes blades with the old blacksmith in a flurry of sparks. The Death Knight mocks him, asking if an old geezer like him can even handle a knight. The old man is struggling, his arms shaking from the pressure. He knows he can't win, but he refuses to stand by. Bacola laughs, asking if he's feeling nostalgic. She claims they made him successful, and now he's turning on them. The old man takes a heavy hit, but keeps talking. He admits he was successful, but he lost himself in the process. He says even draped in silk, he was a blacksmith to the bone. He stares her down with pure fury, asking if she thinks he'd let the place where he belongs be toyed with by her filthy hands. He takes another brutal strike, blood spraying from his shoulder. He's on his last legs. He stands in front of his shop, defiant. He says this is the home of the proud masterpieces where the continent's best artisans gather. He warns her to get lost, that there is absolutely nothing here she is allowed to take. The commotion is drawing a crowd. Villagers are wondering if the Imperial army snuck in under the cover of night. Master Surtur watches from the shadows, looking pained. He knows the old man just signed his own death warrant by intervening. Surtur is sweating, realizing he needs to move fast if he wants to survive the fallout. The Death Knight is done playing games. He decides to kill the old man for old time's sake. He delivers a devastating, point-blank vertical slash, close up on the old man's face as the blade connects. His eyes are wide, but his resolve is still there. Blood splatters across his mustache. It's a wrap for the former Master Smith. The knight's blade carves right through him in a spray of red. The old man is sent tumbling into a pile of wooden crates, his sword clattering on the ground. There's a massive, fatal wound in his chest. This is a one-way trip to the afterlife. The knight stands over him as he gasps for air. The old man uses his final breath to yell for the village gates to be closed. The plaza is packed now, and everyone is staring in horror at the dying legend. The Death Knight is just annoyed, saying he's suffered this much because of a single old man. He coughs and wheezes, saying he's entrusted his wish to a certain young man. He has no more regrets. One final insult for the road: "You low-class trash." Total savage until the very end. Surtur steps out into the crowd, yelling for every artisan on the street to listen up. He warns them that the Imperial conscription officer is here to take their home by force. He calls for them to take up arms and become the walls that protect Artisan Street. Close up of the blood-stained blade, he calls to the artisans. Surtur's eyes are glowing with a fierce new intensity. He screams for them to protect the street. A single hand reaches up toward the stars, covered in blood and grit. Please, protect it. The final wish of a dying master echoes into the night. So last night was a total nightmare on Artisan Street. The Imperial army finally made their move, and they were not there to negotiate. It was a tiny elite squad, just 11 dudes led by a conscription officer, and they moved like total ghosts through the shadows. Their plan was surgical. They hit Megania's shop first, locking down every single exit so no one could get out. But the artisans weren't having it. They fought back hard, taking down 5 knights and capturing 2 more, but the officer in charge still managed to ghost them through the south gate. The cost of that fight was brutal though. Out of 24 guards, 17 were killed instantly, and the other 7 are barely hanging on. One of the survivors can only watch in silence. The grief in this town is so thick you could drown in it, and the rage is simmering just below the surface. You can see it in his eyes. He is not letting this go. This whole mess started with a single fight, labeled in the files as the initial encounter with Arun Megania. And look at her now. Megania is completely out of commission, hooked up to tubes and wrapped in enough bandages to be a mummy. Meanwhile, Master Surtur is giving the full play-by-play to the council, telling them everything about the bloodbath last night. The Elder Council of Artisan Street is all gathered. Usually, they're arguing about taxes, but today the vibe is a little more serious. Surtur stands in the middle of the courtyard and tells everyone straight up that the time for being wishy-washy is over. He points out that if the rumors are true, the Empire isn't just messing with them anymore. They're moving in to crush the whole district by force. Surtur admits that he's probably the main target. He's made a career out of being a pain in the Empire's side, and it looks like the bill has come due. A few of the artisans look pretty shaken. They're used to working with fire and iron, but actual war is a whole different animal. Surtur crosses his arms, looking back. This whole conflict goes way deeper than anyone realized. Just a few years ago, this place was the complete opposite of what it is now. It was a corrupt mess, totally under the Empire's thumb. Yeah, everyone remembers the good old days when the only thing being forged around here was corruption. Everything changed when Gorencia Yuta showed up. She was not exactly known for her gentle diplomacy. she single-handedly ripped out the Empire's influence and turned the city into its own autonomous district, a total girl boss move. But Surtur knows the peace was always a lie. The Empire was just waiting for the smallest excuse to invade. He looks over the crowd from the balcony. It's the ultimate crossroads. Do they fight back or just stay quiet and hope for the best? One artisan slams the table so hard you can feel it, screaming if he's really asking that question now. This man is ready for a fight. Another one jumps up, shouting that they have to activate the last wall plan. Apparently, it's the only option they have left. A calmer voice tries to cut in, warning them that activating the plan is basically a suicide mission, asking if they all just want to die together. Then Master Skeleton steps forward, and her presence just chills the entire room. She tells them to stop arguing, because they're already at war whether they like it or not. She points out the obvious. The Empire invaded, they murdered people, and they looted Megania's workshop. That's not a disagreement, that's an act of war. The crowd starts whispering. They recognize the hooded figure as the savior of Surat Smithy. Word travels fast in a small town. Master Skeleton clenches her bandaged hand. She tells them there are no escape routes left. The street has already become the front line. She shows them a vision of what will happen if they do nothing. More of their brothers and sisters will just become more bodies in the dirt. The message is clear. The entire continent is a meat grinder because of the Empire. Standing still is just waiting for your turn to die. The young artisans look absolutely horrified. The reality of their situation is finally hitting them. Master Skeleton slowly takes off her mask, revealing her empty eye sockets. She tells them that to protect their comrades, they have no choice but to fight. She calls them proud artisans, challenging their core identity. Are they creators, or are they just going to be victims? She asks if the people who died last night would want them to stay quiet, or if the wounded want to wake up to a city on its knees. One of the smiths clenches his bandaged fist until his knuckles turn white. He shouts that there's not a chance. The spark is finally lighting the fuse. Master Skeleton yells for them to scream as loud as they've loved their craft, asking how long they're going to put up with this. She declares that she is the messenger who will carry their voices to the very end. The hype is getting real. She touches the hilt of her blade, telling them she will be their sword. Now that is how you make an entrance. The words JOINUS fill the screen as the call to arms echoes through the courtyard. The peaceful days are officially over. One man in the front row finally nods, saying they should do it. It's the first ripple before the tidal wave. The whole courtyard erupts in a roar of approval. They're shouting for war, sick of living in fear of being attacked. The fire is in their eyes now. One shouts he'd rather fight than become the Empire's slave. They're done hesitating. Surtur looks on with a small smile. He can tell the mood has shifted from fear to pure resolve. He closes his eyes for a moment, just soaking in the collective will of his people. He roars out the final order to activate the last wall plan, telling everyone to get to their positions immediately. We get a wide shot of the city as the machinery of war begins to turn. From this moment on, Artisan Street is on the move. The council members thank Master Skeleton, admitting her speech maxed out their morale. They're ready to give the Empire a taste of its own medicine. Harrier and the others are watching from the side. Harrier tries to be humble, saying they were already ready to fight and just needed a leader. Master Skeleton turns to Surtur, asking about a specific item she requested. She's clearly got her own side mission going on. Surtur admits it's been tough without Yuta's help, but tells her not to worry. The item is already in the final stages of production. We get a flashback to Doran giving a cheeky peace sign. He says since he's helping Theo, the result will probably be even better than expected. The skeleton notices that Theo and that hooded brat Doran didn't even show up to the big meeting. Surtur explains they're missing because they're buried in work. Apparently, something even more urgent than a war council came up. Frey is standing there with her arms crossed, looking bored. She jokes that they better show up when the actual war starts or she'll be worried. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, Commander Bolka is staring down at the city. He looks like a guy who enjoys a good siege. Halfway up the mountain near Artisan Street, the Imperial camp is set up and just waiting for the signal. Bacola is face down in the dirt, looking absolutely wrecked from her fight last night. Bolka is absolutely tearing into her. He says he told her to be cautious, but she acted alone, lost men, and gave up hostages. He asks if she's lost her mind. He looms over her like a dark cloud, asking the conscription officer how she's going to take responsibility for this mess. Bacola wipes some blood from her mouth, muttering that she wanted to crush the village before the 4 knights arrived. Bolka isn't hearing it. He tells her that because of her ego, the entire operation is ruined. Their plans have surely been leaked because of the prisoners. He points out that her failed raid just gave the artisans the perfect reason to riot. Talk about a massive tactical failure. His clawed hand digs into a tree, and he demands to know how she's going to fix her ignorant behavior. He's losing his patience fast. He's literally screaming at her now. The birds are fleeing the trees from the sheer volume of his rage. Bacola just gives him this chilling, half-dead stare, telling him there's nothing for the commander to worry about. Bold words for someone on the ground. Boka glares at her, warning that what she's saying had better be the absolute truth. He hears a noise and looks up, confused. Picola's subordinates step out of the shadows. She says she secured the item she mentioned and has finally confirmed the skeleton is in the street. Boka takes a look at the report. He figures that once the four knights arrive, the city will be in their grasp anyway. Picola lets out a dry laugh, saying it seems one of her subordinates didn't report in. She's playing a very dangerous game. And would you look at that? A carrier pigeon just arrived with an urgent message from the four knights that came in late last night. Boka slams the board. He's clearly not a fan of surprises. He reads the scroll, wondering what a message from the Blue Knight could possibly say. We get a close-up on his eye. His pupil shrinks to a pinprick as he processes the news. Whatever it is, it's a total game-changer. Picola starts cackling like a total maniac, saying she really can't understand people as high and mighty as the four knights. Boka loses it and roars for his men to prepare for war immediately. He screams that the Metal City will fall by tomorrow. Picola just brushes it off with a sarcastic "yes sir," muttering under her breath what a freaking bastard he is. She shreds the message into tiny pieces, musing that she doesn't know what he's planning to take from that snake monster, but this is actually the perfect chance. Boka stands before his army of knights, telling them to prepare themselves and raise their spears high. He asks how long they're going to hide in the shadow of the four knights. He's challenging them to stop being dull and start being killers. The army begins its march through the mist. It's a sea of steel and purple cloaks heading straight for the artisans. Bolka's heavy boot crushes the grass. He yells at the morons to wash their necks and wait. He's definitely not coming for a friendly visit. He stands on the cliff, silhouetted against the morning sky. He tells his men they are the steps he'll use to surpass the four knights and rise in the world. A vision of a chessboard shows the pieces being set. He declares that the stage for him has been prepared. The battle for Artisan Street is about to go nuclear. The Imperial Army is closing in on Artisan Street. You can practically feel the ground shaking as they march through the mountains. And check out these guys. Full plate armor and capes. They definitely did not come here to buy a new horseshoe. The war horses are already frothing at the mouth. This is going to get messy really fast. The forest is crawling with them. This is an elite infiltration squad, not just some random scouts. They've got 50 cavalry and 200 infantry, plus ambushers. We're looking at a total force of 400 ready to crush the town. Harrier is scouting from the high ground with a spyglass. He's noticing the numbers on the ground don't match the intel they squeezed out of the prisoners. He turns to the master, wondering if moving hastily is a good idea. Harrier is definitely the cautious one in this duo. The master skeleton isn't sweating it though. He says they'll proceed as planned because he's betting everything on Frey not failing her mission. He knows there's no way a knight of war like Frey would fail when there's a real battle on the horizon. Down below, the artisans are working overtime on the last wall. The sound of metal on stone is constant. One smith is checking the alignment of these massive gears. If this machine doesn't work perfectly, the whole defense falls apart. The master watches the villagers from the heights. He notes how people just want to live their daily lives no matter where you go. Harrier looks at the village, his orange eyes reflecting the clear blue sky. He knows that soon, this quiet morning will be a distant memory. The master reflects on how daily life will crumble and more people will inevitably die. It's the grim reality of standing up to an empire. This place is about to become ground zero for a rebellion, and the cost of entry is always paid in lives. Master Skeleton turns to Harrier, wanting to confirm one last thing. He's been unusually quiet lately. He points out that unlike their previous fights, this place technically has nothing to do with them. Harrier listens as the master asks if they are effectively dragging uninvolved people into their war. The guilt is starting to weigh on him. He asks his master if this is truly the best way, or if saving more people means leaving the village right now. He's struggling with the whole hero path. Master Skeleton puts the ball in his court, asking Harrier what he thinks the right answer is. It's the ultimate test of leadership. Harrier thinks about his journey. A warrior of the north, the swordhawker of the White Lion's mane. He carries the dreams of his tribesmen in his chest. He admits it's a difficult question. The line between being a hero and a bringer of war is razor thin. Harrier clenches his fist until it trembles. He knows that right now both they and the enemy are here. Furthermore, he doesn't believe these people are just caught up in their mess. To them, this is their own fight for their own survival. He says they aren't here with half-hearted resolve. He might not have all the answers, but he's prepared to see this through to the end. The Skeleton Master gives him a nod of approval, telling him that's a fine resolve. The student is officially ready. The sound of heavy boots on the cobblestones. The artisans are assembling, and they are not coming with empty hands. Surtur stands on the platform, his voice booming over the crowd. He acknowledges that they've all suffered enough. They have gathered for their rights against the Empire, to protect their fallen comrades and their homes. He asks if the reason they took up their swords was so that they could die. Surtur is really lighting a fire under these guys. Surtur asks if they're using the last wall plan just because they are cornered. The answer from the crowd is a loud "No." Surtur shouts that today they fight for their tomorrow. He says what those bastards cannot cross is their spirit. His face is a mask of determination as he screams that they are not slaves. He reminds them that they are the proud, best artisans of the continent. The whole courtyard erupts. They're shouting to fight for this street, to protect everything they hold dear. Suddenly, the rhythmic thumping of horse hooves echoes through the valley. The Empire's first wave has arrived. The master senses the vibration through the ground and confirms they're making the first move. The talk is officially over. A massive group of Imperial Knights is charging through the forest. They look like an unstoppable tide of steel. A scout reports that 50 cavalrymen are rapidly approaching the east gate. They're only 600 meters out and moving fast. The artisans let out a collective roar. The morale is through the roof right now. Welcome to Artisan Street, the last wall. This isn't just a defensive line, it's a masterpiece of engineering. In a dark workshop, a smith stands surrounded by glowing green chains and massive gears. Something big is about to wake up. A tiny fire spirit hovers over the mechanism, letting out a little cheer. The power source for this whole setup is definitely not standard. The smith grins, his eyes glowing with an eerie yellow light as he gives the order to activate. A massive shockwave rips through the battlefield as the Imperial cavalry charges. The ground is literally coming alive. An Imperial Knight is caught off guard, wondering what that sound was. "Buddy, that was your funeral bell ringing." Boom. Massive wooden spikes explode out of the earth, impaling horses and knights alike. The mere metalworkers have some nasty surprises. The formation is shattered instantly. Knights are screaming as they're tossed into the air. It's total chaos on the front line. An Imperial officer tries to keep his men together, mocking the mere metalworkers for their traps. He's coping real hard right now. A massive mechanical slab of the wall slams shut, sealing off the entrance. The town is officially in lockdown. The gears are spinning frantically, sparks flying as the complex machinery of the last wall kicks into high gear. The smith confirms that everything is functioning normally. Surtur is pleased, looking down at his handiwork. He bellows out orders for everyone to get to their positions. The real battle starts now. Artisans are manning every corner, pulling levers and preparing the next stage of the defense. They're moving in perfect sync. This isn't just a mob, it's a well-oiled machine of defiance. We get a close-up on the gears grinding together. The friction is heating up the metal, a metaphor for the rising tension in the city. The knights outside find themselves staring at a solid wall of stone and iron. They're effectively locked out of their own invasion. The Imperial Knights are completely baffled, asking what on earth this is. They expected a quick victory, not a sentient fortress. Even the officers are starting to sweat, wondering just what these people built. They're realizing they've seriously underestimated these craftsmen. The wall lets out a series of heavy mechanical groans. It sounds like a sleeping giant is finally waking up. A knight stands next to his fallen horse, muttering that this is crap. Yeah, you can say that again. Suddenly, the top of the wall opens up. The Imperial troops look up in terror as the town's counterattack reveals itself. An artisan yells to hurry and fill the cannon with mana first. They're manning the heavy artillery now. This is where things get really loud. Massive iron ports slide open all along the wall. Those aren't just for ventilation, they're gun ports looking for targets. From above the wall, we see the artisans have set up a full battery of magic cannons. The Empire is about to get a very expensive geography lesson. Surtur stands on the ramparts, looking down at the invaders. He explains that this device was created by every artisan together. His face is hard as stone as he tells them. It is their firm resolve to never bow their heads to them again. That's how you handle a bully. The cavalry commander shouts that a high wall is useless. He thinks the artisans will just give up. He offers to spare their lives if they surrender now. Talk about an empty threat from someone on the ground. Surtur's response is basically asking the moron if he thinks he'll just say yes sir and open the gate. The Master Skeleton notes that this war will be over in an instant. He's confident in his plan. Frey is on the move, zipping through the trees. She's the checkmate piece in this game. We get a close-up on Frey. She's got that manic, jagged-toothed grin. She's ready for some action. We cut to a flashback, 2 hours before the operation began. Master Skeleton is giving Frey her solo mission. Frey is lounging in her room, skeptical. She asks why she's being given a solo mission after being watched this whole time. Master Skeleton points out that Frey's identity would be a problem if the artisans recognized her. It's to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. On the tactical map, Harrier and the Master will deal with the forces approaching the barrier. They're splitting up to cover more ground. The Master emphasizes the need for speed. While the defenders have the advantage, it will only go south if it turns into a long war. That's why they need a checkmate. She tells Frey that with her sense of smell, she shouldn't have trouble finding the way. The mission is to attack the camp where the enemy commander is located. She tells Frey this war depends on her speed. No pressure or anything, just the fate of the entire street in her hands. Frey peeks out from the trees, sensing something. She's finally on the move, and she's not looking for a friendly chat. She finds it quickly. The enemy commander's headquarters. It looks surprisingly modest for such a large operation. We get a close-up on Frey's focused face. She's scanning the perimeter, looking for any weaknesses in their patrol. She notes that it's way too quiet. She can sense people nearby, but the lack of noise is unnerving. Plus, there's a strange smell in the air. We get a rundown of the info they got from interrogating the captured knights. 3 key pieces of intelligence. First, the total force deployed is relatively small, less than 300 men. This seems manageable until you hear piece number 2. Second, Corpsei Bolka, the commander of the Imperial Third Army in the south, was appointed for this war. This dude is bad news. Third, the headquarters camp is located right near the southeastern mountain ridge. Frey is exactly where she needs to be. Suddenly, Bolka's face fills the frame. He's right behind her, and he knows her name. Frey is shocked, yelling and asking what he's doing here. Her stealth mission just hit a massive, muscular wall. Bolka mocks her, asking what she means. He says they're in the middle of a war, and she's hiding in a place like this. He wonders if it's loyalty to the Empire or just pride that's keeping her here. He mentions that none of the captured prisoners ever spoke of that existence. Frey looks away, her mind racing. She realizes that something much bigger and scarier is hidden in these woods. Bolka just laughs, asking if she's hiding. He's clearly not threatened by Frey's reputation as a war knight. A massive, glowing red eye opens in the darkness behind the trees. Whatever Bolka brought with him, it's definitely not human. Back at the wall, an artisan reports that additional Imperial forces have been confirmed in the northwest. Bolka's cavalry was just a diversion. The scout is panicking, stammering that it's not just additional forces, they aren't human. The villagers look up at the sky in total horror. The birds are fleeing, and the atmosphere has turned ice cold. Dragons. Massive, leathery wings are casting shadows over the entire city. The Empire just brought air support to a ground fight. Bolka grins, showing off his jagged teeth. He says he heard it went missing in the northern mountain range. He's talking about the legendary dragon. Frey is speechless as the beast looms over her. Bolka asks if she switched sides from the Empire to that skeleton. He can't believe she'd betray the Empire. Bolka is genuinely amused by this turn of events. He leans in, his face shadowed, telling her he knew she was stupid from a long time ago. But this is a new low. We get a close-up on the dragon's massive, gnashing teeth. This isn't just a mount, it's a sentient weapon of mass destruction. Meet the Blue Death Dragon and the Death Knight. This isn't a standard invasion anymore. It's a mythological execution. Frey gets a terrifying look on her face, her eyes wide and blood matting her hair. She screams that this is unbelievably stupid. She knows she's in way over her head. A final shot of the chessboard as all the pieces are knocked over. The war of humans is over, because the monsters have officially joined the chat. Time for a lore drop. Back in the day, the green-eyed hero defeated the Demon King and brought about a new era of peace. Classic main character stuff. But now there are these abnormalities that are supposedly just as strong as that legend. They call them the Empire's 4 Knights, and they are not here to play. Frey is having a rough time, getting slashed right across the neck. That's a lot of blood for a casual chat. Each one of these guys is basically a walking natural disaster. If they decide to shake things up, the whole era is cooked. Frey stares down the worst monster among them. The vibes are officially reaching sub-zero temperatures. We get a close-up on those red eyes. This lady looks like she's been drinking straight Red Bull and pure malice for breakfast. Frey is genuinely shaken. You know things are bad when the resident war freak is making a yikes face. Meet the abandoned, blue-lit dragon princess. With a title like that, you know she's got some serious family issues and a massive power level. And, of course, we can't forget the Death Knight. He's just looming in the background like an edgy screensaver. Back at the wall, it's absolute chaos. The artisans are screaming for everyone to open fire and shoot those overgrown lizards down. We've got about 20 dragons swarming from the northwest. The Bullistai are working overtime, but it's like trying to stop a hurricane with a fan. More dragons are confirmed from the northeast, estimated to arrive in 5 minutes. This village is about to become a buffet. The Master Smith realizes the first wave of cavalry was just bait to distract them from the real threat in the sky. Smart move, Empire. The mana cannon is finally fully charged. Look at those glowing blue tubes. That's some high-tier magic tech right there. 4 mana missiles are prepped with 0 issues. It's time to see if these artisans can actually forge a miracle. The whole defensive line lights up. Those blue ports along the wall are basically giant magical bug zappers for dragons. The command for the mana missiles is given. You can practically hear the build-up sound effect from here. And fire. The dragons are about to get a very expensive laser show right in the face. Blue orbs fill the sky, raining down magical destruction on the swarm. It's beautiful if you ignore all the screaming. Master Skeleton watches the fireworks from the ramparts. She's impressed, but she knows this is only the beginning. The firepower is immense, but against a swarm this big, it's still not quite enough. The math just isn't mathing for their survival. The skeleton asks the smith if it's really okay for him to be here, since he's the head of a prestigious lineage. The smith just scoffs, calling her a punk. He's not going to sit in the back while a skeleton a century older than him is on the front lines. He admits he's starting to think they might actually have a chance against the Empire. That's some peak optimism right there. He gets serious for a second, saying he's been waiting for a moment like this since the day he lost his daughter. Tragic backstory unlocked. He's already passed the forge down to the next generation, someone with a spirit even stronger than his own. The apprentice looks up, realizing the weight of the legacy being handed to him. He looks like he's about to have a main character moment too. We get a close-up on the smith's face. He's content. He's done his part for his people. He hopes the world the next generation lives in will finally be peaceful, a simple dream for a man made of iron. The skeleton agrees that it should be, but in this series, peace is usually just a brief intermission between disasters. Crash. A massive dragon claw shatters the masonry right under their feet. The sky lizards have officially breached the wall. Total panic. The guards are screaming about a dragon breach. This went from a siege to a horror movie real quick. The dragons are literally landing on the ramparts now. All non-combatants are told to evacuate, but where are they even supposed to go? A massive stone slab gets swiped away like it's made of wet cardboard. These things are absolute tanks. The guards try to hold the line with spears, but they look like ants trying to fight a lawnmower. We get a close-up on the dragon's maw. Those teeth are the size of swords. This is a bad day to be a regular human guard. Harrier to the rescue. He delivers a massive kick right to the dragon's snout. Look at that impact. My man is definitely not a regular human. Check out the detail on those arm markings. Harrier is tapping into some serious northern power here. He's zipping around with rope daggers, dodging the dragon's snapping jaws in midair. This kid's mobility stats are through the roof. He lands a perfect strike, his eyes glowing with focus. He's finally stopped running and started hunting. Boom. A massive explosion of dust as the dragon is driven back. Harrier is holding down the fort like a boss. He takes a second to catch his breath. You earned that breather, kid. But then he realizes Frey is being unusually late. If she's not here, it means the checkmate plan has hit a massive snag. He shouts for the master. You can see the worry on his face. The confidence from the dragon kill is already fading. A massive explosion rocks the south. Harrier realizes something must have gone horribly wrong for Frey. Master Skeleton lands softly on the ramparts. She tells Harrier she's leaving the dragons that are trying to reach the barrier to him. She notes their goal is clearly the destruction of the anti-air weapons, and tells him not to give them an opening. Harrier begs her to take him along. He's desperate to help, insisting he can pull his own weight now. Master Skeleton turns back, asking that if even he leaves this place, who will hunt those dragons? She's putting a lot of faith in him. She puts a hand on his shoulder, telling him not to misunderstand. She's not doing this because he's lacking, but on the battlefield, you must handle what you're best at to win. She reminds him that they're both from the north. Dealing with large, scary monsters is basically a Tuesday for them. The skeleton is looking surprisingly wholesome here, saying it's something they're used to. Harrier lets out a dry laugh. He knows she's right, but he still hates letting her go alone. He grits his teeth, accepting the mission. He's going to make sure not a single lizard touches those cannons. He asks her to please come back safely. A simple request, but in this series, that's basically a death flag. Master Skeleton leaps off the wall into the trees below, saying, "All right, the boss is officially entering the endgame." Up in the sky, the dragons are clashing with the mana missiles. It's total aerial warfare over the city. The dragons are getting peppered by energy blasts, but more just keep coming. The sheer scale is ridiculous. A massive explosion in the sky clears a path. The artisans aren't going down without taking a few hundred dragons with them. The dragons look confused as a new presence enters the fray. Master Skeleton is back in full armor mode, wreathed in purple fire. She asks if they're ready to go. This is the hype moment we've been waiting for. She descends like a meteor, radiating pure menace. If the dragons have any survival instincts, they should be flying the other way right now. We get a close-up on the blue dragon princess's eye. She's tracking the master, and she looks ready for a rematch. Frey gets absolutely hammered, a massive spray of blood hitting the screen. This fight is getting brutal. Total carnage. Blood is everywhere, and Frey is looking like she's on her last legs. The princess mocks her, saying this is the third time. Apparently, she's already killed Frey 3 times today. Talk about an annoying regeneration ability. A hand reaches out through the blood. The tension is high enough to snap a dragon's neck. Boom. A massive shockwave clears the area. These ladies are treating the landscape like wet cardboard. Frey is starting to doubt herself. Something is strange. She's realizing that just regenerating might not be enough to win this. She thinks back. She dodged the first barrage, countered for the first kill, then cut the heart and head. So why is this princess still standing? She realizes there shouldn't even be any dragonkin in sight. This isn't just a monster, it's something else entirely. The princess just laughs, saying she's actually learned how to think, but she guesses that the conclusions from that tiny brain are probably all chillingly wrong. Time for Frey to get serious. She activates Spiral ST while. She's done trying to play it safe, it's time to go nuclear. She unleashes Horizon Breaker, Axis of the Earth. A massive pillar of energy erupts from the ground. This move is literally changing the landscape. A black orb of energy floats in the air as the dust settles. The princess acknowledges that Frey has changed. Frey has that manic, jagged tooth grin. She's officially entered the insane phase of the fight. The princess says she's as noisy as ever. She doesn't seem threatened by the city-leveling attack at all. She looks down with a bored expression, saying, "This isn't the time for that." She's playing with her food. Frey calls her a crazy woman who self-destructs if she doesn't drink blood. Talk about a high-maintenance class. The princess just shrugs, asking what she's doing. She tells her to go ahead and take her blood if she wants it so badly. That is, if she can. Her face twists into a monstrous mask of teeth and malice. Frey starts laughing hysterically, asking if she thinks she can't. The madness is contagious on this battlefield. She lunges forward with a speed that turns her into a blur, calling out to the snake princess. She screams that she'll drink every last drop. She's going full vampire mode. This isn't a duel, it's a feeding frenzy. The mountains shake from the impact. These two are basically living nukes colliding over and over. Gritting her teeth, Frey is pushing herself to the absolute limit. You can see the strain in every line of the art. Narrator time. War Knight Frey uses a technique called spiral style that rotates the body to its absolute limit. It was originally a move no one could use because it literally destroyed the user. But Frey, who restores her body by drinking the blood of other creatures, overcame this drawback. The catch is she still feels every second of the pain. It's a rotation that could be called self-destruction, going beyond the body's limits while forgetting even the pain of tearing flesh and twisting bones. Metal as hell. She declares that spiral style has been perfected. Look at that leg. It's basically a drill made of muscle and hate. She's narrating her own transformation, telling herself to tuck her pelvis in more. She tells herself not to worry about the bones shattering, to rotate it more and more. This lady is a total psycho, and I am here for it. The princess just laughs, calling her a crazy woman. She actually sounds like she's having a good time now. Frey is upside down, blood spray everywhere. She says perfection alone isn't enough. She has to go beyond that, kill her, and for herself to win. Her eyes are wide with a terrifying, singular purpose. The princess says that's not going to happen. They're inches apart, eyes locked in a final, lethal standoff. Frey lunges downward, a drill kick aimed right at the princess's head. Blood is raining from her own injuries. The princess is unimpressed, noting that she's openly taking a stance that says she's using a big move. She asks if she really thinks she'd just stand there and watch. She gets that creepy, shadowed look again. We get a close-up on the princess's eye. She's seen through the whole thing. Sound effects of rushing wind and magical energy fill the panel as the world goes dark around them. Frey unleashes S-Spiral S-Tile, Heavenly Axis, Heaven and Earth Splitter. A massive vertical energy blast slices through the entire mountain range. The blood spray is absolutely unreal. Did she actually land a hit, or is that just the recoil from the technique? The princess is stunned. She screams that she's a crazy woman. She finally realized Frey isn't just strong, she's completely unhinged. A narrator asks why she has such a long face, telling her to smile. Her madness only mocks her. Frey is screaming with joy in a world of red, declaring that this is what a war should be. She's officially the greatest of all time when it comes to battlefield insanity. So we open with a quick lore drop on Frey's insane combat style. She's a knight of war who literally trades her own life for power, regenerating by drinking her enemy's blood. And it's this pure, unhinged madness that makes her worthy of the title. I mean, look at her face. She is absolutely loving this. The ground is just coated in blood as the fight rages. In this world, survival is measured in how much you can make your enemies bleed. Frey takes a hit but doesn't even flinch, just laughs and tells her opponent that their blood tastes sweet. A huge impact sends her flying back. Even with her healing factor, taking hits from a beast like this has got to sting. The dragon princess looks down from the trees, unimpressed. She calls Frey a crazy woman, and honestly, she's not wrong. A clawed hand reaches out, ready to finish the job. The air is thick with killing intent. Frey gets impaled right through the chest, but even as she's being turned into a shish kebab, she's analyzing the princess's moves. She notices something interesting. The princess's stomach was torn wide open just a moment ago. The dragon princess is standing there, bleeding out, yet she's still moving. This isn't normal, even for a high-tier monster. Turns out her body resets from the brink of death. She's not just regenerating, she's practically immortal. Frey licks her own blood, a manic glint in her eyes. She realizes the princess's ability has evolved since their last fight. The princess grabs Frey by the throat, hoisting her up. Frey is still grinning like a psycho, finding this whole situation fun. We get a wide shot of the dark forest. The princess tells her that right now, fighting Frey is just pure insanity. She's frustrated. She's always wanted to get drenched in Frey's blood one more time, but this isn't how she pictured it. Frey's wounded and on the ground, but she's still talking trash. She mentions the other 4 knights, probably hoping for some backup. The princess looks disgusted. She's tired of Frey living with these fantasies. a silhouette of a gnarled tree against the pale sky. She tells Frey to try living more decently and not waste her short life on delusions. Frey stares her down, dead serious for a change. She says it's thanks to stupid delusions that people can even dream of a tomorrow. The princess lunges forward, shouting that she'll make sure Frey never has such delusions again. She says she'll crush her so thoroughly, landing a massive hit that should have ended most warriors. But Frey is still standing. She casually tells the princess that she won't be able to do it. The audacity. The dragon princess opens her maw and spews out a massive column of black ash. It's like a volcano erupting from her throat. Frey gets caught in the blast and is thrown through the air. This is some high-tier magic she's dealing with. She manages to land on her feet, looking genuinely surprised. That ash isn't just for show, it's heavy. The princess is relentless. She keeps spewing the black ash, screaming that she won't let Frey go. We get a close-up on her clawed hand, dripping with dark energy. The atmosphere is getting heavier by the second. A pool of dark fluid forms on the ground. Is it blood or more of that cursed ash? A massive explosion of black energy fills the entire panel. This is absolute devastation. Frey is still alive, mockingly noting that the princess seems desperate not to feed her any more blood. She's literally standing in a crater and still talking trash. She says she doesn't even need her spiral style to handle trash like this ash. That's a huge flex. She disappears into a swirl of black energy. Is she attacking or just avoiding the inevitable? Wait, she looks confused. The ash is everywhere, clouding her vision and slowing her down. A huge black sphere has completely encased her. She asks the princess if she really thinks she's got her. Inside the dark domain, Frey realizes the trick. The princess formed a barrier of ash and is constantly pushing it outward. We get a close-up of someone's boot in the dusty earth as she looks for a way to break out of this cage. A massive black pillar rises into the sky. The scale of the dragon princess's power is starting to become clear. Huge impacts slam into the ground all around the area. It's like a meteor shower of dark magic. Frey stays still, realizing the ash is reacting to vibrations. Anything less than serious speed and she's toast. Her leg starts to glow with an intense red energy. She mutters to herself that still, she's gathering her strength. She gives that trademark jagged tooth grin. With her legs, it's worth a try. She's about to go full spiral style on this barrier. We see the forest with some dark energy as Frey's footsteps grow more distant. She's moving like a blur. The princess watches the black pillar, thinking Frey is just trying to escape her domain. The wide shot shows the massive scale of the ash pillar. She declares that this whole area is already her domain. She notes that as long as Frey can't consume blood, she won't be able to use her techniques freely. She's playing the long game. A terrifying image of Frey being swallowed by a giant maw of ash. The princess taunts her to run and be afraid because she's already inside her mouth. More ash impacts the ground with a wet thud. It's a relentless barrage. The dragon princess's red eyes flare. She senses Frey roughly 500 meters away. She admits Frey is quick, but she believes no matter how fast she is, she's still in the palm of her hand. A massive ash claw closes in on a silhouette. She's confident she's finally caught her, declaring it's over. She closes her eyes, expecting a kill, but her eyes snap open in shock. Something is very, very wrong. She looks at the giant black sphere, confused, wondering what it is that she's sensing. Strange ripples are spreading through the air and ash. It's definitely not just her imagination. The ripples get more intense. The princess is starting to panic. A top-down view of the domain shows multiple detection points. She realizes she's detecting her everywhere. She screams that it's impossible. In her current state, she shouldn't be able to move like this. She thinks back to when she chopped Frey in half and took her head off. She even evaporated all the blood on her. So why is she still moving like this inside her domain? The fear is finally setting in for the princess. Frey suddenly appears in the darkness, clutching a pitch-black egg. She mocks the princess, asking if she really thinks she's a princess of dragons. She's suddenly right in front of the princess's face. Her speed has reached a whole new level. Frey calls her pathetic for having one of the most vicious abilities but still failing. She's really twisting the knife now. A wide shot of the dark void. Frey tells her that's why she got discarded. Ouch, that's gotta hurt the pride. A hand dips into dark water, creating ripples that look like sound waves. A massive eruption of dark energy rocks the area. The dragon princess is losing her grip on the fight. She glares through the smoke, her red eyes glowing with a fierce light. She says that this time she can feel it clearly. She's going to crush that body of hers. A menacing red speech bubble appears, mocking how pathetic she is. The mockery is coming from everywhere now. The princess is struggling. She wonders how Frey is still moving inside her domain without blood. We get a close-up on her face, veins popping from the stress. She looks like she's on the edge of a breakdown. Frey's manic face is everywhere. She insults the princess further, calling her an empty head with no horns who can't even breathe fire. She says she can't imagine how ashamed her parents must have been. She's going for the family insults now. Total savage. The princess is shaking with rage. She calls Frey a female dog and tells her that just because she has a mouth doesn't mean she should run it like that. A massive black ball of energy forms. She's putting everything into this next move. Huge spikes of earth and ash explode through the forest. It's like the entire world is screaming in pain. The princess stands on her pillar, looking down at the chaos she's created. She thinks she's finally won the exchange, saying it was just as she thought. Simple. She's standing right over a head. But wait, it's not Frey's. She's staring down at a literal rat head. What in the world is going on? The princess is stunned. She asks if that's a rat. She realized she's been baited by a rodent. Yes, it's a rat. A tiny, furry mouse. This is the secret weapon Frey was using. Frey is suddenly right behind her. A massive spray of blood hits the panel as she lands a sneak attack. Frey is flying through the air, having just killed a bunch of rats. She thanks the princess for blasting them out from underground. She says she got more than enough blood to fix her busted legs. She's back to 100%, and she looks terrifying. She stabs her sword right into the princess's neck, asking if she has to die once to regenerate. She's curious if she'll really come back. The narration explains Frey's genius move. She used minimum spiral style fueled by rat blood and literally cut her own body apart to confuse her foe. We see severed hands and feet floating in the dark. That is some serious dedication to the craft of murder. The dragon princess is being overwhelmed. Her world is crumbling around her as Frey's blade sinks deeper. Frey stands over her, victorious, as the narrator wonders what waited for her at the end of that path. We get a wide shot of the ash dome under the blue sky. The silence is finally about to break. We get a close-up of the princess, her face contorting into something truly demonic. What waited for her was the wrath of the evil dragon. The black ash sphere starts to glow with an ominous light. Something even bigger is waking up. Blue ash gently envelops the dragon princess and Frey. The tension is unbearable. In a tight, narrow space where they can feel each other's breath, the silence breaks. A single black point forms in the sky above the domain. It looks like an eye watching them. Harrier is far away, sweating and looking worried. He can feel that roar and the power shift from miles away. The birds are fleeing the village as a massive wave of energy washes over the land. It's a merciless rage that crushes all will to fight. A blinding explosion of white and blue light fills the panel. It's the howl of death. Looks like things are about to get really messy. The invasion of Artisan Street is in full swing, and the Empire's plan was supposed to be a total cakewalk. Just drop in Volca and a Death Knight and call it a day, right? Wrong. Turns out Benlira's squad and the local blacksmiths have zero interest in becoming statistics. They're putting up a fight that's making the Empire work for every inch. The last wall defense is living up to its name. Even with the odds stacked against them, these artisans are proving that iron hearts are harder to break than iron swords. Surtur is on the front lines, bellowing out orders like a man who's finally found a reason to pick up a hammer for something other than forging. Harrier is zipping through the chaos, looking like a total pro. The kid who ran away from the guild has officially graduated to Battlefield Menace. And of course, our favorite skeleton master is right in the middle of it. She's standing her ground against a massive dragon jaw, looking way too calm for someone about to be a snack. But every high-energy frenzy has to come to an end eventually. The title card drops like a lead weight, saying the end of that overheated frenzy finally began to show itself. A massive explosion of red and black energy clears the air. You can practically hear the game over music starting to play. The dragon princess is breathing heavily, looking like she's about 5 seconds away from a mandatory nap. Even monsters have their limits. She looks over at Frey, admitting she's not even curious about why she betrayed the Empire anymore. Honestly, fair enough, it's been a long day for everyone. She confesses that Frey is the only one among the 4 knights she's never been able to figure out. She's basically a living, breathing riddle with a giant sword. She tells Frey to get a hold of herself. The tough love from the monster girl is a weird vibe, but we'll roll with it. She claims that with Frey's current power level, there's no way she can pull off a victory. Talk about a blunt reality check. The princess tells her to beg for forgiveness while she still has a pulse. Frey just lets out a dry laugh, calling it utter nonsense. She extends a hand, looking totally superior. She's convinced she's the final boss, and Frey is just a tutorial mission she can't lose. Frey is looking absolutely wrecked, her arm practically falling apart. She points out that the "can't defeat me" line goes for both of them. The princess is genuinely stunned. She notes that the human Frey she used to know would never have had the guts to say something like that. Frey asks if she's scared she might lose. She's really out here trolling a literal dragon princess while missing half her health bar. Legend. The princess tries to maintain her dignity, calling herself a mighty dragon princess and telling the human to stay in her lane. She's coping real hard right now. But then she notices it. Frey's regeneration isn't just working, it's accelerating. This is some high-tier RPG passive skill awakening in real time. She's terrified, wondering what kind of lunatic human she's actually dealing with. Frey's eyes are glowing with that one more round energy. Frey stands tall amidst the steam and blood. She looks like a character who just realized she has a second phase in her boss fight. Frey starts laughing hysterically. She tells the princess to quit talking about surrender because they are nowhere near finished. She says there's a snakehead still standing in front of her, so of course she's got to knock it down. Her motivation is simple, brutal, and effective. She shouts for them to start again. The hype is back on the menu, boys. Frey's scream for the war is so loud it's breaking the font size of the speech bubbles. She screams for the real fight and lunges forward, looking like a red-haired blur of violence. A massive burst of energy as they clash again. The impact is clearing out entire sections of the forest. Suddenly, a new player enters the chat. A mysterious white-haired man in a hooded cloak appears, saying, "Sorry to say." He drops right into the crater where the two girls were duking it out, telling them this is as far as they go. The dragon princess just stares in silence, looking like she just had her favorite toy taken away. The mysterious man lands a light strike on Frey, sending more blood flying. These high-tier fighters are just built differently. He turns to the princess and asks if she needs a hand. He's acting like he's just offering to help with the groceries instead of a death match. The princess is absolutely fuming. She tells him not to worry about thanking her and reminds him he said he'd leave this to her. Apparently, even villains have workplace drama. We get a close-up on a terrifying, shadowy grin as he asks if she's hoping to die. The vibe just went from action to horror real quick. He admits he's been watching through her eyes, and it was just too frustrating to sit back and do nothing. Talk about a backseat gamer. He gives a sinister smile, saying, "Well then." He starts walking toward the edge of the cliff. The casual swagger is always the sign of an overpowered antagonist. He points his weapon and shouts, asking if they shall go greet them. He's ready for a formal introduction, Northern style. Title card, Skeleton Messenger Story, Chapter 30. Things are about to get complicated. Back in the woods, Master Skeleton stops dead in her tracks. She's picked up on a new presence, and it's making her old bones rattle. She notes that the number of presences she felt within the explosions just went from 2 to 3. The math of the battlefield is changing, and the new addition is a major variable. She's heading back down to the fight, saying then back down to 2 again. She's planning on balancing the books herself. She wonders if Frey went down. You can see the genuine concern, or at least the tactical worry, in her expressionless face. Another massive eruption of energy in the distance. The battle is reaching a peak that might just take the whole mountain with it. The mysterious man notices her arrival. He's got that all according to plan look that you just love to hate. He tells her to step forward 3 paces. The dragon princess is just as confused as we are, or she'll die. The ultimatum is delivered with zero hesitation. The air is practically humming with killing intent now. Master Skeleton charges. She's a blur of purple energy as she closes the distance. We get a close-up on her purple glowing eye. She's 100% locked in on her target. The dragon princess recognizes the newcomer, saying, "It's this guy. He is the Wraith of Spear Tower Village. The reputation of our skeleton master precedes her, and it's clearly a scary one." The skeleton lands, her arm glowing with power. She says she felt an absurd aura and wondered what it was. She notes that she didn't think Frey would actually lose. Even for a legend, seeing one of the 4 knights go down is a shock. She stares at the mysterious man, finding his presence extremely unpleasant. It's a gut reaction that usually means this guy is bad news. The man asks if she was the one who beat Frey. He's playing it cool, testing her resolve. Master Skeleton confirms she defeated the Knight of War, but adds a weirdly diplomatic line that she's not necessarily his enemy. "Yeah, okay, buddy." The man lets out a chuckle, wondering if this is how he used to talk. He says it's been so long, it feels strange. He's acting like they're catching up at a high school reunion. We get a close-up on Master Skeleton. She's waiting for the punchline, and it's probably going to be a physical one. He drops the bombshell, saying, "Hello, Ben Lyra. It's been a while." He knows her name. The plot is thickening faster than a bowl of oatmeal. Master Skeleton is totally rattled, asking how he's even here. She's looking at a ghost from her own past. He doesn't give her time to process. He lunges forward and grabs her by the collar. We get a close-up on his eye. It's glowing purple, exactly like the Master's. Whatever their connection is, it's deep and likely magical. He slams her into a tree with enough force to shatter the bark. He's not just talking, he's asserting dominance. The Master is totally stunned. She's used to being the most powerful person in the room, but this guy just humbled her in 3 seconds. He grins down at her, asking if she wants a little help. It's a mocking offer from someone who clearly enjoys having the upper hand. He laughs again. The guy is a total drama queen, and I kind of respect the commitment to the bit. He unleashes a massive, glowing gold mandala of magic, telling her not to worry about it. This is some high-level spellcasting right here. We've shifted into a white void. A lone figure is standing there, looking totally lost. It's the girl from the medical ward. She's looking at her hands in shock, wondering where she is and saying she was just there. She realizes her wounds are gone and she feels healthy, asking how she's back to normal. It's like she just got a full body restore from a save point. But then the fear sets in. She knows this isn't right, realizing he did something to her. She's realized her miracle came with a heavy price tag. She's desperately trying to remember. She says he did something to her, but that guy can't still be alive. It's been so long. She screams about 100 years passing. She's realizing that the man who healed her is a monster from history. A vision of a creepy red dagger artifact appears. She wonders why he would give something like that to her. The cursed item vibes are off the charts. She calls him Old Man. It's a personal connection that makes this whole thing way more tragic. She wonders if maybe she shouldn't call him that anymore. A demon lord who slaughters innocents, starts wars, and commits atrocities. The hero's origin story just got a dark upgrade. She's crying, begging for it to not be true. Her world is literally shattering around her. She sees a silhouette in the light. The realization is hitting her like a freight train. The mysterious man whispers in her ear, asking why she can't say his name. He's a total emotional vampire. We see a vision of a blonde-haired hero with a bleeding eye, asking if she forgot him already. It's a classic betrayal by a loved one trope, and it's working beautifully. The scene shifts to a massive glowing lotus of magic in the middle of a war zone. This is the centerpiece of whatever ritual is happening. The dragon princess asks about the power of the artifact. The man explains it was something the hero's party created in the past, specifically to kill the demon lord. We see a shadow of the former demon lord. He was a creature that couldn't be killed by conventional weapons, no matter how sharp they were. They realized they couldn't destroy his body, so they decided to aim for his relatively weaker spot, his mind. They would break his mind. This is some dark psychological warfare tactics. They wanted to shatter his soul into 1,000,000 pieces. The man smirks, saying his mind wasn't whole, then stops himself, saying, "That's top, she's not ready for ya." He's such a tease with the lore. He says, to put it simply, there is nowhere in this world where something exists without a weakness. This is the universal law of this manhwa. Everything can be broken if you find the right hammer. A montage of pure despair. Screams of people not wanting to die and begging for help fill the screen. It's absolute mental torture for our heroes. Master Skeleton is struggling to hold on to her sense of self. A voice in her head is mocking her, asking if she's running away again. She's curled in a ball, desperate to block it out, insisting it's a lie and all fake. The internal monologue is getting dark. A voice tells her it's her fault. The guilt tripping is coming from every direction now. This artifact is doing its job way too well. She tells herself it's just some artifact and she can resist it. She's on the edge of a total psychological collapse. A single voice calls out to Old Man, cutting through the static. We see a vision of the red-haired hero, crying and begging for help. This is the final nail in the coffin for the Master's resolve. Master Skeleton's eye is wide with pure, unfiltered terror. She's reliving her worst failures all at once. A distorted vision of her old party. It's like looking through a broken lens into a past that shouldn't exist anymore. The mysterious man watches the transformation with a look of smug satisfaction, saying it has begun. He starts reciting a poetic prophecy about a flowered branch upon a hill and a being born to reign above it. He's really leaning into the villain monologue. He stands before the giant glowing lotus, declaring himself the master of endless mana and the sovereign over all evil. Talk about an ego trip. He tells them to bear witness. The world is about to see something truly catastrophic. The birth of a new demon lord. A massive pillar of dark light erupts into the sky. It's a wrap for the current era. The man lets out a grunt. Wait, did something go wrong? The final boss is looking a little flustered. He looks back at the light, totally bewildered. We get a close-up on his eye. For the first time, he looks genuinely afraid. Whatever is emerging from that light isn't what he expected. A terrifying, shadowed figure with a halo and multiple arms steps out of the light. He says this wasn't in the script. Looks like the ritual had a bit of a bug. T.O.B. he continued. Benlira has completely lost it. She's transformed into this terrifying shadow monster, and she's coming in hot with a heavy-duty punch. But the mysterious white-haired dude isn't backing down. He's got his own magic ready to counter whatever this new demon lord is throwing his way. The sheer force of their energy is vibrating through the entire mountain range. You can see the landscape literally warping from the pressure. Chapter 31. The war for Artisan Street just took a turn into a straight-up apocalypse. The ground is shaking with every impact. It sounds like a giant's heartbeat echoing through the valley. Boom. A massive shockwave rips through the forest, obliterating everything in its path. These two aren't just fighting, they're terraforming. The white-haired man is sent flying back, dodging rocks and debris as the mountainside crumbles around him. Benlira is hovering in the crater, looking strange even to her enemies. Her new form is pure, unrefined malice. The white-haired man is genuinely baffled. He notes that with a shattered mind, she shouldn't even be able to stand, let alone move like this. We get a close-up on his eye, reflecting the dark energy of the demon lord. He's trying to calculate just how much power he's actually dealing with. Benlira lunges forward, her dark cloak trailing behind her like a tattered flag of death. She slams into the cliffside with a massive crack. The impact is so heavy the entire ridge looks like it's going to slide off into the valley. The white-haired man explains the terrifying power of the artifact. It's designed to shatter the mind of even an enlightened saint. He says consciousness collapses and fades. He's basically saying she should be a vegetable right now. Instead, she's surfing on a slab of rock, staring him down with those glowing purple eyes. Talk about built different. They're clashing in mid-air now. Each strike is creating mini explosions that look like fireworks made of pure hatred. The white-haired man is holding his own, but you can see the sweat starting to bead on his forehead. This empty puppet is putting in some serious work. Another massive explosion as they trade blows across the mountain peaks. It's a total war zone. Benlira lands a heavy kick, sending the man skidding back across the rocky terrain. She doesn't give him a second to breathe, winding up for a massive shadow-infused punch. He manages to block, but the force of the hit is so great it craters the ground beneath his feet. He mocks her, calling her a mindless beast charging in without a single thought. The arrogance on this guy is off the charts. He prepares a complex magic circle with his hands, saying, "Let's see how long that mindless rage lasts." He slams his palm against Benlira's head. The magical seals flare with a blinding light as he tries to suppress her power. The impact sends a massive boom through the mountains. He's really trying to put the lid back on the jar here. He zips away with a blur, leaving a trail of magical energy behind him. He's playing a very dangerous game of tag. He checks the artifact, confirming that it's still functioning perfectly. This makes the situation even weirder. A vision of artifact number 108. It's a tool that digs into the deepest fractures of the mind, turning a soul into useless flesh. Actually, normally the soul would just break, but Benlira is basically running on pure, unrefined trauma at this point. He lands on the ground, calling out to Benlira. He's starting to realize that the rules of magic don't really apply to her anymore. They face off in the clearing. The silence is heavy, broken only by the sound of crumbling rocks and distant fires. Benlira's demonic aura is fluctuating wildly. The man notes that talking to her is probably pointless at this stage. He smirks, wondering if he should be subjugating the Demon Lord right now. He's treating a world-ending threat like a side quest. A shadow hand reaches out from the darkness. The tension is thick enough to cut with a sword. Benlira stands there with multiple shadow arms, looking like a nightmare deity. It's a total final boss vibe. He laughs it off, saying he was just kidding about the subjugation. He says as if he'd do that to Benlira. We get a close-up on his face. He admits he doesn't want to kill an old friend either. The plot twist thickens. These two go way back. Benlira's hand reaches out slowly. It's almost like she's trying to remember something through the fog of war. Suddenly, everything goes glitchy. The reality around them is starting to fray from the sheer output of mana. He tells her it's useless. He says she must have forgotten, but she can't hurt him. He's standing in a field of white energy, looking untouchable. He casually walks through her attacks, dodging shadow blades with zero effort. The power gap is starting to look real scary. We get a close-up on an eye as he wonders if he was pulled in. He's realizing he might have underestimated her shattered mind. He notes that she flew in and grabbed him at a ridiculous speed. He didn't even see her move. He smiles, appreciating how passionate she is about trying to kill him. This guy is a total masochist. He says they should make this a bit more intense. He's turning up the heat, and the orange glow suggests a massive fire spell is coming. Boom. A massive fireball erupts in the forest. The scale is insane. It looks like a small sun just hit the mountainside. A crow watches the carnage from a distance, sounding seriously unimpressed. Even the local wildlife is tired of their nonsense. The crow notes that the dragon princess is as brute force as ever. It seems the 7 ministers brought a whole squad of trouble. A voice yells out, asking what he's doing, blasting her along with him. It's the dragon princess, and she sounds royally ticked off. She's standing in the middle of the flames, totally unharmed, telling him she's charging him for this later. The crow comments that the dragon princess is in pretty good shape, considering she just took a nuke to the face. And then there's Benlira. She's standing in the fire, her demonic silhouette looking more terrifying than ever. The white-haired man just grins. He took 0 damage from his own blast, of course. The crow tells him he's too loud and should stop squawking. The banter in this war is top tier. The white-haired man is totally unfazed by the bird's sass, commenting on the mouth on him. Suddenly, Benlira's eyes widen in shock. She sensed something even worse coming. She's grabbed by the throat and hoisted into the air. The speed of this mystery attacker is off the charts. The shadow monster Benlira is being manhandled. This is a total "there's always a bigger fish" moment. She tries to counter, but her movements are sluggish compared to this new threat. She's slammed into the ground with a massive thud. The craters in this mountain are starting to overlap. The white-haired man is just watching the show, looking bored and calling her pathetic. He notes that her regeneration is slowing down. The price of that Demon Lord transformation is finally coming due. He grabs her by the neck again, asking if this is all the Wraith of Spear Tower has to offer. Frey is watching from the sidelines, looking totally disgusted by the one-sided beatdown. The crow just sighs, calling it disgusting. Everyone's a critic today. The shadow monster Benlira lunges again, but she's swiped away like a fly. She's sent skidding across the ground, her demonic form starting to flicker and fade. A clawed hand reaches out to finish the job. This is the end game for our skeleton master. She looks up in horror, realizing who he is. The realization hits her harder than any physical blow. The white-haired man is using shadow ropes to whip her around like a ragdoll. It's brutal to watch. Benlira is looking absolutely broken. Her eyes are wide with a mix of terror and despair. Multiple impacts hit the mountainside as she's tossed around. The scale of this fight is just ridiculous. Even the narration thinks this guy has gone too far for swinging someone's guts around like a rope. The shadow monster, Benlira, is sent flying into the distance. She looks like a shooting star of pure misery. We get a close-up on the demon lord form's face. It's a mask of pure, unadulterated rage and pain. She lands a massive hit of her own, raining down shadow projectiles on the white-haired man. The dragon princess is caught in the crossfire, looking totally bewildered. A massive explosion rocks the mountain again. At this rate, there won't be an artisan street left to fight over. The ground is literally splitting open. It's like the world itself can't handle the mana these two are putting out. The man is still joking around while the world ends, asking the dragon princess if she's okay. She's standing in a massive hole in the ground, looking like she's about 10 seconds away from murder. A shadow tentacle erupts from the darkness, reaching for the sky. The visuals in this chapter are getting real eldritch. The crow is still watching, wondering if she's not running away but maybe just trying to regroup. Benlira is moving through the mountains, her shadow form leaving a trail of death in its wake. The shadow monster's jagged tooth grin is back. She's not done yet, not by a long shot. She launches another massive attack, her shadow arms turning into drills of pure dark energy. Even the white-haired man is starting to get impressed by her tenacity, calling it unbelievable. The crow asks if that's really what she looks like now. The transition from master to monster is complete. The shadow energy is spreading across the mountains like a virus. It's total environmental takeover. We get a close-up on her glowing purple eye. She's 100% locked into this new, destructive purpose. Rain starts to fall, but it's black. This is some high-tier curse magic being unleashed on the world. A massive shadow figure looms over the forest. Benlira has become a literal mountain-sized threat. The white-haired man stares up at the giant, still not believing she can do this with her mind shattered. The narration explains that since she can't take him in a straight fight, she's trying to swallow everything instead. She chased the enemy inside her own mind and ended up binding herself instead. The irony is as thick as the shadows. She's literally consuming the map, swallowing all the mountains in the area. The white-haired man stands alone in the middle of the shadow storm. He looks like a bug compared to the new Benlira. The tragedy of her situation is finally being laid bare. Benlira's soul has already been broken. Guilt, wrapped in pretty words from New Journeys. She tucked it all deep away, but now it's all coming out. Those voices from deep within her heart shattered her soul into pieces. This is some heavy emotional damage. That guilt is the source of her new, terrifying power. A massive explosion of light and sound. The last wall is finally starting to crumble under the pressure. That guilt is what moves the fallen Benlira. She's literally a zombie of her own regrets now. The mountains are covered in thick black smoke. The sun is blocked out entirely. The devastation is total. There's not a single tree left standing in the epicenter of the blast. The smoke starts to clear, revealing a figure standing in the middle of the ruins. It's Benlira, or what's left of her. She's back to her skeleton form but wreathed in that purple fire. She looks down at her hands, her voice like grinding stones as she curses the damned monster. She's standing over the defeated white-haired man. He's looking pretty rough for someone who was laughing 5 minutes ago. We get a close-up on her glowing red eyes. The rage is still there, but it's cold now. She grabs him by the face. That laugh is pure nightmare fuel. Shadow tentacles wrap around both of them. It looks like she's dragging him down into her own personal hell. The ground collapses around them as they disappear into the shadows. The last thing we see of the man is his shocked expression as he's pulled into the void. The shadow mountain Benlira stands alone in the wreckage. The silence is deafening. A wide shot of the valley. The last wall has been replaced by a field of black spikes and shadow energy. We get a close-up on her eye. There's no humanity left in there, only the mission. Her feet are bare, treading on the scorched earth. She's literally a ghost of her former self. The narration is getting real prophetic now, saying, "Where the king of all evil looks, there is life." A final shot of the demonized Benlira. She looks like a monument to despair. Evil does not forgive it, and will not allow even a trace of one life to remain. The stakes just hit terminal velocity. And we get a final title card, Armived Assistance, Demon Lord Magus. The true final boss has officially arrived, and it looks like everyone is in big trouble. Artisan Street is looking like a straight-up disaster zone. The sky is full of dragons, and the city walls are under a massive siege. Suddenly, the lead dragon lets out a roar that sounds like it's choking on its own fire. Something is very wrong with the aerial squad. Total chaos. The dragons that were just terrorizing the city are literally falling out of the sky like flies. The blacksmiths on the ground are completely bewildered. They were ready for a fight, but they didn't expect the enemy to just start dropping dead. One guy asks if the dragons are exploding in midair. That's the question we're all thinking. This isn't just a win, it's a weirdly violent mystery. Harrier is on the move, but even he's looking a bit rattled, wondering what the hell is going on. Same kid. Same. The sky turns a sickly shade of purple. It's that end of the world aesthetic that usually means a high-level boss just entered the chat. The narration drops a heavy truth. In that moment, everyone in the area felt their life being threatened by a primal force. It's that instinctive fear of death, the kind you feel even if you've never seen a blade. Harrier's eyes are wide with the realization that things just got real. Mist begins to roll in, and within it, shadows start to take form. This isn't just magic, it's a primal terror that all living things naturally feel. And then we see them, the beings beyond death, glowing eyes in the dark, ready to feast on whatever's left of this city. The purple undead start to manifest, their footsteps echoing like a rhythmic march to the grave. An undead horse erupts from the ground, looking like it crawled straight out of a nightmare. These aren't your typical slow-moving zombies. An undead knight on horseback charges through the Imperial ranks. Talk about friendly fire, or I guess undead fire. It's a complete bloodbath. The Imperial soldiers are getting sliced and diced by their former comrades who just rose from the dirt. A massive horde of these purple-cloaked skeletons is swarming the battlefield. They're moving with a speed that shouldn't be possible for a pile of bones. Even the dragons aren't safe. The undead are jumping onto them, tearing wings and scales like they're made of paper. A Shadow Knight delivers a finishing blow to an Imperial soldier. The king of all evil has officially turned the battlefield into his personal sandbox. Imperial troops are getting wiped out in seconds. The tactical advantage they thought they had just evaporated into a purple mist. Harrier stares at the carnage, realizing he's sure he's seen the master use those purple undead before. The gears are finally turning in his head. He's realizing the terrifying truth and asking why they are attacking the city. The hero he's been following just became the ultimate villain. Suddenly, a giant foot slams down near the ramparts. Frey is there, looking absolutely trashed, saying she almost died back there. Harrier is shocked to see her in such a state, asking what happened to her. She's usually the one doing the clobbering, not the other way around. Frey takes a second to catch her breath, blood dripping from her chin. She's got that "I've seen some things" look in her eyes. She tells him she'll explain quickly, so he should listen up. She's not mincing words. The clock is ticking and the skeleton is coming. She points to a map. The undead are pouring in from the southeast. They're using the Imperial casualties to build an army that only gets bigger as the fight goes on. She explains that the skeleton, Benlira, is currently pinned down by the Dragon Princess, but that won't last. He's going to break free and head straight here. Harrier is in total denial. He asks why the skeleton would attack them if he's on their side. Logic has left the building, buddy. Frey isn't having it. She yells at the idiot that she doesn't know. This isn't the time for why, it's time for how. She's the voice of reason we desperately need. Harrier looks down at the city, the weight of leadership finally crushing him. He admits that in the end, Benlira is still human even after 100 years. He spent ages living as a legend, but inside he's still wavering. Just like everyone else, he needs something to lean on. Frey notes that he probably never had anyone he could show his true feelings to, just silently forced to stay cold for the greater good. Surtur, the mastersmith, chimes in, saying, "That's exactly what those who follow a hero must do. Keep righteous people by their side." Harrier looks away, the internal conflict written all over his face. He's a warrior of the North, but this isn't the war he signed up for. The undead siege is getting too fierce to ignore. If they leave the inexperienced blacksmiths alone, the line will collapse in minutes. Harrier's orange eyes reflect the fire and the purple lightning as he wonders what he's supposed to do. It's decision time. He looks back at the wall, a new resolve hardening his expression. He orders them to guard the wall. Simple, direct, and exactly what a leader says. He knows his job right now is to defend the ramparts. Everything else, the master, the why, it all has to wait. He's reading the battlefield now, his mind racing. One mistake from him and everyone in this city ends up as purple fuel for Benlira's army. He tells himself he is a warrior, the one who keeps the flow of battle going. He sees himself as the heart of the army now. High stakes, Harrier. Suddenly, a smith runs up in a panic, yelling that this is bad. The Imperial troops and dragons they took down are coming back as undead. The loss of the century just hit. Their own victories are literally being used against them. Master Surtur looks at the massive purple undead manta ray things flying above, asking the master what they should do. They can't hold much longer. Frey and Harrier lock eyes with the old smith. Frey has that crazy grin back. She's found the silver lining. She tells them to replace the ballista shots with rotating shrapnel and load the magic cannons with cleanse-type munitions. Science, baby. Surtur nods. Even if their numbers increased, they still hold the high ground on these walls. Defending is what they do best. Frey points out the flaw. The fact that they revive as undead means they are now weak to purification magic. It's a fatal tactical error. Harrier clenches his fist, declaring that this fight isn't over yet. The hype is officially back on the menu. Surtur looks at Harrier with newfound respect, telling the Northern Warrior that's his first proper judgment call. He lets out a chuckle. He's glad to see the kid finally stepping up to lead the defense. Harrier notes that once the enemies turned undead, they lost the intelligence to execute tactics. It's all just raw aggression now. Frey leans in close to Harrier, explaining that all they can do is charge straight ahead, rushing directly from the skeleton's position. She's totally enjoying this. Harrier is focused. He's not letting the master distraction get to him anymore. He's got a city to save. He stands on the edge of the wall, looking down at the incoming purple tide, wondering how it feels to stand in the face of certain death. He's standing in the commander's position, overlooking the entire battlefield. He looks like a total winner here. He analyzes the undead infantry. They're just a mass of corpses moving in clumps. They'll never break this wall. The only real problem is those manta ray-looking things flying up there. They're the wild cards in this siege. He realizes that even dragons, when turned undead, gain obvious weak points. This is actually their best chance to win. He says that's right, this is actually their chance to win. He's finally believing his own hype. Frey looks at him with a soft, rare smile, telling the Northern Warrior he's better at this than he thinks. She admits that, while she loves war, she hates one-sided massacres. Killing the weak is boring, she wants a real challenge. She shouts out to the artisans below, saying she loves war and asking what they will do now. She's challenging their very souls. She gives them an ultimatum, fight or give up. She tells the blacksmiths to choose, no pressure, just the survival of your home on the line. One smith looks down, his voice trembling as he says, "They're just artisans, not fighters like her." But, he continues, this is their home and the place where they belong. The pride of a craftsman is starting to flare up. Moran and the others look on as the artisans start to find their courage. You can see the shift in the atmosphere. One smith speaks for everyone. He says through endless effort they've passed down their craft and kept the furnace fires burning forever. At some point, people started calling them artisans. It's a title they earned with sweat and blood. From their founder, they inherited a single phrase and 3 kinds of pride. He's really preaching now. They are duty-bound to pass this craft and pride to the next generation. The blacksmiths raise their hammers. It's a rat for the Empire. Harrier looks at them, a small smile playing on his lips as he says, "Very well. The deal is sealed." He yells for them to fight together, to the last. The whole courtyard erupts into a roar of approval. Morale is at 200%. Harrier remembers his master saying he had to keep moving forward for his sake. He's finally doing it. He adjusts his gear, the marks on his arm glowing with a soft light. He's ready to be the hero they need. He yells for Moran to go. He's taking the initiative, leading the charge from the ramparts. He tells everyone to move it and show them what they're made of. Empire, undead, whoever, just come at them. This is peak anime speech territory. A wide shot of the fortress, as a voice declares they are Artisan Street. The city itself seems to vibrate with their collective will. Moran is a blur of motion, his rope daggers slicing through the air and pulling rocks down onto the undead horde. He's taking out those manta ray undead mid-air. His mobility stats are absolutely carrying the defense right now. The smiths are working like a well-oiled machine on top of the walls, yelling to load the rotating shrapnel and hurry it up. A smith yells that the angle is adjusted and they're preparing to fire. You can feel the tension as the massive weapons are locked into place. Surtur roars out to mix purification magic into each cannon's shots. He's the grand conductor of this symphony of destruction, a cry to prepare to fire as the cannons glow with a holy, golden light. A double cry to fire as the wall erupts in a barrage of magical artillery. It's the most expensive light show the undead have ever seen. The results are instant. A voice says he started to think they might actually win. The undead are literally crumbling to dust under the purification shells. The artisans see hope in their own strength and the help of the 2 warriors from the north. The tide is finally turning. A massive blast of pink energy clears a whole section of the forest. These cannons are definitely not factory standard. Harrier watches the destruction, his eyes wide. For a moment, he actually believes they've pulled it off. But then, everything goes silent. It was a quiet thunder. That's never a good sign in a manhwa. Crash. The entire wall shakes as if a mountain just landed on it. Someone screams about what's happening and that the wall took a direct hit. Frey is knocked off her feet, coughing up dust. She says they got complacent, staying in one spot. She looks up at the sky, her eyes filled with dread. She can't believe that he, pinned in place by the dragon princess, could attack. A solitary figure stands on a distant mountain peak. Benlira isn't coming, he's sniping them from a mile away. A wide shot of the fortress shows a massive purple orb of energy hovering right over the main gate. This is a game ender. The narrator asks who could have predicted this. The master skeleton just played his trump card. The purple orb starts to pulse with an ominous light. It's like a ticking clock of total annihilation. The mountain range is silhouetted against the glowing sky. It's beautiful and absolutely terrifying. A shadow hand reaches out of the sky, wreathed in purple lightning. Benlira is playing God right now. Harrier roars out orders for everyone inside the ramparts to evacuate calmly, and all gunners at each station to clear out now. His eyes are glowing with a desperate intensity. He knows if that lightning hits, the defense is over. A massive tree of purple lightning erupts from the distant mountain, reaching for the city. It's a literal map changer. The shadow hand clenches. You can practically hear the mana screaming. The shadow monster form of Benlira looms over everything. He's no longer a teacher, he's a catastrophe. Harrier can feel the mana vibrating through his very bones. He can feel it clearly. The purple lightning is coming here next. To make absolutely sure they die, and to bring this wall down, the master is being thorough. If the wall collapses, the undead infantry will pour inside. It'll turn into a real brawl, and their advantage will vanish entirely. A new voice cuts through the tension, calling it a headache. Wait, who invited this guy? A hooded figure is just standing there, looking annoyed and asking who's making all this noise in broad daylight. He says it was so loud he couldn't even tune properly. Harrier is speechless, recognizing the new arrival. This is the wild card we've been waiting for. It's Tio. He looks completely unfazed by the apocalypse happening 5 feet away, saying it was a pretty ridiculous story. Harrier is losing his mind. He asks the skeleton what he's trying to pull, saying he'll help them but then coming to fight them. Tio just shrugs, his hand glowing with a soft blue energy. He's clearly got a plan, but he's not sharing. He prepares a spell, a complex mandala of light forming in front of him, and tells him not to worry about it. Harrier screams for an answer, his patience finally snapping. The screen glitches as the two powers collide. Megania is finally locking in. You can see the blue lightning crackling all around her as she prepares for something absolutely massive. It gets strangely quiet as the mana begins to swirl. She's gathering every single ounce of strength she has left. The memories are hitting her hard. She knows God doesn't answer, but she's going to make sure the world hears her anyway. Time for a flashback. We see the ruins of her hometown under a sky choked with the red smoke of war. A pair of worn-out boots stand in the debris. This is where her nightmare began. The entire village has fallen. It's a total graveyard, and she was the only one left to see it. Little Megania stands completely alone in the ruins of her hometown. Her mother and father are gone. In that despair, she prayed. She clutches her stuffed bunny, begging for a miracle that never came. She was the girl who had only waited for salvation. Her small hands clasped tight, but the only answer she got was silence. Fast forward to now. She brings those same hands together, but this time they're wreathed in terrifying blue electricity. A massive pillar of mana erupts from the fortress walls. The sheer force of her resolve is literally lighting up the sky. Master Surtur watches in awe, calling out her name. He knows she's pushing herself way past the breaking point. Back to the memory. Her homeland was destroyed, and she had nowhere to go. But then she found them. Because they were there, she finally had a place to call home again. When she was lost and didn't know what her future looked like, she just kept putting one foot in front of the other. She found a path forward because of the bonds she forged with the other artisans. When she felt like collapsing in frustration at the world, she didn't fall. Because those guys were by her side, she could keep moving forward. What a support squad. A single artisan was born from that struggle. She's finally embracing her true identity. Because all those bonds gathered, mixed, and were forged into something totally unbreakable. Megania looks at her shadow, which looks suspiciously like a demon king. A little bit of foreshadowing, maybe? She admits she was still foolish back then, not seeing the darkness that was looming over them. Teo shows her a small piece of metal, and she asks what it is. Sitting on the fence, Teo tells her he's making something her father never got to see. Someday, she wants everyone to have something to protect themselves with. Big dreams for a little artisan. Speaking of which, her friend Shoshana mentioned getting drafted. Things are getting serious. It was just a rear assignment doing equipment maintenance. Shoshana says she'll be back soon, but the vibes are already off. Megania asks if Shoshana will help her when she comes back. She's looking for a promise of a peaceful world. Shoshana asks what she's trying to make, genuinely curious about Megania's big project. The goal is a world where people don't have to pray to God and can still live in peace. Shoshana just laughs, telling Megania that of course she'll help. A gentle smile and a promise. Shoshana is truly the best friend anyone could ask for. Wait, what is that? A severed hand with a ring in a box. This just went from 0 to 100 real quick. A shadowy figure stands over the box. The weight of the loss is absolutely crushing. Megania is in total shock. They definitely told her it would be a safe rear position. She sits at her desk, surrounded by tools, but her mind is just gone. Surtur can only watch in silence as she completely breaks. Her hand clenches a photo frame. Surtur tells her to just hit the iron and do nothing else. Surtur is crying too, saying that's all they can do. The feeling of powerlessness is the worst part. If there is a God, why does he leave this world as it is? Why does he just ignore them? The damaged, stuffed bunny sits next to a new one. The symbolism is absolutely painful. A flag is tattered in the wind. The war doesn't care about your dreams. A dark, demonic face stares out from the panel. This is what despair looks like when it takes form. She asks why, looking at the broken toy. If all he wants is to receive prayers and rule over them from above, if he just watches this messed up world and does nothing, then Megania is done with faith. We get a close-up on her red eye. The grief has turned into something much, much sharper. Boots click on the wooden floor as someone calls her name. Well now, look who it is. The skeleton has arrived to check on her. He makes a pointless joke about her looking pale. Not the best timing, buddy. Megania tells him to cut it out with the pointless jokes. She is not in the mood for games. He tells her she might be better off just lying here forever. Talk about a blunt reality check. She collapses on the floor, clutching her head, asking what he even knows about her. What kind of feelings has she kept living with until now? The internal monologue is getting dark. In a world where only unfair things keep happening, she's had enough. She screams that she prayed and prayed, but in the end, the ones who saved her were people, not some god. She remembers all the faces of the people who actually helped her. Faith in humanity over faith in God. A small blue crystal shard glows on a stone slab, and yet she was working hard to be of help to all of them. She looks at the crystal with a strange expression. Is she about to do something reckless? She smashes the crystal. The screen glitches as the power is released. The skeleton stands there as she rages, asking why she keeps getting tested like this. Her fist is trembling. Why does the world keep taking things away from her? She screams his name. The pain is finally boiling over into pure rage. She's absolutely heartbroken, crying about things only being taken away from her. A monk she once knew had a heady perspective. God doesn't give help, he only gives trials. And the one who overcomes those trials becomes the self they wish to be. The city square is bustling. Humans struggling day by day just to live, that's the real miracle. We see a skull in the snow. One day we all die, but the life we live shines brighter than any god. So, the skeleton tells Megania that she and he were never born just to lose and pray. If she has any faith, it's faith in humanity, so she should stand up herself. It wasn't God who made her an artisan. It was this place, Artisan Street. They save each other, not by praying, but by acting. What a message right there. The cursed one saved her, and she, who didn't abandon her dream, saved him. Megania is kneeling by her bed, finally finding her resolve. She looks the skeleton in the eye, telling him if he's ready, she'll see him on the battlefield. The door creaks open. It's time to head out. She walks out, leaving the room behind. Tio and Doran are waiting for her. Tio says preferably with a smile. Him and Doran are always there to lift the mood. Back on the wall, the blue lightning is going nuclear. She says she needs their help. No. She has a favor to ask. She's ready to make her move. One of the artisans yells at her to stop this foolishness, that people like them can't do anything against that. A huge shadow reaches out as he calls it a monster, like a natural disaster. The city is under a massive lightning storm. It's total chaos on the front lines. But she says he's not a monster. He's just someone who lost his way and is wandering. She asks the skeleton if that's not right, talking directly to the darkness inside him. She tells him to go on and fire, bracing herself as the purple lightning descends. She screams that she'll take it, absorbing the entire blast with her prosthetic arm. Mana arcs between her hands. She's literally holding a thunderstorm in her palms. She's glowing with an intense blue aura. She's become a conduit for the city's power. Standing tall on the ramparts, she's the only thing between the city and total destruction. The impact creates a massive shockwave. The screen is white with mana output. Purple lightning strikes the blue barrier. The struggle for dominance is real. Megania's left arm has returned, and it's better than ever. That prosthetic arm is a masterpiece created by 3 artisans. It's linked to the citywide circuit. It draws on the entire city's mana. No wonder she's looking like a final boss right now. One of the smiths is staring with his jaw on the floor. Mana ribbons spin around the fortress like a protective cocoon. This is peak engineering. She screams with the effort, saying it allows her to even counter the Demon Lord's arrows. The arrows are accelerated past the speed of sound through rotation. Talk about a high-velocity counter. The mountains in the distance are being leveled by the shockwaves. The scale of this fight is insane. Teo just smiles and gives her a nice shot. The man has zero stress. Linking it to the mana circuit with artisan craftsmanship made the impossible structural reality. Right now, Megania is Artisan Street itself. She's become a living fortress. She's currently at 100% of her usual mana. Wait, there's more? Check out that smug grin. She's boasting about 1000% of her normal mana. What a power-up. A counterattack using the city's total mana. She's letting a direct frontal attack through just to prove a point. The collision shakes the entire valley. It's a total war between 2 absolute monsters. Because of that attack, Artisan Street has been completely recognized by her as an enemy. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Artisan Street is turning into a total graveyard. The undead are swarming everywhere and the square is absolutely packed with bones and chaos. The purple undead are scaling the walls like giant magical spiders. This is basically a zombie apocalypse but with more magic and less hope. A giant shadow fist slams down toward the artisans. They're screaming in terror as this absolute unit of a punch tries to flatten them. Magania isn't having any of it. She charges up her mechanical arm, blue electricity arcing off her like she's a high-voltage transformer. Boom. She catches the giant fist mid-air with a burst of mana. The sheer impact is sending shockwaves through the entire fortress. Magania lets out a defiant roar, yelling that something like that would never work. She's holding back a god-tier threat with pure artisan pride. While Magania is playing tug-of-war with a giant fist, the smaller undead are still pouring over the ramparts. Time to see what the Knight of War can really do. The title card drops. Spiral St. While things are about to get messy. Frey unleashes a massive canyon cutter, axis of the earth. She's a literal blender of red and black energy, deleting everything in her path. The entire top of the wall is cleared in a single massive explosion. Magania is impressed, noting that the lady is quite something. Wait, Frey is standing there looking legendary, but Magania is focused on the fact that she suddenly changed her clothes. Focus on the war, girl. Harrier is losing his mind in the background, yelling that this is no time to be leisurely admiring her clothes. He's the only one actually stressed out here. Frey just gives him this look of pure annoyance, asking if he wants to die for admiring her. Talk about zero chill. The banter is fun and all, but the actual situation is getting grim. The number of undead is visibly multiplying every second. The purple glowing monsters are starting to breach the top of the wall. If they lose the high ground, it's game over. Harrier is locked in, hand on the hilt of his blade. He knows they can't keep this up forever. He draws his sword in a blur, slicing through a shadow undead like it's made of wet paper. He delivers a heavy kick, sending another one flying off the edge, cursing that there's no end in sight. A blacksmith looks on in horror as more climb up, but a hand lands on his shoulder. Tio is here, telling him not to worry. Tio casually grabs an undead by the face and tosses it back into the abyss. This guy makes combat look like a hobby. Harrier is still zipping around, doing his best to hold the line while the numbers keep piling up. The kid is panting hard. He's a warrior of the north, but even his stamina has a limit. Master Surtur is watching Tio act with such precision. He's amazed, saying he's marveling at it like a child. Tio puts his hands together. A golden aura starts radiating off him, glowing brighter than the sun, as he says he will show them something. Even more amazing, his eyes are glowing with a terrifying intensity. It's hype time, boys. He unleashes CA Chain Bender. Massive green glowing chains erupt from the walls, seeking out targets like heat-seeking missiles. The chains wrap around dozens of undead at once and literally squeeze the life, or whatever's left, out of them. Harrier is just staring in disbelief, calling it an absurd technique. Yeah, it's basically a mass delete button for zombies. But despite the flashy move, more purple dots are visible in the fog. The army is just too big. One of the smiths wipes sweat from his brow, saying, "These bastards show no signs of decreasing." A wide shot reveals the heavy cost. The first and second barricades have already collapsed. The city is on its last leg. The undead are evolving too. They've thrown away their weapons, and their hands have morphed into hooks for faster climbing. Big loss for the defenders. Tio isn't panicked though. He notes that the monsters are evolving because they're getting closer to that thing. A massive shadow stretches across the city, darker than the deepest night. Something big is right outside. Theo's expression goes cold as he says a tear. This is the final boss encounter we've been waiting for. Looking down from the wall, they see a giant purple snake-like shadow coiling around the base of the fortress. The shadow form of the master looms over the city. It's Benlira. The betrayal or possession is fully manifest. The shadow snakehead stares over the ramparts. The sheer malice coming off it is enough to freeze anyone's blood. Tio seems to communicate with it, or maybe he's just reading the mana. He says so, that's how it is. Tio turns to the group, looking totally unfazed, and tells Theo there's something he wants to ask him. Harrier looks at him with total confusion, asking what he meant about their master. Tio starts explaining the lore. He says it's nothing complicated. The one who just fired that thunder, that person, is another form of Benlira. We get a close-up on Tio's yellow glowing eye. Talk about a plot twist. Harrier, Frey, and the others are absolutely floored. The reality of the situation is finally sinking in. We get a close-up on Magania's red eye. She's been analyzing this the whole time and knew it. Harrier is desperate for details, asking what he means by inside. Tio walks toward the edge. He explains that the demonic magic power is actually flowing through Benlira. He describes it more accurately as Benlira being covered by it, like an outer shell. Frey is still a bit lost, and we get this funny little diagram of a tiny person inside a giant monster. Tio clarifies that the demonic magic was covering her the whole time, and that's the skeleton they've all been seeing. He says to put it simply, you can think of a matryoshka doll. Teo is really out here using wooden toys to explain demonic possession. What an explanation. The diagram shows the Demon King's magic placed over the human Benlira. Over 100 years, she probably forgot she was even human. However, Teo adds, his tone going from helpful to serious real quick. A glitchy black silhouette shows that another layer was added on top of that. This new layer is on a completely different level. It's an absurdly massive, runaway magic power. Teo claps his hands together, ending the lecture, saying, alright, explanation over. Frey is totally over it, telling the weird tattoo guy he talks too much nonsense. Teo just brushes it off, insisting he's not an old man. He sums it up. Skeleton lost her mind to an artifact, and now the Demon King magic is running wild without reason. Teo points a finger into the air, declaring the situation summary complete. He's enjoying being the main character way too much. Frey looks at the massive shadow monster looming over them, asking how they should kill her. Harrier snaps at her, yelling and asking what she's talking about. Teo quickly takes it back, sensing the tension. Harrier takes a breath, realizing how rash his reaction was. The stress of the siege is getting to him. Suddenly, a massive purple sigil forms in the sky above the city. He says they're the ones who are going to die. The shadow monster stares down at them with glowing pink eyes. It's ready to finish this in one shot. Megania isn't backing down. She's crackling with blue lightning again, telling it not so fast. A massive beam of purple light slams into the city's magic barrier. The whole sky is lit up in a blinding explosion of energy. The shadow monster stands on its massive tail, looking down with a curious expression. The barrier is holding, but it's glowing bright white under the pressure. Megania is pouring every drop of city mana into it. She's actually laughing, telling it to shoot as many times as it wants because she'll block them all. Peak behavior. Harrier roars out at the sky, asking the skeleton if he isn't going to snap out of it. He's desperate to reach his master. He notices that while Megania is holding, she's forcing herself to smile to maintain focus. She's reaching her limit. Surtur asks Teo if purification magic could revert her to her original state. Teo is skeptical. He admits it's a long shot and wouldn't expect a major effect. Great, thanks for the optimism, Teo. A memory of a younger Megania basking in warmth. The only good review she ever had was that it felt nice and warm. Teo turns back with a smirk, saying no, there's no problem. Wait, what? He just flipped the script again. One of the smiths looks down at the horde, saying they might not be able to win. The fear is starting to spread again. Teo stands tall, radiating winning energy. He says there is a way to not lose. Harrier and Frey are all ears. The giant purple shadow is still coiling around the city walls, waiting for its next move. The Demon King fell deep in thought for a moment. It's looking at the barrier, calculating the next strike. The narration catches us up. The second shot was met with a counterattack. The third and final shot, there was no counterattack this time, only defense. The barrier is weakening. Out of 3 attacks, only 1 was countered. The defenders are losing the momentum. Teo explains that the barrier was manually triggered, not automatic. That means there's a human limit to how long it can last. The Demon King's shadow stands tall against the clouds, a literal monument to destruction. It's choosing a victory of absolute brute force over a boring war of attrition. Strategy is a luxury when you have this much power. The enemy doesn't need a plan, just a bigger hammer. Teo confirms the plan. He believes the artisans can hold the walls long enough for them to make their move. Harrier is still sweating, asking if he's really sure about leaving the undead to the artisans. Teo just laughs it off. Teo reminds him they're the continent's greatest artisans, and they know how to fight. He has winning faith in his teammates. We get a close-up on Harrier's determined orange eye, as he says more importantly, a massive pink explosion flares up on the distant horizon. Everyone on the wall is caught off guard. Boom. A giant pillar of light clears a whole mountain range. These attacks are getting ridiculous. Teo and Harrier watch as a new presence arrives. Teo notes that she would make her arrival in person. Harrier clenches his fist, the marks on his arm glowing. He says there's definitely no time to hesitate. A final shot of the squad ready to roll as a voice cries out for them to go, to get their master back. The real fight starts NOW.